set up teams, and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Set up teams and start digging. Start digging. Start digging.
Made in hell.
Falling love eternally you.
On a deserted island. Deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
It has revived. It flourishes. Who's he? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? Where did he come from?
The Medal of Honor.
It's Scotland, bitch. Made in hell.
welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
Set up teams. Let's start digging. Let's start digging. Let's start digging.
Made in hell.
Falling love eternally you.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your dish.
It has revived. It flourishes.
Who's he? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? Where did he come from?
The Medal of Honor.
It's goblet, bitch.
down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripped into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, you I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
What is that? Holding down the spray, transfers into Just and takes down Mopos. This one-man army has taken the B site.
Hands up with the B side, victory gonna be mine.
He has to swing wide, nails the first headshot. QB, what do? Light on time, Just is spamming away, going for the knife. He's walked past him, and this is one more stab. Oh, Ninja! QB's pulled it off, and Just is gonna be so angry about that one. Fnatic, they have that sinking feeling in their stomach. And for Movistar Koi, they are about to feel happiness unlike anything they've felt before. The realization of their dreams. A goal set, a goal achieved. Movistar Koi are going to the major.
The V-sign, victory's gonna be mine. Had yours, now it's my time. Hit different like a fine wine. Hands up with the V-sign, victory gonna be mine.
Oh, what a flick! Brokey back at it, but he's looking for the ace to try and see if he can secure them on the map point, and there we go!
Yeah, I'm the king with the crown. Hands up with the B-side, victory's gonna be mine. The king of kings. Imagination of a majesty. There ain't no challenge. Just another flawless victory.
They need to go for that defuse right away. Oh, but he's got the lineup. Brokey, he couldn't do it better. Now he's back at it again with the smoke.
I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it.
He wants to see if there's more players around. He wants to see if a rotation comes in and allow his teammates to move in first hand. And he may be given that. Icy's now come in. Snappy, oh, he's seen both of them. Snappy, that is beautiful.
Snappy's running straight into his arms. It's now down to the 1v1.
Comes round the corner and shuts on Pius down instantly.
Bit flash is coming up. That should allow the kill on Seized. And it certainly will. Second is even better from Jocko. He'll upgrade into the M4 and he ain't stopping.
Oh, good response from Tao. Oh. There's your highlight reel. Quad kill from Tao.
There's all five. You got the ace, Tao.
Swings out. Alexi there to drop him, and it's a 1 versus 1. Sorte versus Alexi. Smoke is up in front. He's trying to defuse on the other side. Alexi, he's got him right to the smoke.
That's right, get hype everybody. It's day 4 of the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR. We've seen some fantastic Counter-Strike action so far, and I'm sure there'll be more to come today. My name is Parla, and I'm still your desk host, and I'm joined on the desk by Maniac and Pimp. Guys, how you doing?
Pretty good. Feeling really good.
You don't want to fist bump
yeah,
me?
how you guys are going to work that out right now?
It's always
now you kind of
awkward when we
committed
do the
to it,
big
right?
Actually, it's not too bad. It looks good on camera. Yeah, I owed you that one.
No, it feels good. I can't believe we only have 6 teams left in all this shenanigans of Counter-Strike we've played. It's been 4 days already.
It's been 4 days already. Quality of Counter-Strike has been good. We've seen some of the favorites, you know, make it through easily, and now we have 3 games today where a lot is at stake. You can almost feel it in the building. There's not a lot of people around anymore because a lot of the teams are not here anymore, but the tension in here today is going to be something else.
Before we look ahead at what's to come today, why don't we talk about what's transpired so far and look at exactly what happened yesterday. Oh no, we'll start off with our standings. So you can see on screen now where all of our teams are placed or have placed, because we have some decided results at this point. So to keep things simple, 3 wins means that that team has booked their spot in Copenhagen. 3 losses means that that team is out. All other teams are still in contention.
That's correct, and off the top of my head, I would say Movistar Koi was maybe one of the strongest moments, right? This qualification, you could see the images. I think they've shown a very good qualities in the game. Mopo's in interview saying, you know, as long as I'm here, there's a chance. Adam S as well here on Romanian soul, being able to qualify for the major. These were great images to witness.
I think when you look at the standings right here, what first springs into mind is that all of the favorites have made it through, or at least the big ones, the big favorites. Of course, there has been a couple of surprises. If you look towards the right side of your screen right here, NIP going 0-3. We knew they were struggling. We knew they weren't playing great Counter-Strike at the moment, but for them to go 0-3 in arguably the easier Group A right here, that's no bueno at all. And Falcons as well.
I know.
We had Falcons in the semi-final in Katowice. We had some of the most tenured players in Counter-Strike, the most winning major coach ever in Sonic. They're not going to be there. They're not going to be there on the Danish major, Danish home soil. That's going to sting a bit as well.
That is a tragedy in itself, honestly. You can always argue about the best of one and how you get to that point. I refuse this conversation personally, but the fact is you lose a best of 3 to AMKAL when you're in a commanding, leading position on map number 3, you're 6-2 up on the CD side of Mirage, and you end up losing that in overtime. There's literally no excuse that can dig you out of it. It was a very strong counter performance from them, and I know that Boros hasn't exactly stepped up massively, but I do feel like he is going to be scapegoated. I think people are going to come at him, and probably uniquely at him, and I don't think that's warranted. I think there are other players out there who didn't deliver what they were supposed to. I think Sampayas didn't play as good as we wanted him in that series, for example, even though I hold him in high regard. So it must suck to be Boros right now, because people are coming for you and kind of only for you.
You can question individual players, but I 100% agree with you. The team Falcons lost yesterday. That's a team effort. Boros hasn't been put into his prime positions as well. As I've said many times, the man is playing ramp on Nuke, you know, the most mechanically skilled player within that team is not supposed to be static on a place like that. So no, I think for Falcons, that's a team L, and for them, it cost them the major.
Guys, moving ahead, let's take a look at our schedule for today here on the main stream. So we'll start things off with 9 Pandas versus AMKAL, and then we'll move into Fnatic versus Saw, and we'll close out the day with Eternal Fire versus BetBoom. Guys, these are 3 very different types of best of 3s. 9 Pandas versus AMKAL. I think there are a lot of unknown quantities there. Fnatic versus Saw, we can perhaps start to predict that one a little bit better. And then at the end of the day, we have potentially the biggest matchup, Eternal Fire versus BetBoom.
That's the one everybody's going to be talking about. Eternal Fire, BetBoom, EF, a team that we have given a lot of praises to, rightfully so. I think beautiful Counter-Strike they've played at times. But then you match them up against BetBoom, who have a tendency to not give a damn about the rules of Counter-Strike, be very in your face, even miss some kinds of smokes here and there, but be disruptive, be aggressive. And I'm wondering, is EF equipped to deal with that? With people who don't give an F about whether the wall of smoke has a gap and a straight up just white swing you? That's kind of my question. Stylistically, it's going to be a very interesting matchup.
It's going to be very interesting. By far the strongest matchup we have on cards today, I would argue as well. EF, as you said, been playing some beautiful Counter-Strike. BetBoom trending upwards. Had you asked me 6 months ago, you know, when BetBoom was formed in the first place, which of the 2 teams are most likely going to make the major, you'd probably odds on BetBoom. They have, you know, on paper the better players. They have on paper the stronger attributes to them. They just haven't been playing good Counter-Strike ever since they came together. It's been a little bit disappointing for Nafany. It does feel, however, though, during this RMR that they're trending upwards. It's getting slightly better. The performance against Na'Vi was not too shabby at all. And today, as you said, Matthew, pressure is on EF. They're the favorites heading into that game. And I think BetBoom likes that a lot.
Interesting to note, though, either team, if they lose, they do not go home. They still have another chance at our last chance qualifier at the end of next week, Matthew.
Yes, that's valid for every single matchup that we are going to witness today. As soon as you get these 2 wins under your belt, then you, at the very least, will make it to the last chance qualifier. But I just want to make it very clear, we will have 6 teams in the LCQ and 1 spot to be given. So let's not just, you know, pretend. Let's not pretend.
Hyper
exactly. It's not like it's a guarantee. You will have another chance, a last chance, as the name indicates.
All right, guys, we've set the scene. Why don't we start focusing in on our first matchup of of the day, 9 Pandas versus AMKAL. Maniac, I'd like to get your general thoughts to start out, please.
My general thought is that AMKAL surprised me in ways I didn't really expect, for multiple reasons. One being there were players in that lineup that I wasn't really familiar with before the RMR, and I have to say, IC surprised me. Holy hell! If you've paid attention to that Mirage last map, final map versus Falcons, if you actually dive into the impact of that guy, we're talking about winning the first clutch 1v1 in the gun round. We're talking about double entry in the second gun round that their opponents actually have to lose. We're talking about an incredible CT side based on AWP, 28 kill. This is the moment, this is the defining moment in his career, and he steps up massively. I'm kind of already almost on the hype train. I'm getting there. I'm about to buy a ticket.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting team to follow as well. I think IC in particular have been playing well. It's also a team with a decent amount of experience. Forrester has been around for quite some time. Nickelback and Krat, all of them have played at majors before, years back ago. So it is a team that has a lot to offer in that regard. Another one though, we're speaking about IC, and I think that's where we dive into the matchup in itself. He's the AWP player. He is the star right now of AMKAL, but he's going up against a little more, I would say, experienced version of himself in Balance. He's been around for quite some time as well. We were hyping him up or talking about him a little bit when he was in Spirit. We thought that maybe he was going to be the next big thing. Unfortunately for him, it does feel like he was a bit of the leftovers within that CIS scene, but now he's standing with a golden opportunity to make sure the 9 Pandas potentially can book a spot into that major.
It feels as though when we've been watching AMKAL over the course of the RMR, IC is always the player on our lips. Why is that? Why can he be so explosive on the server, and does he have to do that today against 9 Pandas?
Well, it's tough to say from a pure Counter-Strike perspective, because I wouldn't consider myself an expert of this guy. I'm sort of discovering as we go, but it looks like he's got the nerves for it. It looks like he's got the spine for it. You know, you have moments where you need to take a wide swing in order to win a duel, and I think a lot of rookies would maybe shoulder peek or be a little bit careful. He isn't. I think he's got a very good understanding of when he needs to fully commit into fights, and that's one of the reasons why he was able to unlock the counter for his team against Falcons, and that is very valuable for a young new player. I believe he's 18, like it's 2005, so oh my god.
Talking about players born in 2005, newer players, why don't we flip the script and look at Seized on 9 Pandas? This is a veteran of the game, potentially as veteran as they come. This is a huge opportunity for Seized to once again appear at a major, which I don't think he's done in about 6 years.
No, in all honesty, it'll be quite the comeback for Seized. He's been around for a long, long time, especially in the beginning of CSGO. To those of you who are witnessing that, when he was in Na'Vi, he was doing a tremendous job. The man has played at 12 majors in total. You see his team history right here. He was in Na'Vi for 5 years. He was even in Flipside and Gambit. He was hanging around up until the point of 2018. He was considered one of the best within his region. The past couple of years, though, the last 3 or 4 years, we haven't really seen him play, not at any majors, not anywhere else, but this is the fact, right? 12 majors on Seized, 0 on the rest of his teammates combined. For him, he is the experience. He is the guy that you can rely on. He's the guy who's been here many, many times before. I've had the opportunity to lose to him in many major qualifiers before. So if I'm anything, I'm hoping that Seized can help the rest of the team to calm down a little bit and withstand the pressure that it is playing a game like this.
And I know you're completely right. When you put his major tenure versus the rest of the team, it's quite clear. But I like Pala's mention as well. It's been 6 years. Like, to what extent does it not become something that you feel is almost impossible to achieve once again? Like, it's crazy to have the resilience to try and fight your way back for 6 years to try and make it again to a major. And he is not that far, so he's going to have to show them the way. A day 5 at an RMR, or a game 5 rather at an RMR, is a very complicated matchup. It's a very emotional matchup, so he's going to have to lead the way. We dive into the map, Vito. One of the conversations that I wanted to have was whether the overpass pick would come in immediately or not, because it was always on the cards for 9 Pandas. I don't really know if they go for it. Actually, the AMKAL is going to go for Inferno. For me, it was either going to be Mirage or Inferno, I thought, and then you have it. So just in terms of preparation, if I am AMKAL in this matchup, this overpass pick from 9 Pandas is as obvious as it gets. There's almost no question. They have it on the cards. Our record is pretty slim, and they played it well against 3D Max. So I'm hoping that our friends from AMKAL have some counter strategies ready, some kind of tricks, because it was right there for the taking. They knew overpass was good.
Yeah. When you see this veto, what's going through your mind? Is there a team that this veto favors?
I wouldn't necessarily say favors, but I think AMKAL is pretty comfortable with that nuke overpass, with the overpass nuke combination right here. I don't think necessarily that they don't feel they have an opportunity to win an overpass. We did see them beat NIP in that crazy game with 4 overtimes where it was back and forth, and then they had a very narrow loss to Fnatic on overpass as well, 13-11. So it's a map they played twice already. I know the win-loss record right here is not looking too good, and I do know 9 Pandas love to play overpass, but if I'm AMKAL, I'm feeling I have a chance on my opponent's map pick. So in that regard, I'm comfortable, and nuke as a third deciding map seems to be an equal playing ground for both.
We have to see if we end up on Nuke. Again, if you do any kind of research on 9Pandas, the way they destroyed 3D Max on Overpass, and I use destroy as a very selective word, is by being given so much map control. So you have to be a little bit more in their face, and I think it is going to happen. I think it's going to be more of a competitive battleground than it was against 3D Max.
Nuke, third deciding map. Both teams are in a bit of a rough streak right now. They both have below 35 win percentage on it, and one team have lost it twice in a row, the other one has lost it 3 times in a row, so they're coming into potentially a third deciding map when neither of them can feel too comfortable, which should even out the playing ground, right? It's a map where both of them have been struggling a little bit as of late.
Let's also, excuse me, let's also impress to everybody at home, right, that getting through this RMR, it guarantees so much for any team that's able to achieve it. Oh, I was going on my little speech there, but the game is live. I better throw it over to you guys. Can I get some official predictions, please?
Oh my God, I would say 3 maps and I'll go for AMKAL.
AMKAL as well.
All right, with that being said, let's head on over to our casters, 2 of the best in the business. Sponge and Machine, over to you.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yes, we are given the pleasure of bringing you 9Pandas versus AMKAL, best of 3, with all of those juicy ramifications and stakes that, of course, the desk have highlighted. On the right side of your screens, AMKAL taken to the T side. We've got Krad, Travis, Icy, Forrester, and Nickelback. And on the CT side, Seized, a familiar name, alongside Klax, iDisbalance, Dilladez, and Glowing. Boosting up towards the first fight, and Nickelback, he'll take Dilladez down quickly. Glowing has to respond. Now that smoke could be disrespected, and that's what Glowing's spamming for. It's good. Finds the head of Nickelback, so he's managed to at least disbalance. Well, I was about to say knock them off balance, but Disbalance has taken down Icy as well, so a man advantage. Glowing could find more as they try and plant. Travis, happy to juke out and take some fights. It's not an uncomfortable hold for the 3 of them if they can find that first. Krad spotted out, double swing, and yeah, too much for him to handle. Krad going for the multi-kill, needs to reload. They're getting overwhelmed here and not finding the precise headshots as I say that. Solid hold from Krad. A triple to start him off.
Yeah, beautiful work there from the likes of Krad and Forrester. You add Nickelback into the mix and you get yourself an Entropic core. Once upon a time at the Majors, adding 2 new names into the mix alongside of them, Travis and Icy. But that could have gone horribly wrong if you were that of AMKAL. Unfortunate deaths after a beautiful opener. Glowing just looking a bit sketched out, and iDisbalance with a fortunate one spamming his USP. As they make their way back in, just aim mapping with these Glocks. Quite a simple approach over towards B, and really it comes down to that opener. You see the nade not getting exchanged in time as we have a Zeus in the hands of Disbalance. Now let's see if he can get up to any cheeky business behind the half wall.
I love me a Zeus. Buffed into CS2. No damage fall off anymore, so you hold an angle and you connect it, you track them. They're dead men.
Insta-gib on the shortest of varieties.
Monster kill.
We liked it in Quake, didn't we? That was a good bit of fun. But an eco essentially for 9Pandas, give or take a Zeus or 2. Already with a lot of short pressure, nobody towards apps, nobody towards pit. There's a lot of the angles that AMKAL would have to worry about. Sure, they'll have to clear them. Flash forward, Mac 10 in, spinning around, and... Okay, well, Glowing and Klax will hit the deck.
Whoa. Sounded much scarier than it was.
Yeah, this should just be clean up crew, aisle 6. As Icy at range with the Mac 10. Now, iDisbalance, still hanging out, still chilling. Still relaxing, still seeing if he can have a shocking debut in towards this round. Made his 3rd, and he will. There you have it. The Zeus, it pays off. Cheeky with it. Gets a kill, but that's all. Was it worth it? Well, maybe if you got it at the start of the round. Towards the end, doesn't really count for a whole lot. The guns will be coming out. Now, Alex, I want to remind everybody of the last chance qualifier.
Do.
If you lose this series today, you will be hanging around in Bucharest until next week, late next week, Friday and Saturday, where the last chance qualifier, that's the 3 teams who lose 2-3 in Group A and the 3 teams who lose 2-3 in Group B will go into a last chance qualifier for one final spot for the European side of things to qualify for the major. Now, you don't want to find yourself there. You don't want to find yourself there at all. So what I will say, Alex, is burn the boats. There's no way back, no way forward. Try and get it done right here, right now.
Yeah, it's your best bet. Not a comfortable place to find yourself.
Especially with the names we might see trickle down out of Group B. A whole lot heftier terms of what those teams might be able to bring to the table. Molly HE combo, pressuring under porch. iDisbalance stands to deliver. Has a teammate on the tippy top of the roof. That will be Klax. They want to fight middle. Caesar's still close as well. They know the mid control has not been taken.
Travis and Forrester vying for control. Disbalance and Seas directing a crossfire. That's a smoke down. 55 seconds.
I feel like you're going to need to take some control somewhere because AMKAL haven't taken banana control, but 9 Pandas aren't playing for info. It was top mid. Now, we always talk about this map. You want to make sure you retain control either banana or brackets. So Krad, as he heads up, throws out some Utah. Well, he applies pressure, but it is going to be towards A. It all comes down to this crossfire. Seized and Klax, the main two pieces, as iDisbalance will mainly be bait.
This is what they've been waiting for. This is the setup, and let's see how it works out. First one in, boosted up. Klax will find another, or at least contribute. However, with Krad and Forrester finding the frags necessary, it is going to be those B players that forced into a retake. So it all boils out nicely for AMKAL. Looking to post their third in the first gun round.
Still a very difficult retake, isn't it? The bomb's gone down, already ticking. You don't know where they get off to within the post plant, and you're late to the party.
Yeah, this is not fun for Diladez or Glowing. Especially considering that post plant position from Forrester. That seems to have really sealed the deal. Krad is yet to reload, so that's a 10 bullets AK, and looks like this flank is a round winner. Catches a lovely timing, backs are turned. They're trying to piece together a way in, and it's Forrester that escorts them out.
Yeah, essentially with that top mid hold, you either want to buy enough time for that rotation to come in or essentially win the round. The fact that it's a 2v2, the rotation so far away, held at bay by that utility Krad had thrown out only moments earlier. I said iDisbalance was only meant to be bait. Well, he was involved in all 3 of these kills, 2 of them to his name, the 3rd even with the assist. C's not getting anything done from that close corner on the long side.
I was surprised, just considering 2 towards the quad side. You expect backs are going to be turned. C's gets nothing done. 0-3 start for him. The desk discussing how these newer names on 9 Pandas have impressed. Mathieu pointing out that there's Diladez, who's had some impact. Of course, we've seen iDisbalance on our screens before.
Yeah, Klax, Glowing, I believe with C's, they were in a team with Travis once upon a time as well. So lots of links within the server here today. And I love this early mid pressure. Obviously, mulling off towards shore early. They're walking up. They're trying to limit how close the pistols can be and harassing our AMKAL. It's very threatening. They are going to apply more pressure.
Oh, spotted the shadow. Does convert. Forrester continues where he left off last round.
They can wrap long easily. Look at the smokes that they place down.
Yeah, I mean, what's C's supposed to do?
Run through, I guess, when iDisbalance takes contact. If he takes contact. Oh, there it is, and it wasn't the type of contact they were hoping for. Not chaotic. Travis isn't committed up the long side. They'll still step into the line of fire. Diladez grabs one on the CZ75. A light lick of damage, but with the AK, you might just want to back off and save.
Yeah, I think that's probably his best bet. He opts to take the fight to Nickelback.
Yeah, very difficult 1-on-4 to win, and maybe just wanting to limit the economy. There's been a lot of, what's a nice term I can go with? Questionable Counter-Strike, and in the green room, the sentiment seems to be it's just the pressure of the moment. People will have seen that Rops had a bit of a headline over there with HLTV. I want to make sure that I quote him correctly. But I think the general sentiment is that the pressure of the major, of the RMRs, it can be more than the major. Here it is. RMRs have more pressure than the major. That's a quote from Rops.
I would say that your general sentiment was bang on.
Yeah. So, but you can understand why, right? And we can't say for certain, and I think anybody does. I'm looking at you, Owner Pixel, who says that the sticker money is guaranteed to be a certain amount of money, right? Quoting off of the last one. That's not really a reasonable consideration. We don't know exactly how much is going to be purchased or crowdfunded. That's something that we have no idea about. We know what the last one was, or roughly. Right? We've heard some figures, we've heard some numbers. It's astronomical money.
We can average it out, but that is still just estimations.
Well, I can tell everybody back when I was playing, and I got my signature sticker back in the day, I made $12,000 US.
Okay. And
so you know how far that went?
Not far.
I think it covered rent for about half the year.
Yeah, not bad.
That's about it.
I got a signature in Dota.
Oh, yeah? What did that get you?
Meal for 2.
Okay. Well.
Nice wine.
Hey, big spender. But obviously in Counter-Strike in recent times, and you could draw some conclusions, right? You could say, hey, well, guess what? This is the first CS2 major. We're expecting big sales, but you never know. Is this banana control being vied for? Log smoke in, Krad jumping and leaping, and wow, finding a frag, Glowing, dead.
don't think I'll be leaving a glowing review for his opening maneuver.
Or that glass of wine.
Yeah, it's left disbalance, forced into a defensive stance on the B side. Molotov's in, smoke up. He's having to walk around.
Oh, and they're rotating. So as they head back towards middle, is this going to be about applying pressure to take space and continue to keep 9 Pandas moving? Or is it a finish? Because we can see the radar on the top left, the A site is essentially open.
My
only
thoughts,
guarded
exactly.
from long. But the key again, and we talk about this, Alex, is either having brackets control or banana control. Well, they have brackets info.
Which means these B defenders are expecting action. This is a powerful angle. Very hard to jiggle out without getting caught out. He's actually going to throw out a smoke, though.
They're going to come through.
Go. Diladez, what have you got? He's used a lot of his bullets. Is his bait? It's working nicely for Disbalance to pluck one from the pack. Nickelback down. Rotations are in. They're yet to get into the site. Up pull, caught on the jump. Oh, he nearly had the spray onto the double. Finished off. Disbalance is just racking him up. That's his triple kill, but watch out for Icy. Icy is a scary monster on this AWP. He's actually uncharacteristic miss there, which could have been a sequence into the clutch. Instead, it is going to be the CT's first survival.
Okay, a nice round to post there, and with that B defense in a 2-2 split, that brackets control, as you mentioned, the B defenders were well aware the hit was coming, but still very dangerous considering you're outnumbered. The rotation in, the flash over, and a couple of tidy frags. So great work there from the 9 Pandas. Now, I believe we covered them off earlier within the best of 1 stage, the 9 Pandas on this very map, and it was a streaky game, if I am remembering rightly. I think it was against Koi. It was a 13-11 scoreline. And it was one where it was a spree of 6 from Koi out the gates and then 6 back from 9 Pandas. Oof, glowing.
There you go.
Yeah, he'll take that opening every day of the week. So this time, going to take Crad down, revenge from the previous. And Forrester spotted him. He's just going to swing, surely.
Oh, you're covered by C's, warded off the angle. So that's info.
Fortunate.
Yeah, you know that there's at least one long and there's one short. Three-man set up. Forrester forward towards Balk. The removal of that rail. Changing some of the dynamics of this engagement. Klax, however, has kind of revealed his position in the mini-pit through the trajectory of the incendiary. Wow. One hell of a shot from C's. Just a quick one-tap using that scavenged AK-47 and putting it to good use. Nickelback's trying to claw something back out of this round. Crossfire is very potent here. Travis, deleted. C's is having a round here. Nickelback's doing everything, tooth and nail, to try and get into this A side, but it's seized round. There's no way in. Is there? Oh, if Nickelback had found Diladez, it was looking scary. Instead, Icy with only 9 HP. Oh, he's in trouble. So much trouble. Just a headshot could do it. Diladez secures it. C's happy with that. You can see on the cam. And there we have a very stable and very calm and collected round out of Diladez.
I think he's going to try and fight an AWP here. He will. So that one's going to be brought forward for Idis Balance. So well managed to make sure they pick up all the goodies required. But some tidy shots from Seized in that one.
Yeah, right.
Looking to return to what would be his 13th major. His first major since 2018. Last time he attended it was with Flipside. And before that, well, he'd attended 11 majors, Alex.
Oh.
Yeah, that is a beauty. With Na'Vi. Right, Na'Vi have attended every single major, and with that qualification yesterday, have made it 20. So the whole hog for Na'Vi, but Seized playing a large component in their early successes. God's favoring AMKAL. I can understand why. I think having the Entropic core, I think I saw some conversation online about this AMKAL team being somewhat slept on, and I look at the names within the squad, and yeah, we know that they can pack a punch. Remember the likes of Crad and Forrester. We go all the way back to, was it Hard Legion? In Berlin?
Hard Legion?
Was it Hard Legion?
It sounds right.
Dream Eaters.
Dream Eaters?
Dream Eaters.
As well?
With Kinky?
Sviat?
Yes. Yeah. So, we remember the names.
That was 2019. How was that 5 years ago?
Yeah, well, time.
Oh, it waits for no one.
Caesar's going to operate in this one with a auto shotgun.
Now, I'll be honest, Chad. If I just had the round Seized had with an AK-47, I'd feel pretty hard done by rocking the auto shotty.
But look, you're trying to make the dollars work here, Alex. Glowing has to operate on an MP9 as well, so it ain't easy for anybody right now on the 9 Pandas side. AMKAL can get together another buy. Galil's aplenty, AK in the mix, and a Mac 10 for Krat.
This is a product of Nickelback's handiwork. A very quick shot just to ward off and show that Orb's presence towards the B side of the map. Krat's not going to be too scared about that. Throws out the HE and takes the space. Ooh, Lilladez, good to get away from that. Turns tail just in time.
I wonder now with this banana control if you just like a B execute, but maybe they're once bitten, twice shy after the previous scenario. They executed in towards that B bomb site. Didn't have too much success before, and C's staying active with the shotty.
Disbalance is here. After firing off that shot, they may be going to find out the hard way. Very hard flick. And now they know.
Oh, they're up. So they've harassed top banana. They've got top mid control as well. Just under a minute to decide on the finish.
Okay.
Let's see. Does he want more aggression? Is there a flash to make this possible? Doesn't look like it.
Oh, wow. Seized. Puts that shotgun to fantastic use. A triple pumping them full.
Still going to be a hard round. They're in towards the side. It is a 2-on-3 number advantage for 9 Pandas after that alligator munched them up, but they still need to be able to retake. Bomb gets planted, 40 seconds on the clock. Forrester already looking for some space in this post plant. It'll come down to how Dilladez approaches this situation. He should already be past Forrester. So if Forrester turns around, yes, and opens himself up, it could be a free B, but timing, it's a bitch.
Not going to go boiler side. He's actually heading towards
the
They won't expect
the
this.
play.
Back is turned. Forrester, however, is going to strike onto Disbalance. Glowing worried about that. Travis tucked. Forrester coming in from short side. It's not going to be comfortable. He has a good idea, but though, where's the bomb planted? Is it going to be easy for to defuse? Does he have a chance at this? Forrester should have this every day. Is there time?
I don't think so. This is going to be damn close.
Oh, this
right
would be one
down
hell of a
to
round.
the wire.
Oh! One hell of a clutch from Dilladez. How has he done that?
Whoa, that was the MP9 and the auto shotgun, the two weakest investments for the 9 Pandas in that round, doing all of the action.
How has he done that? The first is fine. The second is round defining. I mean, Forrester, he's just going to be punching himself thinking, damn, if I just waited half a second.
And he was low from the HEs towards top banana at the start of the round.
One bullet would have done it.
Whoa, dear.
Wow. That's mad. That is, I didn't see that one coming.
That's a huge round for 9 Pandas.
What a gift he has given them there.
Well, both teams, this is some pace. It's a change.
Yep, Nickelback, Travis running it up. Good trade. And Disbalance and Clax to be tested. They are potentially wrapping long side. Disbalance posted for that. Clax responsible for holding his Orpa's side. Rosser in the belt can disrupt as well with Crad. Jumps around the corner into the MP9.
Needs one.
Needs to find this. Disbalance, good for it. Travis down. Forrester now working out. And a missed shot from the Orp. Does Icy have it in him? Forrester will strike. It's the double. That is exactly what you needed from Forrester.
I thought he was netting his teammate there for a second.
Oh, wow. Glowing gets spotted. HE's going to land right on his jaw. And Icy.
Another 1-on-2. He's third so far.
He's got this. He's got this. Working around the smoke. Ahead of it. They're both on the other side of this as he walks it through. This is perfect from Icy. Oh, they can't find him. He's a ghost on the site. Maneuvering beautifully, and another clutch to Icy's name.
Well, that's the thing. That's the third time he's been on a 1-on-2 situation. The first time he's actually been able to convert it. So great stuff from Icy there.
Yeah, but I mean, just in reference to the tournament, Icy has been having impact on impact for AMKAL.
And that should be able to break the financial situation of 9 Pandas, who will have to force buy in. It hasn't been pretty for either team. Nobody has what we would resemble a full buy. And look at it, 5 MP9s, Alex.
It's been a while. It's been a while since I saw the 5 MP9.
Oh dear, okay, well. On a map like this, with how claustrophobic the newer version feels, it can still pack a punch. Keep the back and forth nature of this game going. 3 over towards B right now for the defense of 9 Pandas. A retake the top banana control. Extinguish. Sandbags is theirs. Travis looking for space. Top mid can call it clear. More than call it clear, might clear it out himself.
Yeah, Disbalance has been run down now, and it's Clax's turn. This MP9, what a shot. Just takes Travis's head off with a quick, clean burst. Nickelback does find the trade. It's long range. Seas has managed to claw it back. So awkward smoke.
Weird little plume there. PG not to report anything.
IC should be set for success here. Glowing if he steps a toe out of line, but he's actually going to use that smoke to close the gap. Crad still in abs. Should guarantee the round. It's not planted for him, short side.
Caesar's a dead man.
Yeah, exactly. This is audible, so Crad should have him every day. Oh. Never mind. They're going to get away with the save.
Saving 3 MP9s?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, well, I guess it's better than nothing, isn't it? Better than a swift kick in the teeth, but that still feels very miserable. Oh, they might lose it anyway. So Seized, audacious, goes down to Krad's Mac 10. He's now opened the door for the exits of Icy and Nickelback to retain something a little bit tidier. An AWP and a Galil retained. But you've got to give a bit of credit to Forrester, who's been having some impact in the game so far. One of those names that we thought was going to end up on one of the top Russian teams, but hasn't had that chance just yet. Very tidy is Forrester, but it's a 3-round gap that's now been accrued by AMKAL. Tactical timeout called by 9 Pandas. And well, what are you really going to discuss? We saved 2 MP9s. We have to take a save. With the loss bonus coming into the next, we will be able to full buy. We're essentially going to be handing over 7 rounds to the T side of AMKAL. Do they have anything in store? Could get some lighter upgrades into a few pistols. There's going to be that 2,900 loss bonus available into the next, so you just need to leave yourself around that 2K mark. So we can see a few upgrades.
Yeah, Seeds wants to win this one. He's actually spent a little more than he probably should, but it's in pursuit of a glorious 5-7 frag and round. They gamble.
If they get this stat correctly, right, we can already see that they can fight back. So just hoping that you've called correctly into this one. 9 Pandas. 4 towards A. Too long, too short. Just sees over towards B for now. Has smokes aplenty. Nice little cache highlighted there by our obs team. And aware of any aggression is AMKAL. So you can see this time around they won't be taking any risks. Long smoke deployed and will segregate the defense. Sees now. Once U2 has been pressuring elsewhere on the map, he will block over towards B.
This is channeling them into the stack behind the smokes. Glowing will be the first contact point. Yeah, leg sticking out. And Clax! He's just pulled one off. A headshot through the smoke. It's coming together. They run straight into the lion's den, and only Crad can save them now.
Look at Forrester on Krad's cam. He was just losing his mind.
Yeah, knowing that this was supposed to be a very weak buy. They've walked straight into the stack, and that Clax Deagle headshot is led to the house of cards. Tumbling over, down goes Crad. Rifles galore, throw them to your teammates. Everyone should leave with something. And look at that! You came in with peanuts. You leave with AWPs, 5-7, AK Galil, everyone finding something. This is the Clax headshot. That's nuts. The first bullet out of his D.
Yeah, what is that about? And Glowing, did he realize how much he was giving away right there? Regardless, he was the burly. He was the chum in the water, and Forrester cannot quite believe it. Just walking up mid into their demise, and what should have been a 7-3 scoreline. 9 Pandas, they can tie things up at the half.
Oh yeah, they've got some resilience, haven't they? 9 Pandas. Now they can really add salt to the wound with a conversion of this one. A missed shot from Icy. Good spam, puts him on 3 HP. Dilladez nearly had it there. Clax boosted up. This balance under quad.
Yeah, this is a fragile setup. Unfortunately, they're not popping through with like Tech 9s and Mac 10s aplenty right now. Because all it takes is Idis Balance missing that first shot. Up banana, they'll head. CT's exchanging utility now. Retaining that top banana control with a bit of a classic. Does look like there is going to be a gap for Crad to work with as the rotation point of C's heading back over to bolster this B bomb site. Minute on the clock. As far as an execute goes from AMKAL, they do have 2 smokes. I'll make it 3. Could see the classic CT and coffin smoke, a flash, a molly towards new box. But they will have to fight against 3 defenders. All right, well, the first used just to bait out a bit of U2. Now they can set up again for the double pump. So they baited out 1 smoke short. Here comes the second wave.
Clash and fight, that's Glowing's plan, and look at the work they've done! They just run straight into the meat grinder of Diladez and Seized. The Flash supporting the project from Glowing.
Nice, he just needs to run and hide. 6 seconds left on the clock, wants to retain this AWP. They are hunting, Klax will be the closest, but 7 seconds, I'm not sure, unless he just holds down that W key. He might, 3, 2, 1, and didn't round the corner into the fight. Ooh, and that B hit, it had nothing, did it? Nothing at all. It was pedestrian defense on that side. They didn't wince for a moment.
And the 2 rounds now, in back-to-back fashion, after seeing the frustrations on Forrester, combined with this one where you've just, that's twice on your T side, you've had the call, you've been running into the site, and it's just been over in what, 5 to 7 seconds? That will be deflating. A saved AWP and Tech9s to try and leave with the lead. Hank Seized. Throws aggression into the mix, now notes the AWP. Disbalance. What? He's missed that one. That was a dry peak. An opportunity to take down Icy. Don't think it's going to have too many ramifications. Caesar's actually still sticking around.
Yeah, quite frisky, isn't he? Well, they are top mid. Long smoke lands towards Library, and we saw Disbalance play Library an awful lot. Actually, it's the 3-quarter, so another great clear and information. So now they know that the leak towards Arch is in play. Glowing should be able to pick this up.
Clean. Disbalance is getting run at. The 5-7 can find Nickelback. Oh, just about 6-6. That is one hell of a recovery. You can see those 3 at the end.
Yeah, and I think the key with the 3 at the end here, as it's highlighted on our screen, was they took 1 casualty in 3 rounds. And the round where this all started, the way that they were able to level up the playing field is a round that we saw the frustrations of Forrester, one that AMKAL definitely should have been able to pick up.
With 2 saved MP9s and some 5-7s.
Yeah, and just the right little stack. So they just walked into their death. It was that Klax deagle shot through the smoke which started it. But yeah, just limp, I would say, at the moment from AMKAL. We move into Overpass next, and Nuke is that 3rd map if we need to get there. For Seized, he's the only member of his team to have played in a major before. We've highlighted just how many. Whereas on the other side, Nickelback's side, him, Crad, Forrester, they've been there, but the likes of Travis and Icy have not. Well, let's see how we split the pistols or if both are going to fall in the favor of AMKAL. Thereby, it is going to be a pair of Julies on Travis. Icy with a smoke in his hand and a flash for Crad. On the other side, a little bit more util. Going to be a smoke and a molly for Seized, a smoke and 2 flashes for Disbalance, and seems to be spotting T-Stairs. The rest of them over towards second mid, and Forrester, he's actually glanced quite deep. Traditionally, you see the player run across spoiler for info, but he's standing to fight.
Yeah, and you can see they were trying to hide so that they could get a bit of a misinfo on his jump peak, but actually get some spotted.
Yeah, so if they were wanting to keep this one under wraps, that will not be the case. You can see how passive they are right now. Klax was even worried about a player pushing all the way down halls. So they're just making sure that AMKAL haven't been able to get away with any extra space. Klax very on edge, isn't he, about the possibility of the pushes. I guess with how passive this T-Stairs start is, maybe mid could have been a leak too. And yeah, if this is a flash over the roof, that's what it feels like to me, that they are worried that players have pushed down the guts. Yeah, you see, look how quizzical they are, Alex.
Yeah, they're not sure what to expect from the setup, but it is rather standard start. Crad does think better of re-peaking. Now, Travis is going to have a lot to do here with Crad. Ooh, catching a bullet, a goosh immediately. Woo, clean with the Julies is Travis. Mission accomplished.
Oh, and he's actually relented. They're not going to know that the sandbag position is now free. 40 seconds on the clock. It's a passive stance over towards A. Their best bet with the real estate they have right now would be just to execute. Klax is making sure nobody's top mid, but as he pushes up, maybe he's thinking they've heavily rotated. Oh, and now I think that they just have to execute B. There's still a chance. If they execute B and they trade cleanly, they can still win this round.
Yeah, they have to get past Travis and Crad. Crad, low HP. A single bullet could do it. Travis tucked in on our second orange, and Diladez, ooh, does at least hit the shot before he hits the deck. Going for the plant now. Crad doesn't have the low HP. Yeah, to push that smoke, so he goes down as well. Disbalance and Seized now. Looking to finish this one off. Coming in from every angle. Nickelback does catch 1. Disbalance brings him down. 2 now hunting. They don't know where Seized is, but they're both playing towards the garden, and Disbalance plucks another as Forrester. He's Been cut down, fake, and no problems here. Looks like 9Panda's pistol, and it's getting worse for AMKAL.
Whoa, look at the yells from Dilladez there. That is a massive round to win, considering how that one started. Travis with the Julies over towards the sandbag. They were so worried about the push in towards second mid and mid. It felt like 9Pandas had no control of that round. That was the opener I just discussed. The shot from Nickelback as well as Klax is like, well, we don't know where they are. Forrester even gets that freebie onto Dilladez. But it's this one here from Crowd that I don't quite understand. And this, again, returns to the pressure of the environment, of the moment, of the fact it's an RMR. We're seeing so many misplays. They're so hard to categorize. The only thing I can put it up to is the pressure of the environment. Otherwise, it just makes no sense for players of this caliber in Counter-Strike to be making those decisions.
Yeah, your teammates were on their way. Felt like he had to do it all, did Krant. The pressure of knowing that you can secure yourself a spot at the Copenhagen Major, the first CS2 Major, by picking up the win today. That one leaves a little bit of a mark. Now
They're very fortunate, actually. That could have gone so much worse.
Imagine he dies and you get the assist immediately. Woof.
That could have been quite miserable. But considering AMKAL have force ball in, there's an awful lot riding for them in a round like this. So dissuaded towards B. They will exchange smokes. You can see Travis towards spawn. Yeah, there you go. Perfectly highlighted with the flash in case they did want to disrespect the block smoke from AMKAL. One of the things that I didn't like about watching 9Pandas play the other day against Koi was they were executing a lot of the time from the darkness. They didn't really have any space or information, that they just execute blindly into Koi.
Library and Arch smokes. Forrester tucking in towards a more aggressive stance in the abs. He's going to get shot in the backside. Comfortable find for Klax with the Mac. And oh, he actually doubles up, takes down Nickelback. And now Travis added to the naughty list. Another perfect conversion for 9Pandas. 5 alive as Crowd and Icy just look to maintain what little they have. A Scout and an MP9. And already it feels like AMKAL, they're going to start feeling pretty hard done by the way this is turned around.
Oh, Steves, I thought he was going to consider the hunt right there, but considering how the round started, we'll think better of it.
This is like 5 consecutive, including the change of half.
And it was a tilter, right? I could see on Crad's camera just how much Forrester was tilting after that round loss, and it was a massive fumble. Just walk up mid and get absolutely destroyed. So at this point for AMKAL, maybe a timeout just to have a bit of a breather. Might be slightly premature because they will just have this retained MP9 and Scout to work with into the next. Maybe before the guns come out. But Dilladez, you can see that big grin on his face. We've seen some sharp moments out of him so far this tournament. As it will not be a timeout called, understandably so. Now with the 2 MAC-10s... Oh, I tell a lie. They did. They did just call their second tactical timeout. It's just blipped on screen.
All right. Get yourself hydrated.
Yeah, and maybe just to have a bit of a breather, right? Because it has, as you mentioned, that spree of rounds that all happened from a bit of a tilter. The game is definitely not over yet. Still plenty of rounds of Counter-Strike to play. It's a best-of-3 series. And you really don't want to already be thinking about, oh, it's all right, we're in the LCQ. As I said, burn the boats, Alex. Leave them behind. Don't be thinking of their way out or way back. Get it done right here, right now.
Timeout taken.
Yeah, so just seeing how far with what they do carry through, what they can make work. So a couple of smokes, a flash, and a Molotov. The Molotov is quite curious. That's in the hands of Nickelback. Let's see if they try and use this to set up a peak for Icy, right? If they try and corral 9Pandas at some point. Now he's actually just heading over towards Banana with it. So going for Banana control. Crad's going to force through.
Ooh, yeah, rock in a hard place. Seized has been tagged up. Blank's going for an aggressive maneuver on his own. Everyone else trapped T-stairs.
And it's going to force out a full rotation. But the key for 9Pandas is keeping their cool. You don't need to just run into this. You've already been able to withstand the aggression over towards Banana. You can retake it back. You don't just need to, as I said, execute blindly.
But this is cheeky. 15. I mean, you've gone for an aggressive util and steps. And then you gamble back towards the A site, hoping that they do execute blindly. Maybe this is actually an indication that AMKAL are aware of some of the shortcomings of 9Pandas T side, as you've been discussing.
Well, this is already good, right? They've cleared out logs and Broom with a molly. Now they're taking back the Banana control. Likely to see a boost up or at least a flash to facilitate this sandbag clear. Even if Crad drops this, I would still like to see them just finish towards B. You don't have to go through the smoke or anything crazy, but he doesn't have anything left. You've exhausted all of their block utility at this point, and they're still gambled over towards A now. 9 Pandas aren't to know that. Faking steps. They just fake the runaway steps.
That's nice. That's very nice. Krad's even leaving the site. The one player there is now going speedway, and they're going to start running. They're going to start moving. The smoke has faded. Klax is spotted. He's trying to wrap. And this is going to be Klax farming him up. Sure, you get one Krad, but here we go. Klax can't control the spray for more. Nickelback puts Klax down, and Mac 10 recovered.
Seized is low, but the bomb's down. This is a hard one to give away unless he gives away his life for free.
Forrester could finish off Seized here.
There's no reason to peek Seized.
No, not at all. Nickelback's going to be joining them. Icy moving back as well.
Oh, they're just playing for damage. They're not going for this.
Oh, there was a peek at a Seized. He had a look.
Ped doesn't realize how close he is to danger, does he?
I don't think he leaves her with this AK. There doesn't seem like there's a single way.
Oh, he's asking for a bodyguard. Escort me off the premises, please.
Well, confirmation of Icy, and it is survived by Glowing.
I want to keep moving, boys. They are hustling, and they will be able to retain these rifles. So Icy, nothing really for his troubles. A wallbang is the best he could offer as the round will subside. Now, we should see upgrades come through. I don't imagine they'll hold on to the Scout. Do they want to hold on to the Mac 10? Right, they could use that for some banana control, but at this point, it already feels like the game is getting away from you. I can see them buying in with a FAMAS. Okay, well, it is going to be 3 and 4s of FAMAS. Util quite important, an AWP for Icy, an AWP for IDIS balance. This is really where AMKAL need to start putting up a fight with on this CT side gun rounds, or the game has gotten away from them. Calm Molly, dissuade any CT aggressions. Boiler Molly, stalling out the T side default. So both teams, just with some delay tactics in the early stages of this, silently ascending up in towards the window, and Ceased again, starting another round on sub HP. The poor guy can't catch a break. Forrester pumps him full of lead through the smoke on a fadeaway.
Oh, ooh. Forrester's holding on, fighting. But here's Icy, and he's got the orb now, puts Dilladez down. Disbalance needs to take this fight. Somehow he gets the first. Has to get Forrester down on the site. Will they expect this? Disbalance is clearing, and Disbalance is pulling his boys into a round. A triple kill on the orb. Combat from Disbalance.
He was ready for everything.
Everything.
Krad's gonna give it a go. He's got a kit and a smoke.
Yeah. Is he playing the fade, or is he pushing through? Glowing's ready for this. Oh, he's going to try and get himself up. Opportunity for a good angle onto Glowing. Glowing just looked away. Caught on the jump. Okay, 9 Pandas. Wow. Happy with that. It was a 4v5, you know, you lost Seized early, you still have Disbalance you can counter. You can see how that must feel so good. You know you've just put a round that can only be attributed to your handiwork.
But let's tally them up right now. Seized with the triple on the auto shotgun, plus Dilladez winning out the clutch with the MP9 in the first half.
Yep.
They have that MP9 round where they get nothing done. They save 2 of them, they upgrade lightly around it, and then they win with a stack top middle. And now you add that IDIS balance round into the mix. Actually, let's just talk about this first the T-side pistol round that they've just played as well, where they had number disadvantage. It was a 3v5. They won a 3v5 pistol. It's good vibe tribes for 9 Panda right now. Things are feeling schmick. It must be feeling beautiful because the type of rounds that you're winning, you shouldn't be.
This is how it started. This is how it started. And that shot from Icy was the last one he successfully could take. Disbalance just gets all 3. Clears out Forrester at the back of the site, and Glowing good for the close.
The Forrester one was impressive to me. The fact that he just didn't go, okay, well, you have the bomb, you can plan, I'll just go sit in pit and try and cover you. He was actually actively trying to clear out for his teammates. So good stuff from IDIS balance. There's a hodgepodge purchase for AMKAL.
Lot of damage there. That's a good, well-placed HE. Dilladez and Glowing limping.
We've got a streak of 7 rounds now. They just keep coming for 9 Pandas.
So it's a CT smoke that means nothing. Cradle peek over. Throws out the half-wall smoke to confirm it. Forrester pulling out the Nova.
If they go top middle and long side, which we've seen them do a couple of times, right? They've had the arch smoke and the library smoke. They will be able to avoid the shotgun.
Oh, Nickelback's
Coming
getting
through.
run. Yeah, get your guns out, lads. Crad needs another on the CZ. Not going to be able to do it. Going for a knife kill. What is happening?
Yeah, why?
What is happening? Are you aware of what's at stake
Why don't
here?
you just drop back and reload, bro?
That could work too. I know it takes a while. It does take a while, but it's a 3v3 now. You would have had the numbers advantage. Your teammates... Ooh, counting on Forrester Hill. Oh, what? Disbalanced legs. Icy, and he nails a P250 headshot.
24 HP and a 1-on-3.
Yeah, no, Glowing's in trouble.
Oh, he has found the open runway for this B split.
If you're Travis, though, by the time you've gotten clear banana...
He should stay top
That's
banana,
what I'm saying, right? You're not getting... Like, unless Glowing goes nice route to ruins, maybe you can find an opportunity to plant. Travis should be able to find this every day of the week, though.
Yeah, Travis doesn't need to go anywhere, right? Travis essentially just needs to stick to his gun, sit in a corner, limit his angles, because right now you can see he's a little bit worried. It's going to be a defensive smoke and the molly, so plan to be nice. You'll take this. Icy and Forrester are low.
Do you have anything here, Glowing? Playing around the smoke.
Did Travis just smoke himself off?
Sticking around. Seems he may have done, yeah. Ops for Nubox. Molotov misses.
Oh, no spread.
No spread. Glowing. Allowed to occupy from a missed utility piece. And now the time favors him. If he could just find this first. Now he gets them off the bomb. Doesn't choose to peek. And it was a low HP. And now the one-on-one. He's only had 24 HP in a 1v3. Forrester doesn't have the time. On another tilter as 9 pandas are sent to 11. Thanks to Glowing.
I've discussed it several times in this game so far, but just the amount of uncharacteristic decisions that you see coming out of these teams. The pressure of the environment, that again, that's all I can put this down to. Like, what's Crad getting up to here, man? Just insane scenes. And then the fact that, Glowing had no idea there was a player top banana, right? He had no idea there was a player top banana. He dropped a safe smoke to plant because he is saying, I do not know where the bad guys are. I am going to hope and pray right now. And then the other guy smoked himself off for 20 seconds.
And said, I'm here, by the way.
I'm coming from banana, bro. And it also meant that he could then take more proactive stances towards CT spawn.
Which has
And then they missed the molly new box.
The molly, yeah. It doesn't reflect well on AMKAL. See, he's chill.
He is. He should be.
He's just talking him through it. Like, I'm going to flash you up top banana. Nickelback has one cocked for Crad.
Oh, if this finishes 13-6, we have to call this a collapse.
Yeah. I mean, consider how the scores looked at the start of the half. It was a 4-0 start.
The spree all started with that light by round top middle. But that's why we'd have to call it a collapse, just a mental capitulation from AMKAL.
Yeah. 3 to wrap up the CT side, and then you've got a run of 5, so 8 total since that round, or 7 since that round. 8 with it included.
They got top banana control somewhat. They're applying pressure over towards A as well. You see a moto smoke in the sky.
Can 9 pandas convert cleanly? Is there anything more to be said about the AMKAL defense? Travis just got run on. Look at Diladez go. He is a beast. He's charging, though. They want to pressure Crad.
Time.
With only 15 seconds left, this feels like they may have taken a little too long about this. Wrapping in now. 10, 9. Get the bomb in disbalance, covered by Clax. Glowing, however, just needs to take them off the bomb, covered by C's. They get it in. Oh, it gets worse for AMKAL.
Wasn't a moto smoke at all. The library smoke facilitating that fight, just obliterating. Diladez, a huge opener. Wow. And then the time pressure, not a problem. Just all the bodies they needed. AMKAL.
Hey, listen, Seized, he studied under the school of Na'Vi. They'll run that clock down. It was a little bit of a pandemonium finish, but we got there.
Wow. What a turnaround. This is such a feel-good victory. 12 secures. Icy and Forrester just look to retain their weapons. Not a single round to their name on this half of play for AMKAL. Sure, a constellation frag there from Forrester, but that's all that is. Damn, Diladez.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that.
What a blinder. And then you know you're against the clock. You just got to keep on moving.
Charging.
Well, they can drop guns, right? I mentioned the lost bonus situation, so there aren't any dramas as far as the buy is concerned. It's just this massive drought of rounds. Oh, and I like this. I like this a lot. The fact that they're going to take their second tactical timeout. They've still got one in the bag here at 9Pandas. But just to discuss, boys, let's get over the finish line right here, right now. We have them against the ropes. Let's not give them any opportunity to get back into the game. Take those 30 seconds. Take a deep breath. Talk through the strategy. Make sure everybody understands exactly what you have to do, because as we glance at the round timeline at the top of the screen, this has been one-way traffic. The momentum is shifted. 9Pandas just one round away from closing out this map pick.
You can see the scores on the doors. Forrester actually with the highest ADR in the server, but only 6 rounds to boast. Let's get into it.
Look, we talk about the ramifications of the details in MR12. The desk is just going to be recounting the type of rounds 9Pandas won that they shouldn't have.
Yeah,
and
right.
that has just made all the difference in this game.
Like, you need 2 hands to count. As 9Pandas can finish this one cleanly.
And head on to their map choice of Overpass
They've
next.
forgotten what it feels like to lose rounds.
And no matter the circumstance, they've been able to pull it off.
Is this it? On the map pick of
He made a
AMKAL.
step, didn't he? Caesars aware someone was close.
Yeah. So an audible cue.
4 towards A from AMKAL.
This
Good
is an
rotation.
interesting strat. Now, they took a timeout for this. Icy is holding. This is not going to be easy
Need
to
to be
force
good
them off this
flashes.
line. They have to be fantastic flashes. And with the loss of Forrester, maybe Icy gets distracted.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. He's tucked into the site. He nails the first. He's got to stay dynamic here, but Dilladez already passed his line. They push in the smokes, and down goes Travis. Down they go. AMKAL missing, absent. Their map pick. And dead silence after the fumble up mid.
Oh, just a collapse. A catastrophe unfolding as Glowing will get the final frag. That is 13-6 scoreline. Blown out and mentally destroyed.
Got to be happy with that one. Dilladez on your screens. Clax as well, hitting some digs. Everyone on 9Pandas had delivering in their moments. Glowing with a 1v3. I mean, sure, somewhat of a mistake from their opponent, but you can only do what's up in front of you. And what's in front of us is an analyst desk.
The Pandas there, absolutely ruthless, taking AMKAL's map pick of Inferno 13-6. That was a very strong performance, Matthew and Jacob.
No doubt about it. You know, there was, I think Chad summarized it pretty well. Catastrophe, a crumple coming out of the boys from AMKAL. They were looking very solid in the beginning of the game. I was watching the game thinking to myself, okay, first pistol round, you convert, first buy round, it was looking great. Then there was a streak of, I believe, 3 rounds where it went the way of 9Pandas, and then it bounced back with another 2 rounds. And I thought to myself, all right, listen, you got it. They came with a response, you had a response to that response, and all of a sudden it just completely fell apart for the AMKAL guys. I'm not sure what exactly happened right there, Matthew, but there was many rounds that shouldn't have gone the way they did.
Yeah, I agree with you. It was a mental breakdown. I think that's how you want to describe it if you're watching this as an AMKAL fan. I guess the second pistol is probably where everything starts to fall apart. It's 2v4, that's turnaround from Pandas. I think AMKAL might have been a little bit shook by it. And then after that, Pala, you can basically just draw the list of power plays that AMKAL misplayed, situations where they had an advantage and they misused the utility, mistimed the situation, didn't peek together. It was just a long list of opportunities that they granted to 9Pandas. And I gotta say as well, I don't want this segment to just be about AMKAL messing up. No, I think ID's Balance, for example, Dilladez, whenever they were given these opportunities, they were ready for it. They were absolutely... You see this last round, how they defended bomb side? That's no joke.
Completely agree, Matthew. You mentioned Dilladez and ID's Balance, but I think it's great to see that C's was up there with them, close in terms of fragging power. And I'm sure that that was inspiring his team, considering he's the veteran.
I would agree. So I think for 9Pandas, you gotta give credit to every single player. You see the scoreboard here as well. We have Glowing, you know, with 9 kills at the bottom of the scoreboard, but having a massive 1v3 in that game as well. So you can
I think we'll be able to get that up. So
of course we will, right? But you can point on every single player from the 9Pandas. They had moments in this game where they were the deciding factor, and they weren't necessarily the single deciding factor. It was in synergy with each other. As you said, there was a couple of 2v4s, 3v4s, 3v5 for that matter as well, where the players came together, showed great synergy, showed great understanding of how to approach a situation that from the outside that at more often than not looked unwinnable for the Nine Pandas. So the 13-6 scoreline suggests that it was a very dominating performance from Nine Pandas. I would argue it was much, much closer, but AMKAL, they're going to feel that they missed out on a lot of opportunities.
Yes, standout player
of the match, Diladez, by the way.
Pretty legitimate. I think there would have been other candidates, but his numbers are very much up there. And I wanted to build on Jacob's point as well.
Okay,
go ahead, please. You shall have the priority.
I was just going to say, you mentioned you'd think of other players. I know Glowling was bottom of the table, but as we'll see in his later clip, that 1v3 is potentially worthy of a standout player performance. Nonetheless, Matthew, please continue.
You're right. There were plenty of occasions where people stepped up. What really puzzles me is that this game started well for AMKAL. And by that, it's not just a blanket statement. We're talking about the good strategies, well executed, calling out the bluffs from Nine Pandas, closing situations, good clutching as well, 2v3 on the A side. You're thinking, wow, this is starting the exact same way you want it to start, right? This is perfect. If you're AMKAL, you're getting warmed up. This is your pick. You're going through the motions of your T side. Your clutch is going your way. When did it all go wrong? How did we went from day to night through a few clutches?
Potentially in that first round of the second half, that eye disbalance
Yes,
pistol,
probably.
I mean, they were in a deficit there and they just swung it back around. And these momentum shifts, we know in Counter-Strike are so important.
They are, you know, but it's the fragile mindset of the AMKAL guys. It can't be that easy to crumble under pressure like this. It can't be that easy to go from looking solid, looking great, to not do anything at all. That's the issue for me in this performance coming out from the AMKALs, because I agree with you. In the beginning, they were looking solid. They were looking in charts of the game, but they just couldn't follow it up.
I mean, we have a couple of examples we can use as well. Round 3 is where I think things start perfectly for AMKAL. You have this setup from Nine Pandas. 3 to cover bracket, but the timing of the Apps peak on the side of AMKAL is perfect. You'll see, even though the start is a 3-for-1, he comes out, and obviously towards the very end, Forrester has that very clever move. He goes back into Apps, down into Boiler. These are moves that tells me that they're activated, they're ready, they're thinking, they're not being too passive in clutches. This was my first meeting with these guys on the server was this round. Like, how do we then forward to the clutches that you're talking about? The crazy, the 1v3, the 2v4.
Because that wasn't even the only round in the first half where we saw AMKAL in a strong clutch position. We also saw it in round 8, which we'll bring up on screen now. It sort of plays out in a similar way to round 3. And then at the very end, Icy with some slick moves playing around a smoke, just closing it out.
Yeah, again, that's a moment where the clutches are going their way. So the way
this there at the start.
Exactly, and the way it's supposed to be when you have a game that is so high pressure is that whoever catches on the first few clutches builds on that, right? And the other team sort of crumbles a little bit. You get emboldened, you get more brave about it. But this is where you have to respect Nine Pandas, because they didn't let that deflate them. They actually, they had the reaction.
They were the ones showing the mental resilience in this game, no doubt about it. Again, as we spoke about, AMKAL getting off to a good start, winning the first couple of clutches. By any stretch of the imagination, you could imagine the pressure built on in a situation like this, when it's so important for both these lineups to win this game and get into the major. It wasn't that the case, and as I said, I feel like the main takeaway for me from AMKAL, at the very least, on their own map pick, by the way, is that they were fragile. It took a couple of rounds for them where they didn't, play well, where they messed up a little bit, and from that point onwards, they had nothing to show for, nothing to do in this game, and that's not good enough. You want to qualify for a major, you better play better on your own map pick than that.
One last round to look at now. Let's take a look at Glowling's 1v3 in round 17. Nine Pandas here, potentially echoing or doing what the casters were echoing, which is just winning rounds that they shouldn't.
Yeah, listen, obviously the start is a little bit skirmishy. As we can see, it goes a little bit all over the place. It gets very, very dicey, and then Glowing with that triple position. He's very good at isolating duels. It gives you sort of a protection. But then again, the problem is in a clutch like that, you can always look at it both ways. We can say he played it right, but also where is the possible trade factor? Is it really necessary to split left and right like that? Are you not just allowing him? But I think at this moment in time in the game, the players from AMKAL, they're already underwater, right? You lose track of what you're supposed to do because you've lost so many of these clutches.
Overall, great job by Nine Pandas on Inferno. Guys, let's look ahead to map number 2, which is going to be Nine Pandas' pick of Overpass.
So the way I look at it right now is either Nine Pandas get overly excited about the situation and they see themselves already winning, which is very dangerous, or they stay the course, they stay very disciplined, and they're going to win this 2-0. I have witnessed them play very good Counter-Strike on Overpass versus 3D Max. They were allowed a lot of space, but they had good finishes. They were able to sneak into bathroom. They were able to execute on A from a far distance. They were able to execute on B. They have all the tools in the shed. It's all there. The only thing is, don't feel entitled. Just because you've destroyed them on Inferno, if you think the game is yours, this is where you lose. And I think this is where a guy like Seast, for example, is supposed to step up and make sure that the people have the right mindset.
Matthew, that's veteran advice. Pimp, what are your thoughts?
A bit worried for AMKAL, I'm not going to lie. The way they were fragile, the way they crumbled here in Inferno, the body language as well. I think Chet was right in pointing it out during the cast that they were getting frustrated, and they were getting frustrated very early on. They got a reset hard coming into Overpass. Unfortunately for them, I don't think it takes more than 1 or 2 rounds for them to crumble one more time. So if I'm 9 Pandas right now, I would, as you said, be fully focused. Don't feel like you won the game already, but go in there, win a couple of good rounds to begin with, and I think AMKAL is at the breaking point already by now. So I'm a little worried that we're looking at a 2-0 as well, which to me is a bit surprising given everything we knew about these two teams coming into it.
Gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts. Everybody at home, 9 Pandas are 1 map away from securing their place at the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major. Can AMKAL bounce back in map number 2 of Overpass? We'll find out very soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. No!
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
It's time for our CS2 fantasy draft, and I've got Zorte with me from BetBoom, and we are going to spin this wheel and pick out your dream players. So, you ready?
Yeah, ready.
Ready? All right, let's get with the first one. Which team are we going to get to choose? Ooh. Okay. First one, you get a player from Furia.
Oof. It's hard one actually, but I prefer Xerato, I guess.
Quesada?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, Quesada's starting. So you got to rifle it in there early on.
Yeah, but he's like, Rafa, he's actually insane. It's
yeah, really good. Ooh.
NIP, so... It's actually hard one because I don't know like much about these players. But it's like, might be... Actually, I don't know, I have a good rifle, but hat trick, in my opinion, is like a decent whopper. But maybe in the future I can pick up a more like a better.
Yeah, more powerful whopper. I can see what you're thinking. Maybe you get vitality, right?
Yeah, and the same thing in like an AGL, because Alex is like he's decent, but he has not much experience in the T1 teams. So maybe it's good for choices like is it a config or S? Who's playing Anchor for NAP?
You're asking the wrong person who was playing Anchor. I think it might be Esete playing Anchor.
Esete, and actually config playing the same role like Xerato, I guess, no?
Yeah, probably more aggressive, right? Taking the fights, being the second one in.
So I will pick up a Res.
You take Res,
yeah.
Okay. So we've got Quesada and Res so far. 3 more to find. Ooh. Navi. No, interesting. No, there's no simple on this, so you can't take an offer in that sense, but you might be able to take Wonderful.
Yeah, so actually I have a good 2 rifles.
Yeah.
So, what I want? So, Alexi BIGL or Op Wonderful? So, it's no point to take in IM or Beat.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, actually, I would pick up Alexi B because, like, I actually like him. Like
Okay.
IGL, yeah.
Respect to Alexi B, IGL. 2 more to find. Whoa! Oh, this is the easy one now.
It's easy, yeah. So actually, Zai was my favorite player. So
Is he?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
there
So
we
I got
go.
him.
The Zyro on AWP.
Yeah.
This looks like a pretty good team already. This is nice. And you get to take someone from Cloud9. You already took one. You got your
Actually,
team.
who I need actually? Anchor? So Rez, Serato.
Rez,
yeah.
Serato, Zyro, Alexi B.
So easy to pick up. It's perfect, I guess.
Perfecto, yeah, that's perfect. That's a great
Yeah.
team. Easy.
Easy.
Zorte assembled a really solid team. This could be a team that will make it through to the major, I think.
Yeah, it's like, you know, with football manager, it's like FC manager. Kind of easy.
I like it. Good stuff, man. Thank you very much.
We are live, and bringing you the action for our second map of the series. And we've already seen, well, the desk has covered it. You've seen Chatty B, you've seen me, and we're going to be seeing our second map, Overpass. We just had Inferno and losing it. 9 Pandas have managed to pick up the opponent's map pick, and now we're heading into their turf with 1 map separating them from the major.
That's where you'd want to be, right?
Hell
You're
yeah.
going into your map choice, knowing that you just need to find 13 rounds to qualify after you've just mentally destroyed your opponent through some big individual plays. I Disbalance, Dilladez, the Glowing Clutch. You can list them, you can name them. And right now, hoping to shame them are the 9 Pandas. AMKAL, you got to turn this one around on Overpass, and you had a bit of practice. You got to take on NIP in a slobberknocker of an affair that a lot of people maybe enjoyed and maybe didn't. But regardless, Alex, here's the headline.
Go on.
Seized returns to the majors for the first time since 2018.
2018, the last time he was stepping in with that seized sticker in the game. You know, we actually, we saw a little, what was it? A statement from Seized saying that that's all he's doing right now is playing Counter-Strike and trying to get enough sleep, not even doing that at times. This is the how much energy he's been putting in to focusing on qualification for the major. And so now, just to put yourself in their shoes, guys. You've been doing that. You've been on this grind. You've been trying to build a team. You've been trying to make sure everyone's comfortable in every battle you face. And now you are just there. You can see it. It's like it's just through the glass. You could almost have it. 13 rounds is all you need, and you are off to the Copenhagen Major, the CS2 first. Let's see how this one starts off. 9 Pandas on the left side of your screens, on the T side to start this one off. And what's the call? I always struggle with my Overpass T call. What if I can learn a thing or two?
We got Crowd playing aggressive there, just listening to see if he can hear them making his way down connector. And he's dotted back quite quickly towards long. So this will open up a rotation point. Information already gathered, and, well, how much can he really glean from this one? Oh, he's hanging around.
Yeah, he's seen enough.
More than enough. It's a bit of a classic, though. You see a lot of teams, they'll go long, they'll force away info, then come back down through the bathrooms, and then likely head down connector. Will they opt for that? Well, yeah, looks like it. So this is an oldie but a goldie.
It's forced to rotate. They started 4 on B. Now there's only 2 here. If they're quick about this, the rotations are coming.
That's
They've heard
fake.
this. Oh, they're faking out again. Oh, wow. Kraz actually going to dig himself deep. He thinks this is a fakery afoot. Forrester, did he jump out of heaven? He's still there. Okay, he's going to have an opportunity for a quick rotation. They've cut noise. Here we go. Crad needs at least 1. Oh, no, he doesn't manage to do so. Icy going to try and take a fight. It's good work from Forrester. Looking to build a round out of this as Forrester taps away the head of Glowing. Going to get swung on from the truck side. Nice work from Clax. Puts an advantage and a bomb plant on the docket. Coming up with the double Julies. Nickelback, Travis. Long range damage onto Nickelback. Yeah, Seized has made that look clean. Just up to Travis now, going to be spotted out. Disbalance trying to put the last bullet on his head. Can't seem to do it. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Everything's fine. Clack should be the one to find it. And 9 pandas. You can see what it means to the coach. He now knows it's only 12.
Yeah, and T-side pistol on overpass.
Oh,
as long as they can find the conversion, and that's if there is a force buy at foot here. You know, you get yourself up to 3 or 4 rounds within the first few on a map like Overpass, and you are sitting pretty. Now, we were talking about Seized returning to the major circuit since the first time since 2018. Last time he played was with Flipside. He also rostered with like Waylander and World Edit, Blade and co.
Waylander, that is a name I've not heard in some time.
But it's the other 4 members of his team who have never played a major before. So Seized and his band of merry men, as we are getting a trip boost being assembled here. That's not to be confused with the trip mine. That might be a different game.
How much can you really see? Yeah, I like X-ray off for that. That's cool. I'm going to get really close to my screen. Hang on. Oh, well.
Just as you sat up, he fell off, and out long they go. So a shooting gallery against the USPs. The Deagle and Forrester will voice some concerns.
Klax is going to start investigating B. It's far too loud over on long. I say that, he's actually standing still. I'm not quite sure.
We're not getting ahead of himself. Doesn't want to give anything over.
Sure.
Rather have a big number advantage. At this point, you can just sit, you can wait, you got a minute on the clock, you got plenty of util. There's no need to really rush things. Just group up and go for the finish as a unit.
CTs are just trying to be ahead of the play, right?
Yeah.
Moving back and forth.
Right now, they've got no idea what's going on. None at all.
Like this is driving at night with no headlight.
And there's no way 9 pandas know they rotated it.
I like this boost.
Back.
They've actually opted for a cool choice. This has not done much. Forrester spotted out.
He can't catch a break with his timings, can he?
His timings have been cruel on this Deagle.
Well, I know there's 2 here now.
What can you do, Forrester? Have you got anything miraculous for the boys? Crad already taking down 1 in the flames, who does manage to provide another onto Glowing. If Nickelback can hit ahead, combined with Crad, it could perhaps spiral 15 seconds as that bomb does need to arrive soon. They are so hesitant that now Crad is nailing shots. How has he gotten 3? Has he got a clutch in him? Has he got this? It was supposed to be impossible. Diladez manages to catch a perfect window to time the crossback long, spotted out, and Diladez will close. But my God, did Crad not give it a good go?
Oh, that one came down to the wire, didn't it? The fact that he was able just to sit on the lip of the bin, use the smoke, continuing pumping domes. A round that started looking breezy. A walk up long, 2 kills. You're thinking, all right, it's all good. Just chill, just relax. Well, they still make their way in towards the stack. And AMKAL almost make it count. That one would have been a great way to break this losing streak, because for AMKAL now, you have to put together the fact that they had, what, a 6-2 scoreline, 6-3 scoreline, something like that. And since they haven't won any rounds, and that continues into map number 2, the rifles do eventually get purchased. A1Ss are plenty. Connecting control for Glowing. Second layering of that Molotov. Gonna flush out anybody from the stairs. Sector called clear, and now he can work in unison with his pack over towards A.
Yeah, Disbalance is going to hold for the long push as they set themselves up with some util. They smoke toilets, probably going to molly divider and progress. They actually go for the sneaky snake.
Ooh, that nade did a hefty amount of damage on the Forrester, didn't it?
On the money.
Well, they have 2 smokes for the finish. They could just go bank and drop down with the molly in towards the side and go. And Klax is coming back over. They might catch them on a timing here, Alex. This is looking tough for AMKAL.
Can you do anything, Crad? I think he's aware that there's something fishy afoot. Supported by Icy, Nickelback, Forrester even rotating through. They throw out a smoke that will set Crad up for success. You really are going to be hard-pressed to commit with Crad in this power position, but perhaps it's not a commitment. Perhaps instead, with C spotted, flashed, and executed, Crad is going to hear this. Diladez loudly moving through. The rotations are required. 20 seconds, this has to be the B commitment. The whole CT side is going to be here. Coming through, Disbalance loses the bomb. They surely lose this round. Glowing down, and only 1. Blacks trying to get an extra frag or 2 for the stats, but there we have it. AMKAL have broken their silence. That's continued into map 2.
Okay, well, there you see the streak finally broken, and some of the finances, all those extra kills that Crad was able to pick up and put down to a one-on-one situation, has put the 9 Pandas, led by Seized, into a bit of a tough scenario. Flash out long, the information there, the rotation in, it just felt a little bit too pitter-patter. You know, there wasn't enough of a direct hit. So hoping to find fights 9 Pandas on the way in. They were given a lot of room, and that was to hang themselves, as they have force bought, understandably so.
Wow. Has Dilladez got a hero moment in him? Or are we going to see...
They're noisy through con, Alex.
Level out. Yeah, so that's audible.
Very much so. So not making any secret about their presence right now.
Maybe by design. It's forced Crad back. Doesn't want to get run at.
Fortunately, they have a lot of space to work with over towards A. How quick are they going to vacuum this up for 9 Pandas? There's so many threats, so many risks. Are they upper bathrooms? Are they up close and personal? And traditional thinking once upon a time would be, oh, we're in an anti-eco setup. But now, I don't think it's as easy to make those type of decisions.
I think this sign is becoming very vogue ever since Donk was using it to great success, jumping there with the AMKAL sign.
Oh, they're going.
Yeah, nade's good. No, it's not. And now, up to Icy. Good find on the first. Smoke to divide and conquer does Crad. One back from Klax. Disbalance has retrieved the AK, but the nade is perfect. And denying the plant, it's perfect. AMKAL cannot complain. Everything they needed and more. Forrester puts Glowing on the floor. 2-2.
All right, well, explosive there, but not what 9 Pandas were looking for. AMKAL, a third. Available here, as the buy should be of the lightest for 9 Pandas. An eco necessary if they want to bring out the guns. And you'd want to get the AWP in Disbalance's hands. We saw the impact he was having for the team. A nice little multi-kill round with the AWP over towards that A side. It was a beaut during their T campaign. Sees to invest with a flash, and it looks like Glocks for everybody else. Door blown off. That makes the attempt for the flash and go through con a little bit more difficult. Klaxel.
What's he supposed to do?
Yeah, I suppose apply some pressure, but if you were looking to snatch up a frag on the fade, Crad, how many can you grab? Well, the fact is just Glocks. I'd imagine both. Or just one. Dilladez, quick to the draw.
Yeah, really good with shooting from him. Double Glock to the face for Crad. It's just a bump in the road, though, for the conversion here.
Yeah, only an MP9, right? Be interesting to see as well if 9 Pandas continue to run the clock down so low with some of these rounds that we start to see manifest as the game continues. That was one of the themes that they managed to pull off on Inferno, something that they've obviously opted for quite early here, as we do see the space taken from Forrester. Knows that it is a lighter buy, happy to take a bit of a risk, but also needing the information. Travis, oh, gets a whole bunch of his own. Should just drop back, stall them out. And Forrester can dip back over for some kills. Hello.
And goodbye. Double on the spray. He knows Seized is trapped. He's going to pad his stats. He's on 8 already. Lucky to get away. 19 HP. They're going to try and run him down, but covered by Travis. Good team play there. So just the one casualty, just the one SMG. No harm, no foul.
All right, well, the guns will come out, but just taking a look, Disbalance can invest straight into that AWP as previously discussed. I don't think he'll have head armor to go with it, so he will just have that Kev. Does make things a little bit more susceptible to these M4s on the other side. I see with his. So both teams getting into quote-unquote full buys. There's a Galil in the mix. Seized having to operate with extra util, and the same to be said for Glowing. So needing these key pieces of utility to help garner the map control. So they're going to go into a 3-1-1. He's extinguished and nade, so Crad forced back, but it's a fight towards A. Multiple bodies here, Alex.
Yeah, they're giving it a look. Icy's gone aggressive towards the long side. Are they prepared for this kind of angle? Dilladez has taken the safe route, hugging the wall and preparing himself a flash for the progression. Icy blind, forced off the line.
Wow.
Yeah, there was an opportunity there, and he actually is going to continue to investigate. Dilladez is seized and the bomb low on Fountain, now dropped on Fountain, rather. So let's keep an eye on that clock, as you were discussing. You got full con control. You've got long toilets.
They have water as well. Klax has been able to push his way out there.
Yeah, everything you could need and more. So the CTs are essentially in the dark. Long is called clear as well. This is dreamy.
Icy is not aware of the timing at the moment, I don't think. Oh, why Disbalance? How's he pulled that one off?
That's kind of mad, actually. He's wallbang Crad. Icy's
so
now
close.
going to have a look. And oh, it was nearly the collateral. Diladez down. Icy bails himself out.
Yeah, massive work. That double would have been insane, but he gets it regardless. Now they have to go into B quite quickly. 35 seconds. Travis still here. Rotation point of Nickelback. It's joined the party.
Yeah, he's good to drop in as well. Going to find an angle to support.
Oh, it's just a save.
Establish a crossfire. And yeah, you can see knife out in spawn. They're not fighting here.
And Crad again, he gets caught. I just balanced. I think he was quite fortunate or very sharp to hit that shot. Made it seem like there was a round available. And the timing, you just thought they had the jump on Icy there.
Yeah, and you can understand why they're hugging the close wall. But it does, when an AWP is clearing you, it does result in what we just saw there, a very comfortable find from Icy. The second is beautiful, though, when Diladez does start firing off shots. And, oh, it looks like we may have lost a player. Might be taking a technical here.
Yeah, just dropped somebody from 9 Pandas. So we'll get them back in the server as soon as possible. So bear with us a moment, everybody.
Quite poetic at the top of the screens. It has been AMKAL versus AMKAL.
Yeah, in some way, yeah.
It's poetic.
Bit of a mental collapse on map number 1, but they have to do it the hard way. And they never said qualifying for a major should be easy.
No, sir. And how many years has it been? 2018, you said, for Seized?
Yeah, 6 years.
6 years since Seized has made it.
So this would be his 13th major, lucky for some.
13th. Just going to be restarting the computer and getting themselves back underway. So if that's the case for Seized, but every other one of his teammates would be getting there first. This is that shot you were talking about. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, you see what I mean?
Whew. Kind of sick, actually.
Yeah, pretty damn sick, and so is Icy. So the AWP is the highlight of the previous. And yeah, Diladez a little bit frustrated. You think you have the jump on him. The timing, it looked good, didn't it?
Yeah. And you want... Oh, man. This is where, you know, we're getting frustrated as the viewers, the commentators, whoever we are, when we play CS, and the stakes are what? 25 E points?
Yeah, we all like the ELO, right?
Yeah, we just want, you know, we lost some of our points that are on the website. That's a shame. Never mind, oh man, you know, potentially a whole lot of sticker money, having my name in the game that I've dedicated my life to, and getting an opportunity to compete with the very best to ever do it. So, you know, it's very easy to kind of get into your own head, especially when you're sitting there and not able to talk in a technical pause. Maybe it's a tactical now, actually, because it does look like we've got 5 on both sides.
Yeah, and because you saved a couple of guns as well, I think that has a conversation about how are we going to proceed forward. So we'll see how this one follows through. Freeze time now.
It's putting their heads together.
But you do have the saved AWP, and it does look like there's a force buyer on at least one of the 9 Pandas players, so I don't think he'll be alone. No, he isn't. And I can understand the logic behind this, right? Wanting to go for the force buyer while you have the AWP, because you asked the question, well, when will be the next time we can actually whip this out? So wanting to make sure they can set up the best possible chance to convert off Idis Balance's save. I see looking for anything fishy afoot. Again, more of the 3-1-1. This is probably one of the most standard of approaches. Is not really being able to make this boost look too easy, but they will be able to get there eventually. As Crad is posted this time behind the tree over towards Long. Has absolutely no support whatsoever, so just trying to be cheeky as the A rifle defender. Another boost, this time checking out the flower pot deep Long.
This is cool.
And much easier to pull that one off.
See the procedures. Now, Krad's actually opted for a real tight line here. They're going to run boost disbalance. If Krad can hit this... Oh, he can't. Very nice. Diladez flight path after the run boost does nail the shot. Now the rifle will fall into enemy hands. No Mac 10 to work with anymore. And a man advantage. Can 9 Pandas convert this? They won the T-pistol. And it's been AMKAL with a few consecutive. So now it's up to them to convert. Icy. Off you got for us. He seems like he's going to be cleared out. Disbalance will fire off a warning shot. That's enough. He's seen enough. Throws out the smoke, but not immediately turning tail. Will get himself back onto the site.
Has support many members of AMKAL to defend. 30 seconds.
Setting up their crossfires. Peeking through. Beautiful awareness, but that's even better from Glowing. He takes the AWP out of the equation. Goes wide to Nickelback. Still good, and it's Klaxon Seized, securing the round.
Well, you just have to go in at such high alert. If you're going to go into the site's lay, and especially the site where you have 180 degrees worth of clears, you need to make sure you're always biffing. You're not pulling out your knife. You're not getting ahead of yourself, getting that bomb down. So well cleared from 9 Pandas. And that run boost towards long could not have been better considering the position that was occupied from Krad. Because the player goes past, they're safe behind the rock, the swing out, your crosshair's been drawn, and bang, sat on your ass. Beautiful stuff.
And just for my own amusement here, Chad, do you think, you know, if Krad had stayed behind the tree, do you get a flash of them when you run boost? Like, is he completely invisible? What do you reckon?
I think they'll get a little...
Like a sniff of him?
Because when you're going for the run boost, you're more focused for the player deep, right?
Right.
So there's a few, but you should get a little glimmer of something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like you've got full Predator invisibility, but...
I think there was like a clip of FaZe once upon a time on this, and it's the one where like it starts with Olive gone, I truck and love over time, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then we get all the comms, and they go to do the run boost at long, and they mess it up. And then I think the round ends with like Brokey or Twist or someone laughing and going, I only spotted him because we messed up the run boost or something like that.
Right.
So, you know, maybe it needs to be flubbed to make it work, but this one not flubbed at all. 9Pandas brutalizing them on the way in. Well, not out of cash just yet. AMKAL can buy again. Starting to siphon through the cash.
Okay, they're leaving the bomb B and they're sending the AWP towards B. So that's a little bit of a deviation from the norm. See how they choose to finish this one up. Wow, this is interesting. So 3 early towards Monster side. Now Travis, he's the Bianca. Nickelback and Forrester still over here as well.
So he's looking around for some util on the ground. I'm not sure. Regardless, they are setting Idis Bounce up for the pick. And if your AWPer is feeling on a map like Overpass, it's an in-game leader's dream.
That's a very potent nade. Combined with the flame, Clack's forced to use his smoke. And Forrester, in the meantime, finding glowing. And oh, nice from Travis. He's not done there. Oh, okay. That's lovely. You know, you say AWPers are feeling it. How about your Bianca just taking fights on all fronts?
Yeah, that is beautiful. What else could you ask for? And the disruptive utility thrown out for a Forrester, it seemed like it just caused chaos. The dominoes fell, and 9Pandas too. AMKAL. A great round of Counter-Strike.
Do you know what that's going to do? That's going to send 9Pandas right back to where they were before. These slow, methodical map controls approaches, clearing out the toilets, pivoting, taking con, taking water. Instead of this more direct approach that has just resulted in Travis getting a frag movie highlight.
And they are hunting up through the connector position, but with 25 seconds left on the clock, Clack's all the way back in spawn. Curious to see if he gets to hold on to this.
Let's find out. Can we do X-ray off and just kind of quietly watch
Play
the
hide and seek?
Yeah, here we go. One. Oh, Travis gets 4 in the end. Nicely done. He's doubled his kill total in 1 round alone.
Okay, well, a nice round there from Travis indeed. The finances for that of 9Pandas, they'd get 2,900 into the next. So I'd love to see them just go for a bit of a partial investment here. Maybe something a little bit more aggressive with Tech9s. That was the Forrester opening, and you saw he wanted to make sure he got that util out first to make sure that he couldn't be killed from underneath. So gets his nades out, finds a disruptive kill, and then it's all Travis's turn as we do see Tech9s, 5 of which, a couple of HEs as well. So maybe they're going to go for this short control and try and do some stack nades.
Singe of the toes. CTs no.
Yeah, they are coming over with the HEs, but which of the many positions are you going to pick? Barrels, wood, the pillar?
It could be good if he throws them towards Forrester's position. He's caught a couple of heavy blows, and yeah, 20 HP for Forrester. 1 Tech9 bullet will do it. Krad, however, a nice double elsewhere from the con position, supporting the B side of the map. And it's going to be lovely. Just the 1 casualty, no problem. Finding a nice little pistol upgrade delivered to your front door.
Comfortable there from Travis again. As it is going to be a tactical timeout. The second called from 9Pandas, so not content with 3 rounds so far.
And understandably so. You know, when you've won the pistol in the second round, it's just been one-way traffic after that. One discrepancy, sure, but you don't want to be coming into the second half of your map pick with only 3 to work with.
And as you mentioned, likely to see them return to more of that 3-1-1 play, getting the map control and trying to finish towards A. B has not really netted them too much success whatsoever. And they are going to get the buys together, no dramas, as mentioned. But this is the thing. If I'm on 9Pandas right now, I'm saying, look, boys, let's just round at a time. You know, we get 1 more. That's pretty damn good. We're in a great position on this T half.
It'll be set.
I do believe it is Nuke as the 3rd and deciding map of this series if we need to get there. And you would love to see a series like this go the distance. There it is, top of your screen. AMKAL's pick of Inferno blown out of the water at 13-6. Now 9Panda's choice of overpass. Still locking horns between these two teams.
And we're in round 10. Actually running through the Molotov. Interesting to see Diladez and C's wanting to try and prioritize the push, but with the double molly one to playground, they had to respect it. I see. He's actually on the boost box.
I see a problem, Alex. They threw the molly in connector, but didn't clear it out.
They're gonna run boost. Can he hit this shot? Yes, he can. Beautiful, almost robotic as he adjusts. And that's enough. Mission accomplished.
Felt like he had so much time to hit that shot, didn't he?
Really, yeah. Didn't rush it. Didn't go for some crazy flick. And instead, now it's up to Crad. He's actually in transition right now, and that should be the end of him. 3 HP. Icy in support now. And down goes Seized. Icy's having a round here. This is that CT AWP on overpass. You know what it's capable of. And so does Icy. Sweeping forward, aggressive stance. Limits the options of his opponents. Clearing into the bathrooms. He's not stopping here. This is crazy.
Get blindsided.
Yeah, it's going to be easy for Clax to collect. And that was an equalizing frag that puts this round right back up for debate.
Everybody's here.
35.
All in on A.
Here we go. Molly towards Dice. Down goes Nickelback. It's good one back from Forrester. They're going to clear him. Covered nicely. One-on-one. Have you got it in your glowing? Another clutch available. Travis up to 12. And 7 for AMKAL.
Damn, Travis. He's been looking sharp on that AK-47. Great work from him and Icy combined for that one. And running away with things. Great one. A very well-defended round there. And yeah, it looked crazy to see Icy going forward, but wouldn't he have looked like a genius if he had found that perfect timing? Here's the opener, and yeah, as we said, felt like he just adjusted with the strafe slightly, put his crosshair in the right place, I just balanced boots, hit the ground, and he's dead. With the response time of this B defense, they've been able to erect quite the defense and getting fired up now.
Harosh.
Yeah, well, they were having a really rough go of things. AMKAL, ooh, they're actually pushing the short molly. Aggressive from Forrester, very aggressive, turning his head down for the flash, but still caught by Clax.
Yeah, that's a nasty feeling for Forrester. He tried to throw aggression into the mix, and now he's given up an opening. He's given up a rifle. It was just Tech 9s. A smattering of Kevlar. As Travis got another huge round in him. These multi-kills have been coming thick and fast in the last.
It's a deep re-smoke as well, so, oh no, not at all. Plume back through the tunnel. Thought he was going to try and be a little bit more aggressive with it.
Nickelback tested. And Flash, perfect. The timing, the space is now being taken. Travis is good for it, and so is Nickelback, putting themselves together with all 5 between the two of them.
Oof, this B defense has had no issues.
You can't get through them. You can't. Travis up to 14. Nickelback's managed to find a nice multi-kill there.
And even with him strafing into the flash, the most inopportune moment as well. Thought that would have been disaster for AMKAL on the B-bomb side.
But as you highlighted, Chad, 4 is most definitely workable. And most definitely, here, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say better than 3. So let's see if 9Pandas can find that elusive 4th. It's been eluding them for the majority of this first half. A run of 4. Could be 5 here from the CTs for a nice finish of AMKAL.
Crowd aware of the aggression due to the extinguish, but still really want to anguish over towards this B site. Clax in if he can get some nade damage back. Light onto Nickelback. As Forrester, well, we've seen... we set him up for a short push, or is it...
eating this. He's fully flashed. They hear the AWP was going for it now. They can boost up. Oh, big adjustment. Clax has nailed it. Well, that's a gift for 9Pandas.
Well, Forrester with opening deaths in back-to-back rounds, but they have to convert on this one, don't they?
Just Travis and Nickelback, though. I don't know if you want to try. They've been so solid.
Oh, and then you go back to A. You've got to get past Icy's AWP.
Yeah, it's just, Disbalance has finally felled Travis. His 4th death in the half.
And the Disbalance's 4th kill. It's been pretty light on for everybody on the 9Pandas side. The only one with double digits so far is Clax. 45 seconds and a lack of commitment here from 9Pandas as they are worried about a flank. You can see that by Diladez's position. Icy still over towards A. It's going to be Crowd and Nickelback to lock down B, and another redeploy of a smoke towards Monster. That's going to give them so much time. It almost funnels them either back towards A as the decision or through short. Pick your poison, boys. 25.
Oh, it's Nickelback.
That's the bomb.
And it's the bomb.
That was the bomb.
20 seconds. They are just going to have to run in and commit here. Looking good for the defense. Maybe not anymore. It's only Crad. What can you do? Nothing! As Disbalance hits the quick scope. A little bit of a fumble at the end there but 4 is still going to be something that 9Pandas can celebrate.
Crazy by Seized. He just went by himself short with the bomb. It kind of gave his teammates no choice. If that was what he wanted the call to be, fine. But 4, workable. As we do find ourselves looking at the second pistol of the second half of our second map. Now, it will be an uphill battle. This is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination for 9Pandas. I think the counter-strike that we've seen is from AMKAL in the second map has definitely gone up a notch. The cohesion's there, the teamwork's there, the way that they've been playing off of each other, and also some individual moments. Still a smirk on the face of Seized.
I mean, this pistol will go a long way. You get the conversions, that gap doesn't feel so big at all.
Well, he has invested here, Seized, in a smoke, a flash, and a HE. The rest in towards armor. So no defuse kit if the bomb does go down on the other side of the server. It's Icy with some util. And the same for Nickelback.
Disbalance is going to have a glance and spots at least one. Thinks twice about hanging around. They're actually going to go for a boost and a clear towards short water.
They blew the door off with that HE, so wanting to play for information within the early stages of this one. There's so much pressure on eye disbalance until the rotation comes back over, and at the moment, they know nothing towards B so far. Nothing in connector, and eye disbalance jumping over towards A.
Yeah, he's just desperate to try and be an early warning system for them. They're calling con clear now, so going through the motions.
It feels like they're getting further and further away from where they need to be, however.
Yeah, at the moment it does. And they are crawling towards this disbalanced jump. Hasn't seen anything just yet. Still not catching anyone. There's Travis now on his screen. And now the util's in the air. We're going to have to see Disbalance calling for backup. The rotations are on their way. Glowing's on a fast flank. Oh, yeah, seen the bomb. Going towards the bathrooms, going towards the site. Who draws blood first? Now they've fired off a warning shot. Glowing needs to find one here. They're planting the bomb. It's a hard shot into the bomb. Gets Icy low. Dillade's already long. This is brilliant for the CTs. Can 9Pandas close this? Now the bomb is down. Glowing's fragging up a storm. Icy's back is turned. Does find the frag. Dillade's good for it. Travis and Crad, what have you got for us? One back from Crad. Travis finds Glowing. A 3 versus 2 now, and yeah, it's only Crad. Should be fine for the defuse.
He's sticking it.
He's just going to hold it and cover it off nicely. We've got ourselves a 9Pandas pistol. Both. In this second map.
And the kills coming from the flank completely. Dillade's and Glowing getting all the work done right there. When I said Glowing needed to live, he just surged forward and kept looking for fights, right? Because if he goes down, then the bathroom space is all available for AMKAL to sink back into.
Right.
But that is going to be both pistols in favor of 9Pandas. But we said they're going to have to do it the hard way, and that's going to continue here into round number 2 of the second half, because with the bomb going down, the Galils come out, and we know they can pack a punch. M4s for the likes of Dillade's and eye disbalance, 1 for Clax as well. MP9s for Glowing and Seized. 4 Galils, a Deagle for Nickelback with the util. Travis down connector, Glowing listening, seeing what he can hear. Any early information would be a godsend at the moment. Passive boost, dealing with any aggression. You can see Crad on the playground, but he's not here for fun.
This is going to be very telling.
It's all in, isn't it?
It is. Glowing commits to this fight. Top of the connector stairs, they call it half clear. Good find. Down goes the Galil. Is he expecting another? He heard him. Yep, Forrester fumbling around.
What is Forrester doing?
I'm not. What the? What
was
is
Forrester
going
doing?
on? Forrester jumping around, looking at the floorboards. What? It's resulted in a magnificent double if you want to frame it from 9Pandas' perspective. I mean, con clear. 5v3. Just gonna have to go long. Seized.
Yeah, and he saw a lot there.
Yep. And that incendiary communicates the same.
Rotation on the radar as well, starting to move their pieces back now, 9Pandas. 36 seconds. They might doubt this because it's gone awfully quiet. That smoke might change their mind.
What have you got, Crad? What can you do? Disbalance in a powerful angle. And Nickelback with the bomb, did not clear his corners, a lazy clear, and it's only one. Icy doesn't have the health for this, doesn't have the time, and doesn't have his life. Run down by Disbalance. Double kill on the defense. 9Pandas are closing that gap, and that was a force. You know, those Galils, they've kind of slipped away.
Yeah, didn't even really feel like they had a chance to use them. That's a quizzical moment in Connector.
What happened there? Maybe we get it in the replay. Maybe we get it in the replay. Maybe he's like, I don't know, he's trying to get on the little boost and he fumbled it and then tried again. Little jump up on the spools. I don't know.
Overcomplicating things. And yeah, Nickelback gets sold there as well, right? He's like, well, if no one is going to go in, I guess I have to, right? They know that there's a player jump spotting over towards bank. He just launches in. Oh, I thought they were out of the woods as far as the frustrations were concerned, but that last round...
Yeah, compounded by this one where you've just kind of, you got no hope. Travis is up long, knife out, just trying to close that gap, catch a timing, but he's been heard.
Yeah, got his Nikes on, doesn't he? Gone for a run. It's a glorious day for it.
Could be a glorious day for the winner of this game. AMKAL. Is the pressure getting to them? Nice find. SMG frags, extra kill reward for them, and there's the last of four. As we are just in a one-round game here, folks.
All 5 staying alive. That's a bit of a beaut right there. Now, look, for 9Pandas, you have to ask the question, does IDisbalance want to upgrade to the AWP, right? Which means he can drop the M4 over to one of those MP9 players. Is it going to be something they think is essential right now to bring into this first quote-unquote gun round in the second half? But they've already turned their fate around. This was looking... I don't want to say bleak because we know how many rounds that you kind of need on the T side of Overpass, but at one point it looked like AMKAL had turned their fates around. Now they haven't opted to go for the AWP on IDisbalance just yet. He will be able to buy one into the next. They're sticking with the guns they had. They missed a molly. Crad, open runway. Clax with a run boost. The airlines for 9Pandas.
Yeah, you nade off the door. Travis is in trouble, but gets across. Safe from the flash in this corner. In this second flash the same, so, oh, still great shot from Forrester, and then Icy will build upon it. Diladez, the second component, now gone.
Well, Glowing's found some impact, especially against those Galils. This would be a miracle required to do it again. You can see he's navigated through the smoke towards the upper bathroom side. IDisbalance resides on the site, and C's saying, look, I'll puff up my chest on B, and I'll try and send them your way. Minute on the clock information for IDisbalance as he pushes out long, but might have to be a little bit more aggressive if they actually want to be able to rotate ahead of the play.
The call seems quite clear.
Yeah, and C's dipping back too. Look, if everybody had M4s and you were going to go for the save, then sure, but the fact that you don't want to hold on to 2 MP9s...
Yeah, it's maybe worth getting those MP9s upgraded if you can. But
too late.
Way too late. There are already 5 men walking into the B site saying thank you very much. We will take our first gun round and we'll take it by force. Forrester's frag. Icy's onto Diladez, and the round is theirs.
Well, again, seems like we're echoing this sentiment more often than not at the moment, but something's better than nothing. I'd still love to see the likes of Glowing and C's pair up and try and find themselves some damage. Or damage, if it were.
Ooh, didn't know you spoke French.
But it looks like they are just going to hold on to their weaponry. IDisbalance will be dropping this M4 across into the next and bringing out the AWP. Want to level the playing field as far as the scopes are concerned.
Yeah, I'm playing that long game as well. You can see there's lots of residual cash for the boys. Up to 6,300 is Disbalance.
And it looked like that short aggression was good, right? It came in with the Clax run boost. You got all the space for free. The flashes from AMKAL were doing nothing. They weren't deep enough. But still pipped at the post. There's some tidy shooting. And C's will be able to give himself an upgrade. So you take that every day of the week, lingering about. Here's that run boost.
Yeah, not working out for them because of Forrester's handiwork. Look at that. Perfect. First bullet out of the AK into the head of Clax. 9 for AMKAL. They respond with a first for their T-side campaign. Looking to take us the distance, take us 3. And they're just 4 rounds away from making that a reality. But that's 4 T overpass rounds.
4-player B start out of 9Pandas this time round. Door blown off. Another run boost. They love him, don't they?
Ooh. Get this one right. He's over.
Did Forrester catch him? It felt shallow, didn't it?
Yeah, just because of the fumble, they were off kind of a bit on the way down the ramp as they launched. It's potential that his toes were spotted, but we'll find out.
Oh, I see already with the pivot. And when you don't see a monster smoke come in, you're asking questions anyway. The fact that the monster pipe is not smoked off is telling that something could be up. There we go, the monster smoke now, and do we get a reposition out of iDisbalance's AWP?
Surging up long. Glowing will hear that.
Sees is just jump spotting A site again with an MP9.
Yeah, not the most fun to be had for C's, that's for sure.
No, not at all, Alex. He only has 1 kill in this half.
Oh, and he's spotted out the AWPer.
You can't just be a sentry. You're going to have to be able to contribute here with some kills. I feel a little bit... He's got 3.2 left in the bank. He's playing the long game, sure. 30 seconds now.
Ooh, glowing. Chipped away at, and that'll do nicely. Forrester with the information from the HE has profited. And a nice one back from Disbalance. Catches Crad on his adventure into the site. They will continue to press. 14 seconds. They do just to get that bomb down. Not going to nail the wall bang. And a hard retake in front of them. Diladez, perhaps the difference maker. He's going to bide his time. Trying to press the right moment to strike. Forrester on truck side. Diladez starting to make his move. Travis is holding him. Forrester towards the truck side as well. And good work from Travis. Wins his duel, and that should be it. Disbalance is already on the way out. Klax will hold on to the M4, and a necessary one for AMKAL.
Okay, well, yeah, that HE and spam combo. The A site comes tumbling down. And they had to wait for those smokes to start to fade before Diladez could make his move. They're on the hunt. Will they be able to take this AWP away? Oh, they will. Disaster for iDisbalance. Travis keeps up the good work towards that B bomb site. But now it's on the hunt, and 9 Pandas call timeout number 3. Oh, that AWP would have been worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, you're going to be kicking yourself, aren't you?
Oh, look, they can drop one. That is a possibility. I'm taking a look at it right now because Klax stayed alive. He had 4.8, so Klax can drop an AWP. It can be rifles for everybody with where the cash is currently at, but they are running out of chances, are running out of options. The amount of utility is going to be limited somewhat here. Oh, that could have really been a nice nest egg, and you could tell it was going to be a difficult retake. No, this is Glowing, playing at the divider and just wall banged by Forrester.
I didn't hear the sound cue. Do you think that was just a blind spam?
It could have just been a blind spam.
Yeah, damn it. Worked out well. Oh, Disbalance. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, now he finds himself equipped.
Yeah, Klax dropped that.
He's going to have to do a bit of a redemption run now.
Yeah, but Klax now only has a smoke, right? So you could see all the ramifications that start to unfold when you need to drop a weapon worth 4,750 schmackaroos.
Yeah, let's see what you got. 3 of them get a test. Flash is good. Disbalance falls off of the line.
They will hustle.
Yeah, look at them go. They seem to really like this. I mean, it does get them a lot of territory and pressure fast. And there's pivot points available to them.
And there has to be a re-aggress. This A site never really feels comfortable, especially now when you're hearing all this util over towards long. C's called over. And they have so much room so early, AMKAL. Normally it's about the 30 seconds mark we see them ready to make the hit. This time they have a minute to work with.
Yeah, that smoke's not going to delay them. They're throwing out a first wave of util. Molly to stop them disrespecting the smoke. But they're still going to give it a go. Extinguish and fight. Seized! Oh, no! Down again. Brilliant from Glowing. Disbalance yet to pull the trigger, and he didn't expect Crad to have already gone wide. Crad has had a round there. Triple entry into the site. Maybe Klax can find this. Forrester's, though, in a very deep and hard clear. Diladez separated from his teammate, looking towards party. Klax does go down with a messy spray from Forrester, still gets it done, and we've got 11. Crad, he wants to go map 3. He's not waiting around. He gets it done, despite the fact there's smoke, despite the fact there's a molly in front of it. They go, they commit with their util.
Yeah, it looked desperate, didn't it, right? Because they could have waited, but they didn't want to put a hold on that one, just brute forcing their way in, and iDisbalance losing the understanding of where Crad could have gotten off to. Well, at that point, you have to have a good understanding. He could have scaled in towards the site. Glowing catches Nickelback, and again, the pressure of the moment, the fact this is an RMR, the fact major qualification is on the line, you got to imagine they're quite scrambled because now AMKAL Pandas, they've just gone for some pistol upgrades, a Zeus for eye disbalance. This game has gotten away from them.
Yeah, 12th imminent. Nothing but a couple of pistols.
And you couldn't have asked for anything better than to go into your map choice after mentally disrupting your opponent, winning all the clutches, forcing them to tilt. They're losing against low buys. You're pulling off rounds you never should.
Oh, Forrester just looked away, and he's still going to get them both. That is insane. Seized and Dilladez couldn't quite find it. And so, yeah, this helpless remaining 2 players. It's Clax and Natus Balance.
And this is where you just hit the brakes, right? You take a breath of your AMKAL. You say, look, they have to keep on pushing. They've got nothing. We can really just take our time, regroup, and finish. You know when the CTs get desperate, there's no better place to be on the T side because you know at that point, even though they're going to try and set the tempo and the pace, you can set up that wide net, especially when it's just against the pistols. Clax would have to go absolutely nuclear.
The first is stunning. 1 bullet, 1 headshot. And going forward, I think he may have caught a whiff of Crad there on the retreat, but yeah, maybe this is bait. He's not going to clear this, is he? Oh, it's... Oh, actually, hold on. Forrester doesn't know. Forrester has no idea. Disbalance doesn't either. But Clax has managed to get behind enemy lines. 20 seconds left. An AWP scooped up. And a bomb plant undenied, but still missed shots. Yeah, hard. But there was an opportunity for a bit more than that.
Forrester's like, how the hell did that happen? Yeah, I have no idea, guys. Where did he come from? Sorry, but...
It happens.
Must have caught me on a bit of a timing right there. Poor Clax, right? If that was not the AWP on the deck, but an AK-47, he picks that up. He's going to pull the trigger a whole lot quicker. Maybe not doubting himself, but AMKAL, a great turnaround.
Seriously.
After a fantastic result yesterday against Falcons. Sending home the major champ, Magisk and Zonic, that combo. Well, finish off the hard work, AMKAL. Much better look here on map number 2.
Oh, whew. Could have been the end of Clax. And that could be the end of Crad. Look at that from Glowing. Does hit the headshot, but doesn't find the last bullet required. Travis through Con. Spotted out. Con loses track of the spray. Icy manages to track Glowing nicely.
The bravery of Icy.
What is this?
Yeah, he knew C's was around.
Yeah, I mean, admirable aggression. Got a 2-2 division of defending resources, and Crad's just running it up.
Once you get that info that there's 2 players heavy down connector, right? The A loose piece of Glowing now gone. The AWP you have to worry about, but take a risk. Why not? You've got rounds to work with. Setting up the boost, Forrester to get the top spot. Can't put a foot out of line, can ya? But aware was Clax. Took the jiggle, took the info, and now will nest down deep with Dilladez in towards the monster position.
Yeah, Nate's good onto Disbalance, and they're too quick for him. Oh, he's in trouble. He's under some severe scrutiny. Can Seized have his moment in the spotlight? A quiet overpass. Trigger discipline from Seized. Gets 1, gets 2, and in the backside, Icy's good for the first of a 1 versus 4 to secure map 3. This would be an ace clutch from Icy, and he's certainly got the capacity for brilliance. A lot of eyes on Icy. How is he performing under the most intensive pressures? Now, Dilladez was already down, and there is Clax. They survived the night, more required.
Boy, I can't believe the trigger discipline on C's then when he knew that eye disbalance was getting run down. Because, like, let's say that he doesn't pull the trigger after this initial exchange. That's the first kill from C's. Oh, jeez, the eye disbalance was under so much pressure there, just alleviating a little bit, but still, a big round from C's. 3 kills in total. As, yeah, you have 2 survive, you can still see how fragile the purchases are. MP9 and a FAMAS.
Oof.
Need to do that plenty more times. 4 more on the trot to take us to overtime. Eye disbalance, aggressive out long. The loose piece of Crad this time has gotten across, seemingly undetected. As he swings back out, eye disbalance. It's a chance at a shot, but nothing lethal lands.
Nice molly to clear out the potential for aggression on Party.
Yeah, that's one of the things with Overpass, right? If the CTs are aggressive, you have so many different little pokey holes you have to worry about clearing.
Now they're stretching their legs. As we reach the 60-second mark, with no information towards the majority of the map, they're all four have cycled through alongside. Disbalance has got the line drawn here. And Party
well done.
is Travis. Really nice opening from iDisbalance. Has he got any more in him? 45. Crad goes wide. Knowing the AWP's not holding it for now. But looking to pivot. Okay, this is time for Dilladez and Klax to show us what they're made of.
iDisbalance is rotating over. He's going to be heaven.
And Dilladez just needs one on this MP9. Can he make it work? Yes, he can. Controls the burst of that SMG. Disbalance will collect onto Nickelback, and that is it.
Yeah, great rotation point there from iDisbalance. You could see him on the X-ray immediately pivoting as soon as all of that A pressure was alleviated. And that re-clear from him, just drying towards that party fight, a big frag, a tone setter. Oh, never too late, is it?
Will the 9 Pandas show some resilience here on their map pick? So there's certainly going to be options. You're going to have the opportunity.
Yeah, both pistols for them in this map as well.
Right.
So as far as the gun rounds are concerned, it's been pretty damn tidy from AMKAL. Now, they haven't humbled the finances of AMKAL just yet. They need one more of those. But as you're accruing rounds, your opponent is loss bonus. 2,400 into the next. So if they get the bomb down, might be able to justify a partial buy with Tech 9s and a pace change, and that could just be enough to win the game. Coming through, Icy's aggression.
He's feeling himself. He wants to finish this. Look at Glowing, though. He's going to push deep into the enemy territory. Oh, and Krad's nailed the shot there. It was a dink exchange. AK's better. Nade, shy of the mark.
Yeah, you could see how aware they were of the push because multiple flashes came over the top.
And that T-smokes as well. You could kind of give a little bit of a difficulty for finding the information they were hoping for from Glowing.
Good response from the 2B defenders. Dilladez and Klax taking back space. It's on a bit of a timer right now.
Yeah, they're charging through. They have full mid control. Disbalance going to be looking for answers, and actually Krad's going to be already just trying to walk on up.
Yeah, he's across.
Ooh, just sees jump spotting once again. Icy holding for this. Oh, he just looked away. The timing. Oh, it was a collateral. Icy low. Disbalance racks up the double. He could make it 3. What a sequence from the AWPer. He's not giving up. He wants the major. He wants it in 2.
And you see Forrester again. He definitely is one that exudes the tilt. Klax will put a lid on things. And beautiful work from iDisbalance.
Stunning work.
Oh, he's had some hot moments, hasn't he?
Yeah, but for them, it just feels like, okay, well, he was there when I went short. He was there when I go long. He's there when I go divider. Like, oh, the fact he's peeking. He's re-peeked 3 times. Travis giving it a go. Very quick on that one.
Yeah, beautiful work. That is phenomenal from iDisbalance. Up to 17 kills. Drawn level with Travis on the other side of the server. And determination in the eyes of Dilladez. You lose Glowing within the first 15 seconds of the round in an aggressive maneuver. And you steal a round like that back to keep you in it. 12-10, AMKAL's favor. First tactical timeout called. They'll still be able to invest partially here, AMKAL. So this won't be clean as you like eco. It'll be some Tech 9s. Next round with a 2,900 loss bonus. So they will get the full guns out to try and get it done in regulation. But if they can't take one of the next 2, we'll be heading to overtime. And the pressure of this moment really starts to activate. If they take in 2 back-to-back, yeah, okay. Well, understandably so. You've got them, you may as well use them. And you could even make a little bit of an argument that it's coming too late. But 9 Pandas found a bit of resurgence. Are they going to be able to push this one the distance? A team of, I don't want to say lights out plays, but definitely big time plays on map number 1.
Yeah.
Number disadvantage, clutches, multi-kills.
Low buys.
Low buys.
It's one of those right now for AMKAL.
You have to have a feeling that the B hit's coming, right? You know that they're not ready. They're rushing straight through.
They're rushing, that's for sure, but so is Dilladez and Klax smashing Krad and Nickelback back to spawn. Ooh, glowing, that's enough. He's seen enough. Nose Tech 9s could be running at him with pace. The wallbang from Seas chips away. Forrester on 50. Bomb on Icy's back as he does look to kind of relocate. Travis, just 9 left in his Tech 9. He's going to be parking the bus towards short side, hoping that perhaps he can catch a little bit of a timing as his teammates work long.
Well handled from 9 Pandas. The nade in, right? You see him in monster. Half the HP of both of them gone before the swing even follows through. So the threat dealt with for now. Forrester, Hosie, and Travis. What can you really give us? The pistols maybe with a little bit more pep in the step against this AWP. Forrester to play through the smoke. "37 seconds. They want to go down here."
Yeah, very suffocating. Smoke. It's limited their options, and oh, Travis has been spotted. Too comfortable. Idis Balance and Glowing on high alert here, so just need to hit their shots. And they will. Icy going down last. And so we find ourselves in the final round of regulation.
Damn, it's going to require one more round to make it 5 consecutive. Both pistols for 9 Pandas. But a spree of 4 for AMKAL is how they managed to get themselves up to 12 on this T campaign.
And now you're just racking your brain if you're AMKAL. Like, what were we doing? Why did it work so well? What was the go?
Put them in some financial troubles, and I think they also found some decent timings over towards A. But this has been the problem with Idis Balance and the swings back in.
Right.
Hasn't allowed them to get away with so much space. I think we see them return to long, and maybe with numbers. Remember that round where Crad came through the smoke?
Oh yeah, thinks better of it now.
But the round that they won, Crad ran through the smoke, they executed behind it, right? And then Idis Balance lost track of him.
Really poppy, yeah, he did. Okay, well, let's see what Seas can get done here. He's spamming just a little bit too far to the left on that walk up. But Con, he's right to be concerned. It's got the majority of the AMKAL forces pushing now up. Out Con silently. But Idis Balance has been deadly. Can he deliver to force overtime? No, sir. No, sirree. Icy takes down the biggest threat. What have you got? Seas has to have his moment here. Glowing. What have you got? Nothing. He's got a flash in the face. AMKAL are doing it. Seas, what have you got? Not enough. It needed to be the frag onto Travis. And from behind, Crad's got them dead to rights. This is going to a third. Flanking on him, and a double spray to finish. They find it eventually. Back-to-back timeouts, and they've done it. A third map required as we look to seat one of these two teams into the major.
Oh, baby, we're going to nuke. This one's going the distance, and it's good that it's hard fought. Neither of these teams wanted to go down to that last chance qualifier next week. A solid victory, and we got the panel ready to break this one down.
Overpass goes the way of AMKAL, 13-11. They got way ahead, and then suddenly it got ropey again, but they did eventually come out on top. Maniac and Pimp.
And props to them for figuring out that one out at the very end. It felt like they were just hitting a brick wall. They didn't know how to handle Idis Balance, who came alive in the last, I would say, 4 to 5 rounds. And then it all sort of edged on this IC v Idis Balance duel. It's a matter of timing. It's whose AWPer is going to step into whose line of sight. At that game, IC had the right position, and then the utility is very on point. You can see, even though there's 2 more defenders on the side, one is completely blindsided. CS is already behind the box. He can't do nothing but basically look at death coming his way. Props to AMKAL for closing that one out.
Yeah, I would agree with that. A valiant effort coming in from 9 Pandas in the later stages of that game, you know, almost pushing it back into overtime. But as I think it was Chad or Alex saying, you know, in the later stages of the cast, they did win both pistol rounds. They did convert on both pistol rounds, and yet they still found themselves in a situation where they were nowhere near winning the game in ordinary time. For my money, not a great performance at all from the 9 Pandas. I think AMKAL were looking much, much better. A little bit more in control, I would say, compared to what we saw in Inferno. They also, in this game, lost a couple of rounds they shouldn't have lost, but it didn't seem to affect them in the same manner. And again, I got to give it to AMKAL. They were the better team here in Overpass. Maybe the nerves struck them a little bit, you know, to close out the game. T-side Overpass can be difficult. Idis Balance with some fantastic rounds to keep 9 Pandas in the game, but I think it's only fair and fitting we get a third deciding map in this one.
Seas seem to get pretty much completely shut down across the whole map.
He bottled it.
Is there any reason why you think that is, Maniac?
It's complicated. In the first half, I don't really have too much of an opinion. I think he might have been thrown away as a bit of a, what's it called, cannon fodder, you say, you know, when you're just thrown in a fight and then you just basically get found by whoever CT's in first. But on the CT side, I do think there were massive issues in 9panda's setup up until the point where iDisbalance started having crazy one-man army with the AWP. And before that, I felt like the connections between the rotation and the A side was a little bit fuzzy, and then C's would be isolated in positions, he'd be taken away by utilities, one-for-one trade, his defender behind him not ready to help him quite at all. And it's only towards the very end we saw him finally have one multi-kill when he had the cross replacement, he had a little bit of discipline with it. But it was a very complicated game for him. That's an understatement.
I think that's a good point you bring up. Even in the very last round we saw, we obviously see IC win the duel against iDisbalance with the AWP, but there were still 2 defenders left on that A-bomb side. They still had made the right decision, the right stack to have 3 players on the A-bomb side. And again, there was no synergy between the 2 players. Seized is hiding behind the bomb side, throwing a couple of nades and taking attention, where the player towards A-long stands open, gets completely blinded, and never gets to help Seized in that scenario. There was plenty of times where I feel like Seized and 9pandas for that matter, had the right idea, they had the right stack, they had the man in position, so to speak, but when the attack came in, there was no synergy in between the players.
No, and it's a bit unfortunate because I understand the logic behind how they built this last round, right? iDisbalance had been terrorizing his opponent with the AWP on A. So what do? They start with a very aggressive run boost on B, and they hope iDisbalance would find a kill because they have Glowing with another AWP on long. So it's supposed to be a bait and switch. You're supposed to find an opening kill with the AWP of iDisbalance on B, and then hope that the T's would sort of rush their way out onto the A side, and then Glowing would be ready here. But none of that happens. None of that at all. It's just a very basic A execute. Glowing is obviously uncomfortable with the late round situations with an AWP. He's basically hiding. He's playing like a rifle. Like, Glowing's reaction is one of a rifle. Oh no, I'm blind. Let me hide in this corner with the AWP. Close quarter. You're not simple. You're not going to get any kill. So that is a little bit unfortunate. You could argue a bit of overcompensation in the last round, but, you know, AMKAL, good for them.
Matthew, talking standout rifles, Travis was our standout player of the match. What was he doing so well? He just seemed to be activated the whole time, always involved in the action.
Yeah, I think you're right. Always involved in the action. We could see different positions from which he got multi-kills. Sometimes backing up on the A side, being at the right timing, sometimes blocking that monster execute. I think we would also be a little bit dishonest if we didn't mention 9panda's T side was sort of bleak. Like, I hyped the hell out of them prior to this map. I said, oh my god, against 3D Max, it was incredible. They had so much diversity to their playstyle. It wasn't really the case here. They were a little bit stubborn with trying to play the A side. They didn't abuse Travis, who was doing most of the same early rounds. Yeah, I don't exactly know why, but there wasn't the same flair that I found with 3D Max.
It was slightly uninspiring. Again, they won the pistol, converted the second round. Apart from that, they only won 2 rounds on that T side, and then it came not in a string, but 2 separate occasions. So I agree with you, 9pandas on that T side weren't looking too comfortable, couldn't really find the solution. And at the end of the day, that was kind of what cost them the game, because they kept themselves alive on that CT side, but didn't give themselves enough of a leeway to get back into it.
Keeping 9pandas T side in mind, let's look ahead to Nuke. Surely they can't afford to do that again.
No, definitely. We just wanted to have a quick look at one of the rounds that I found was very instrumental for the likes of AMKAL here. You had this defensive setup that sort of made sense for 9pandas, but there is a very great inspired wallbang, and it was discussed at the cast whether it'd been an audio cue or if it was just part of the protocols that, hey, at the moment we execute, we're going to wallbang this position. As soon as you find this piece of the puzzle right there, the defense doesn't really make sense anymore. Like, he's supposed to be a steeper agent, and he's supposed to attack once the AWP's got find the kill already. That's exactly the other way around here. You find him first, you get all the luxury to execute on A, and when we saw this round, I thought, okay, we have to entertain the idea of map 3. Like, if this is how they win a gun round, it's going to happen.
And now we're moving to map 3.
Yeah, we are. We're moving ahead to Nuke. Can we talk just general keys to victory for both teams? From my perspective, a very basic one for 9pandas. They need to do an AMKAL. They need to bounce back from that tough loss.
Yeah, and they have to do it on Nuke, a map that hasn't been too great for them the past couple of months. The last 3 months, they played it, I think, 8 times, and they've lost 6 of those. So it's not really a map right now they feel too comfortable on. They've taken losses to Prezi, to Saw, to Nemiga, 3D Max at this tournament as well. They've lost 3 in a row coming into this game. So I think in terms of confidence, 9pandas right now, not looking too hot. I was watching the 3D Max 9pandas game with half an eye as well, and it was not a beautiful game of Counter-Strike. I'm not going to take anything away from 3D Max, but they're not necessarily a team that you should foster to. They're not a team that you should be fearful of on a map like Nuke. So I don't know about you, but I'm starting to feel that our prediction from the get-go, AMKAL being on paper at least the better team, the better unit, the team who's won against the better opponents as well on a map like Nuke, I'm starting to lean towards them again.
You know, Jacob, you can trash talk 3D Max without hurting my feelings. I can see how you're smiling at me. It's fine. I'm ready to take it. I know they didn't play so
well. But you're not
well.
French, are you?
When I decide to.
I have this double nationality, you know.
Whenever
you
it's
don't have
needed.
to take it personally, man, all right?
No, but I can.
All right, map performances were just up on screen. Anything else, Matthew, that you'd like to add?
No, personally, I think I'm good. If you want to take us to the next step, you want to take us into map 3, I think it is your due diligence and responsibility. I'm just going to smile and wave.
Yeah, perfect timing because map 3 is pretty much ready to go. Thank you, gentlemen, as always, for your thoughts. Everybody at home, it's the third and final map between 9Pandas and AMKAL. The winner will be booking their spot at the Copenhagen Major, the first Counter-Strike 2 Major. Don't go anywhere.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple. No! It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Made in hell.
On one side of the server stands Seized and 4 names that have never made it to a major. And on the other, Icy and Travis could be securing their first trip to a major. It is life-changing for someone, but who will it be, Chatty B?
Yeah, look, it's glad to see AMKAL show up on the second map, right? Their map pick of Inferno didn't go too well, and now we lock horns in the third and decider, so anything's possible. I would have come in today having AMKAL as my favorites, but after map number 1, I was bringing that into question. Now, maybe order has been restored, but it is Nuke.
It is.
And it is going to be the T-side start from AMKAL. Pistol rounds eluded them on map number 2. Let's see if they can kick things off in style. Now remember, even if you do lose this series today, I'm not trying to give you a way out if you are one of these teams, but there is a last chance qualifier. 3 teams from Group A, 3 teams from Group B, all being eliminated in a 2-3 fashion. Will get to take place in a last chance qualifier, but we got pace.
We got a lot of pace and a bullet in your face. Travis is gone. Diladez starts as he means to go on. Now across with the bomb, spotted though. Klax will relay that information and Diladez has already dipped down towards Decon. Krad to take the fight, gets across, that's the bomb down. Diladez a double, and now Disbalance down to Krad. Oop, shooting each other. Now Diladez can relocate, gonna tuck himself in on the site, closes the door, not raised in a barn. Still presence towards this top side, glowing concerned about the potential. And actually, Nickelback is activating. He's working towards the hell position. Klax has got the kit.
This is a good gap from Nickelback, and you want to allow him to work before making a final commitment.
And okay, Nickelback has been spotted out. Now, he'd have loved the kill. Klax is going to drop off. Brad is found Seized. Oh, he thought he had a headshot there. Not far off the mark. But they are, you know, they're spread out and they're keeping the pressure on the CTs, keeping them guessing as well. You've got Nickelback in heaven, or you had Nickelback in heaven. Seized had a little bit of pressure from Krad, but not anymore.
Bomb looks like it still could be heading towards B, however.
It does. 4 by 3, does not adjust. Instead, it's Nickelback with a clean one. 2v3 now. This is a 2 versus 4. Can they really fumble this? Not in on Seized watch. A double kill from him on the pistol.
20 seconds.
Ooh, Forrest. Woof! Forrester gets a face full of lead, and Seized has come to play today. He's almost got the same amount of kills he got on Overpass.
Yeah, that's a nice one there from Seized. A very impactful round. And the fact that he's happy to take that heads-up fight, the most impressive for me was after he was spotted towards the clock position, more than happy to saunter forward and take that initial duel. And speaking of initial duels, that's Dilladez with the opener. There's his follow-through. Got a little bit awkward in the vent with that team tap, but Seized, proactive approach. Beautiful shooting.
All of them were very nice from Seized.
Yeah,
there he
happy
is.
with that one.
Got to be full focus though. He's not roaring. He's got a job to do.
The Zeus out here in the hands of Forrester.
He sided Zeus.
Yeah, I guess you're hoping for some aggression in towards lobby. It will not be the force spy from AMKAL. No plan, no chance.
A Deagle and a Zeus walk into a map. And it likely will end as a bit of a joke for AMKAL. Nothing for them here. Krad's going to have a go.
Maybe they just recycle this, see if Krad can take a couple of pot shots. Should be able to identify the position of iDisbalance in a moment. And now, that's it. I have to take a different angle of assault. Flashback, glowing, happy to oblige, and iDisbalance will get the better of him. So you see, just pushing back, taking that space as Travis runs out, knife in his hand, says, hello, everybody.
Giving it a good go. And Icy making that Deagle sing. Nice first. Disbalance spots him out on the red container. A pot shot taken. And a lovely combination. A bullet to the face. Disbalance will close. And they get that second round under their belt.
Yeah, only one casualty as well, so that's going to feel good. We know the AKs are coming out now from AMKAL. So what is their opening assault going to look like? Do we just get a standard smoke wall approach, force those rotations, or do they have something a little bit funkier in store? Well, smokes are plenty. They do have 4 of them invested. HE available as well to blow open that squeaky door.
Is there going to be pace to this? Let's find out.
Ill-advised against some of these SFGs, wouldn't it? Squeaky is blown off. Doesn't look like it'll be the smoke wall play towards Yard, but a look in hut. Forrester having a glance. Forces utility out. Back and forth exchange. Light tickle damage done. Just 3 points of health lost there as... Sorry. What?
That's a nasty one for Dilladez. You can see there his corpse just towards the Tetris boxes, caught out by the spray of Forrester. Sees adjusts himself in his chair as he realizes they're already down a man.
Interesting, because they had 2 HEs when they brought into this round, so I wonder if a second was used there to manifest, or Forrester just has Smoko vision. Regardless, a great leg up into the first gun round. What is this? So he's taking a more aggressive stance over towards Secret.
Well, he's certainly going to offset the crosshair of Krad. Oh, if he'd have just pulled the trigger, he's right on the money. Not to know that, of course.
You kind of wish that Glowing had never taken that fight.
Almost, yeah. I mean, now they're at such a severe disadvantage. It's not going to be comfortable. Clack's investigating lobby. That's exactly what Forrester's been waiting for. And yeah, it should have been a bit more lethal than that. Clax is lucky to have gotten away with just 23 points of health. 5 alive. This is going to be a real changing of momentum and tempo. Clean headshot for Forrester. Keeps going. Can they keep 5 alive, or is Disbalance going to be able to disrupt just a little? Bomb down on the low side.
Well, that's good that you get in between Krad and Forrester, the 2 of them. Been in a couple of majors. I think Krad, the most recent with 4s, if I remember rightly, in Paris. He did look a little bit out of water with that team, didn't he? He had a bunch of like anime haircuts, and then you had Krad. But iDisbalance, how many can you take down? Oh, the first with ease. The second knows your position, but will still be able to course correct and control. But with 6 eyes turned in your direction, the bomb yet to go off. It's all about survival. 8 bullets remaining. Nickelback, the final frag. And it's between Nickelback, Krad, and Forrester. They get all the work done. That entropic core of Once Upon a Time reunited and looking to get themselves back to another major. Now, this was the opener. Oh, it's just a spam. Bloody hell. I wonder if there was a sound cue or anything to give him away. That's great from Forrester, isn't it? Manifesting a beautiful little opener. Also harassing that hut push. Well, more Zeus hijinks in play. Clax, Dilladez, and iDisbalance.
Triple Zeus. And taking the max to go farm him up. Get out of there, Disbalance. You're a dead man after the Zeus. He gets himself his kill. Be happy with that one. If the other two Zeuses could find some action, you might have some weapons to be retrieved and something to be said about this round. But instead, it's going to be C's going down, USP's pushing in, and Forest is having a lovely time as this lobby lurker. Just farming up some freebies, padding the stats. And Glowing, dead as well. Nice awareness from Forrester. He's in it to win it. You can see that there's a lot of passion from Forrester. You can frame it that way if you choose. But he's definitely been, wearing his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah, there have been some oopsie-daisy rounds, I would say, for AMKAL, where his frustrations have shone through. But I love that, just straight ramp. Even though they lose the kill to the Zeus, it's not just a drib-drab round, it's all in. So they're able to keep putting the pedal to the metal, get all the way down towards that lower site, avoid any more issues. And tie things up 2-2 as 9Pandas bring back out the rifles. Balance into his signature weapon, the AWP.
Let's see what we got here. Protocol util. Molly in a smoke to contain. Crad loves to occupy this position outside. Trevor's throwing out the 2-smoke wall.
Yeah, and as we can see, plenty of bodies to march behind this. So is it all about getting down secret? Well, Glowing, he thinks so. Clears the smoke, sees nothing, but did he hear the footsteps?
Crad's down, but the bomb is not. Ooh, they're gonna have to go now. And the spam solid from Glowing. Great reposition, great awareness. And now they're crossing, exposed to heaven, sees things better of fighting it. 3 down with the bomb.
Nobody's rotated just yet. I think the first port of call probably shouldn't be disbalance. He can keep the AWP posted. It's seized.
Oh, he's gonna get caught on this door swing. Readies his aim.
Here comes the smoke.
And perfect from Seized. Advances the position. 3 versus 5 as Seized gets the multi-kill to secure the round. Crad and Forrester. Make it just Crad. Didn't get spotted by Seized, so that's a free frag. Picks up the bomb. A bomb plant goes a long way, fakes it out. Trying to force these rotations, hoping he can catch an overextension, but they know it was a fake. They know he's looking for something.
20 seconds now.
Go and plant Astralis and hope that the Clax push is a bit slow. Punching in the code. They'll push in unison and deny.
Well, they can drop guns. That's not going to be a problem. There's 3 players with 7k plus available on the AMKAL side, so it'll be enough to make things work going into the next round. Maybe he was looking for a bit more damage to create difficulties for the buy, but this was great. You saw the second HE come through. That caused some real issues towards Yard as far as that cross was concerned, but Seized with some masterful work. And Clax, you need to be aware of that squeaky lurk. Forrest are going to be there more often than not. Happy with that one as the fist bumps come in. And a tactical timeout called. Now I see equipped with an AK. I think he's probably dropped one as well. Just need to send one more, but are they trying to discuss if they want an AWP or not on the T side? Maybe that's why they want to these extra 30 seconds to talk things through. Might also be knowing that the bank accounts will run dry, and so the AWP has been bought. So AMKAL making use of these 30 seconds. Full buy is taking shape for both teams. Now, if they know that the smoke wall is going to be disrupted again towards Yard by multiple HEs, maybe they want to post Icy's AWP up behind it to punish. Well, let's find out. Extinguish. Pep in his step.
Yeah, Icy definitely wants to fight. Glowing's been causing some problems. And he will get punished if he tries to cross back to CT Blue. That's the line held now by Icy. Tight line. So is the one Glowing's working with. Seized has already started to hedge his bets secret.
Well, there's nobody silo, so this is actually pretty decent for Seized. Or
yeah,
it was.
It was. That's a perfectly timed Molotov. And the HE actually going for damage there. So chipping away at Icy. Susceptible to spam. And bullets connecting, but look at them accelerating. They are looking to fight for this once again.
Seized will have heard the steps, so noisy, knowing players crossed and harassing. Still is Glowing.
Really good work. 2 of them, the walking wounded. C's got to play this perfectly here. He just needs to drop the incendiary as soon as he catches a glimpse through that tiny gap. There it is. And there it goes. No smoke. You'd have loved one.
His rotation will be disbalance from ramp, so they can set up some pretty potent crossfires if he is in the site.
They are just going. Look at this. Oh, the rotations are slow. C's might need Disbalance's help sooner rather than later.
He's going to drop in dark.
That's a play. It's one hell of a play.
But he was noisy, surely.
He was very loud about this, and it still doesn't stop Icy peeking into the AWP. Spots out another. There's the bomb retrieved, the AWP as well. Big find from Crad and Travis combined. Glowing, can you do anything more? No, you can't. Not at Travis's watch. Covers nicely. A double ramp rotate for the retake. Diladez, Klax. Progressing forwards, giving it a good shake of the stick. Eats the flash, Critters Crad. He's lucky to have gotten away with his life there. Travis is low too, but Klax loses his head. Can you do it, Diladez? No, you can't. Travis, a 4K, his first 4 frags, and it's round defining.
And they were harassed outside early. That's where he took the majority of the damage that he sustained within that round on that smoke cross from Glowing. Seemed all in vain there, didn't it? They threw bodies on the line. That first shot from iDisbalance was great, but Crad immediately getting his grubby mitts on that big green to take his shot back, pinned in position, knowing iDisbalance has to peek. C's can't connect the dots, and then Travis happens.
Oh, low HP, low ammo, and 2 headshots to secure the round. Very nice.
Important round, and you can see the ramifications immediately. 9 Pandas can't get a grasp on this CT side.
Yeah, they're
Pistol
in trouble.
conversion, but not consecutive gun rounds.
Again, the same. When they know they're on a low buy, they'll just take a couple of MAC-10s, and they'll take the space. Now, Caesar's got all the info. They didn't clear him, but what's he supposed to do? Oh, Forrester, good check. Good awareness. They get the bomb down, everything lining up nicely for an AMKAL 4th.
Actually quite fortunate, because look who was late to the party. It was Nickelback who has the AWP. So obviously spawn based as to why Icy's running in early with the MAC-10 in hand. But if they didn't clear out Seized, and then he got an opportunity to get that kill on the AWP of Nickelback, that would be a nice little weapon to carry through the next round, and nobody was there to help defend. But pace, AMKAL, brutalizing 9 Pandas now.
Yeah, Disbalance is going to stick around. Maybe he can find himself one on the way out. He won't.
Nah, but why not have a look? He ain't hurting anyone. Diladez and Glowing will go down with the ship. But keep in mind, 2 MAC-10s retained. So I'm sure one of them will head back into the hands of Nickelback. Icy will get back his prized possession of the AWP. iDisbalance will invest into one of his own, but I'm just taking a look at a couple of the spawns here. Do these MAC-10s have good spawns on the T side? It doesn't look like it. Crowd is towards the back of the pack. Nickelback's not far off, but also I don't necessarily have to throw aggression in towards the mix.
No, certainly not.
So retaining both of the SMGs.
Yeah, Icy fancies his chances once again. Quick smoke out from Klax playing top heart on the FAMAS this time. All of smoke's erected. Forrester spamming away, as always, from the lobby position. As Disbalance has decided to start the AWP this time. So Seized, boosted up. What have you got? They're surely going to clear him. They can't find him. They can't find him. They've got to work this one out. He only takes down the MAC-10, though. So a big find from Travis. Disbalance. This might catch them off guard. The AWP already here on control. Nails the first. 2 across. Doors are open and shot missed. Disbalance needs help now. 20 HP. He has the support of Klax.
It's a secret flank. That's a problem.
That's a big problem. Icy, though, it's an AWP. It's suboptimal. And Klax nails the headshot. Disbalance as well onto Nickelback. Only Forrester remains. And the Flames have found Disbalance early. It's Klax to close with the FAMAS. Nice rotations there as an AWP is recovered. So there's the 4th for the CTs, and they're going to try and string something consecutive together. They will not want to see a quick and immediate response from these Ts.
I think what's positive there, if you're looking at it from 9 Pandas, is when they were each tested on the pass, they get the opening kill, right? C's got his, iDisbalance got his. And then that Icy flank could have been the difference maker, but Klax, good awareness, turns around, gets that kill. Icy could have really had the round starting to spin out of control. AWP retained, AK's picked up, and Util there for those consecutive rounds that you were just discussing. There is enough for the buy on the AMKAL side, but again, they're opting to take a timeout. I think they want to try and get the lion's share of their hard work done in this first half of play. Them going into the next, it will only be that 1900 loss bonus, but neither team has been able to establish a loss bonus thus far. And that's going to be miserable scenes more so on the CT side, if anything.
So you can see there on the round recap, Pistol going the way of 9 Pandas, but that didn't stop them from conceding overpass.
No, that's true. Won both pistols, didn't they?
Yeah, so at this point, you've got the pistol. You do need to start posting some consistent rounds. Ideally, in an orderly fashion. Disbalance. Feels like he has to be the difference maker. Oh, betrayed by the spread of the flame. Now, the lick will force Travis into a defensive position, throws out the flames to deter.
Yeah, they're staying active with it, aren't they? And they really like this orb over towards ramp. So knowing that the smoke walls are extremely potent, what's the point of just sitting there looking at Grey? As he will poke a hole in one for now. But it is Crad who will even make it across as they start to dissipate. So room taken. He'll be grateful for that.
Nicely done.
I want to try ramp again. Do they? The AWP at least. You two are being juggled. Bomb picked up. The AWP over towards the ramp position with the support of C. So you can see him hovering around.
Yeah, he has a HE. Could perhaps do significant damage with that if he's feeling brave. Flashed off the orb. C's actually rotated down, so he's not immediately able to retake the space. Nickelback, not ready for the angle. Good play from C's. Now he falls away. They're jumping, they're chasing. He can't track him. Forrester, a huge frag. Dilladez is down there, but it's an orb he's taking the fight against. And missed shot from Icy. And the flank, ooh, Crad, perfect. The fact he's onto Dilladez there, and Glowing's his next victim. Crad has made it looking very easy with a 7. But these two have secured the round.
Yeah, looking to save here, aren't they? You could understand that Seized, he was rotating because he was aware that Secret was given up, right? That lack of information at a certain point, they knew that somebody could have slipped across. That's why when I saw Dilladez rotate Vent, I was very surprised, because that's one of the worst rotation points that you can go for if you think someone slipped down Secret. Still braved it and could have been a difference maker. Just wasn't aware, was he?
No, and we saw Crad's early cross.
Yeah, that's the thing, and he made it after the smokes, but they didn't know what happened before. So regardless, it should have been something considered. Little details now, coming back to Plague 9 Pandas, and this is where the pressure is at its most.
And that's off the back of the timeout, Chad.
Yeah, so making them work, aren't they, AMKAL? You reflect upon the scenario you find yourself in. You win your opponent's map pick as 9 Pandas, and you stomp them. It was 13-6. The way that you turn the momentum around in that game. You move over to Overpass, it's your map pick, you get the pistol round, you think we get 3 or 4 rounds on this T side, let's make it 5. They only walk away with 4, but you think that's more than enough. Pistol on the second half of play. But 4 straight rounds from AMKAL to secure 12, and then they pip them at the post, 13-11. Here we find ourselves 5-4 scoreline, 2 saved guns. Now it's 9 Pandas' turn. We were asking the question this morning, what happens if you do find yourself in that last chance qualifier? Well, we're from Group A. You still have to wait about a week. It doesn't kick off until next Friday, the 23rd. So these teams will be provided with prac rooms, space at the hotel, and they will be able to hang around, continue to refine their craft, take a look at what the teams from Group B of the EU RMR have to offer. And there are some larger names in Group B. I think most people would agree it's a little bit more stacked. But 9 Pandas have stacked up the chips, and they've walked out with what they consider the best purchase possible.
Ooh, look at this. They're just trying to run at them, changing the pace on them, and it's Forrester, the first man in, and Clax and Dilladez, the first men out. A round that ends before it really began for the CTs. That is brutal, just charging straight up the top side. One back short, disbalance on the AWP, but nothing here for the MP9 and FAMAS have seized.
You can't be overzealous with the hunt, but I would like to see a hunt. Right, they've already boosted Forrester up in towards the heavens, so they can actually close down quite a bit of space. Oh, aware of that. High disbalance, not bad. And the reason I said you don't want to be overzealous, you don't want to tempt them too much into this retake. Now, none of the individuals on 9 Pandas have a kit. That may have been a bit of a difference maker. But with the bomb quite far gone, will retain their weapons yet again. 6 now. Half hasn't been won, but they've got at least 50% of the rounds available.
Oh, yeah. They'll be very happy with that one. Icy going down is a bit of a tragedy. But there's the orb recovered. Crad does manage to get his hands on that. So, 6. On your T side of Nuke without the pistol.
And you've already decided to shove. So do you shove again, right? So the sense is, do you get drops from Glowing and I disbalanced for Seized?
Doesn't seem they're going to do that. Instead, it seems they're going to just go for the 3 preserved rifles and have 2 attempts.
Yeah, okay. Well, you better make the most out of this. You'll only get one more quote-unquote full gun round, and it's going to be pretty light on.
He's trying yard. What have you got for us? I disbalance. A missed shot. Goes for the quick scope. His opponent was blind. Crad Oh, wow. Helped out by Nickelback. And now Forrester, he's actually forward position here. They could have lost his life to the Zeus if he tries his luck.
Just looked away, Dilladez.
Yeah, I think it's better of peeking out again. They're already going down to the low site. How on top of things are the CTs? Dilladez calling lobby quiet. That's the bomb, though, on red. Icy still needs to get across, but there's nothing really threatening in terms of stopping him.
No, not at all. So it has to be seized and glowing with these retained rifles as the difference makers. Crad seeming somewhat threatening down towards the lower. Now, as they smoke off main, that's quite telling that they want to pressure over towards heaven and hell. Forrester still lingers in towards the lobby. So cat and mouse game. Oh, back towards lower.
Ooh, Cisco's looking for Forrester. Doesn't manage to find him. And the USP headshot gets another rifle for Dilladez. Have they got more to say? Nice find. Glowing somehow survives. And oh my god, Clax with just a P250. He contributes as well. Travis trying to run him down. Trying to make this clutch a reality. The first is great. The second, not possible. Dilladez good for it. And 9 Pandas, they'll make it work with 3 rifles.
Yeah, you're more than happy with that, aren't you? And this is where the story started on Inferno. They won around with a couple of saved MP9s. Sure, it was a much juicier of an investment carried over from the previous, an AWP and 2 rifles. But they still pack a punch. Is this the resurgence for 9 Pandas? You need 6, it feels like, going into halftime.
I mean, yeah, I'd categorize this as a recovery more than anything else for 9 Pandas. AMKAL have really made quite the statement here in this first half of our third map here. A spot at the Major, up for debate, and we'll be 1 half away after this final round of the half. Disbalance, he's on his way, nades the doors.
Yeah, smoke missed. You saw it on top of main, so there's a massive gap for glowing. It's still quite precarious. There's another one layered on top. Still, the gap persists.
Dilladez. Oh, Glowing's done a lot then. Crad had Dilladez on his screen. Glowing holding the smoke that Nickelback plans to, or considered, to play the fade of. Trying to play ahead of this, flashing himself in. Glowing blind as a bat. Beautiful play. Nickelback's gotten away. Oh, but Dilladez still playing around. The smoke has profited another. The vents are seized, causes a distraction. It's working. Disbalance is up. He can help. He can contribute. It's going to be some combat AWPing required of him. Clearing out the lobby side. They're not going to be expecting hut from high Disbalance. Covered by Travis. Icy gets the bomb down. Just going to be a question of timing here. Now, high Disbalance is posted. Surely C's makes the next move. Or not. Molly first. Travis has to go wide, gets away. Now they're looking the wrong direction. Maybe C's can get this frag time. It's really becoming a bit of a factor here. They know there was one CT vent. They're communicating rapidly. This next frag is everything. Travis has done it. And so have AMKAL. 7 T-side rounds puts them in pole position to collect this major spot.
Oh, and you just go through that round and you think the util looks good. You hear the singeing, you see the flash, but C's doesn't want to go wide knowing that he's susceptible to so many different problems. What if they've postured towards T-vent, CT-vent if he was going to go too wide there in main as well? So just not willing to force out was seized. As we do see 9 Pandas now having to really turn their fate around on this T half. AMKAL, from a frustrating start to the series to what could have been a dominant win on Overpass, to a strong showing on their T half here on Nuke.
I think the kind of the residue of that Overpass is present here on Nuke. If they get both pistols as well, Chad, and it still slips through their fingers, that would be a really harrowing way to be condemned to the last chance qualifier.
And you look at the run here for AMKAL, they open things up with a loss to Enterprise.
A bit of a surprise.
Yeah, definitely so. One that they would have been heavy favorites on this very map. A win over NIP on Overpass 22-20, a loss against Fnatic, and then a 2-1 victory against Falcons.
Well, that was huge.
That was massive. Overtime victory on Mirage.
Oh yeah, watching that one was car crash television. Ouch, Disbalance snipes Icy with the P250. That's spicy.
Yeah, good to see how Disbalance not backing down.
Oh, nice shot. Forrester nails Glowing with his USP long range. And oh, 1 to the face. He's on 1 HP hitting the glass. It's just saved his life there.
Well, Dilladeus has sacked up the space. They're not even ready for Seized.
Yeah, they weren't, but now they are. He's let that one go. Taking lobby control. Clack's aware of the possibility. Now trying to keep him at arm's length. Seized will finish what Disbalance did start. And, ooh, hello, Clacks. You got 3 players charging you down, and he's handling it with class. 2 dead, as it seems a 9 Pandas pistol is theirs. Travis knows where Clacks is.
5 bullets to his name.
What are you supposed to do here?
A door closed in front of him. Sound cue required. Announces his presence as Clacks is having none of it.
No, thank you. I would like this round, and I feel like my teammates have worked hard for it with my help. A double kill on their lobby press.
Yeah, it's just that opening shot from Disbalance, right? And that Goosh under Forrester, he has no options available. Finds himself stuck out like a bit of a sore thumb on towards the top site rafters. He falls, and at that point, so does the round. So 9 Pandas will draw things back into a 1-round game. Travis looking to retain this armor. Having a look for him. Seized is coming. Noisy. And goes down with the bomb. No kill for you, Travis. How many Zeus come out here from AMKAL? Was it both teams attempting to get involved in the new meta? I see having a rough go of things. The CT side on Nuke is where he can really turn his fate around. Only 3 kills to his name so far. A lot of the work in the early stages of that T-half were done by combinations of Crad and Forrester. Travis had some impact down towards that lower side with a big 4K round.
Yeah, I mean, Travis is making a strong case for his debut at the Major. Icy, the 18-year-old of Kazakhstan.
Standard smoke wall yard. Nobody behind it, so rerouting back towards lobby will force the rotation through from AMKAL regardless. We can see Yuto being lined up on the roof. So looking to lay in the site with flames most likely will be that of 9 Pandas. Here comes the hit. It's just Crad in the back of the site. Mac 10s, he hears them coming and can't get anything done. So Crad isolated on his lonesome. 9 Pandas force the rotation. They make light work of AMKAL's eco, understandably so. Now it's just about not giving anything over if you're the 9 Pandas. Spots one up Secret, finishes him off, and now it's just a bit of a shooting gallery. Forrester and Icy fall. Travis now noted, and Disbalance will take him down as well. So it is just going to be Nickelback. But they took an eco. Allowed 9 Pandas to tie things up 7 apiece. And where they've done a lot of their better work has been these gun rounds. So let's see, AMKAL, can you pick up where you left off in that first half with the rifles in hand? How many more twists and turns do we have coming our way today? We've got more matches of Counter-Strike here for the PGL RMR's 2024 first CS2 Major. 2 more games, 2 more teams to qualify. Now, if you're worrying about what status of the teams, I've seen some of them tweeting about it, that'll all be determined after the LCQ comes to its conclusion. Used to be a whole seeding process. Smoke wall towards yard again. Nobody aggressive. 1's up, 2 and 3 quickly follow. Seized at the tip of the spear. Oh, and immediately chunked down to 7 points of health. Icy laser beams him with the Silence M4 at range, but the tail is where the better damage needed to be done. Nickelback with a jump spot, smoke in hand to delay. 4 players down for 9 Pandas. It's all about the finish.
Nickelback's defense, how well and effectively can he delay? Oh, he's taken a lot of damage. The nade is perfect to finish the job.
They're in.
Yeah, Seized hitting that headshot. Oh,
Needed
but Dilladeus needed that. Yes, indeed, he did. Consider the damage dealt to Seized by Icy. He's barely hanging on, so it's going to have to be the rest of them. Disbalance, what can you do? Glowing in support. This next fight is everything. Are they considering their options? Are they considering the push? They were, but they look away. Oh, Glowing, only the one. And Seized is dead as well. AMKAL will take it. I thought for a second there might have been more to say about that, but it does really hinge on that Forrester frag, rather, Dilladeus fumble.
100%. And right, he knows that the player was spilled outward with the flames, but he wanted to track him before he could do any assault to his teammates, and just not being able to connect the dots. That is an impact kill or not, right? It really depends on which side of the server you're standing on. So the difference could have been made right there and then. Still was going to be a difficult one to win considering the weapons on Seized and Glowing. Both of them seem to be operating with SMGs more often than not, but I don't think that'll be an issue going into the next round of play. They can Reset AMKAL with a round victory. So not done yet, 9 Pandas. AKs are plenty this time, no more bonus guns. Travis, however, will have to operate on an MP9. Squeaky blown off. Nades in towards main. Krad harassed down early, but the aggressive maneuver outside of Nickelback nets AMKAL some information. If the smoke wall lands, which we can see it is, they'll know nobody's home. It's all a bit of a ruse.
It could be Nickelback going for some hyper-aggressive flank. Seized again through the smokes. He's having a tough time, but Krad used his bullets a little too early. And now if Forrester goes down, so does the round. Big from Clax. Caught out now. Icy proactive, only the one. And Travis is there. Nickelback's flank we discussed earlier. Leaping from the heavens. He takes him off the bomb. Seas doesn't finish the job now. He's low on HP on the side. Vulnerable to this MP9. This could be one hell of a turnaround. A 2v4 with Nickelback clawing behind him. Disbalance. Surely caught out. Down they go. It's only glowing. He's going to have to save them. He knows where they both are. Takes the first. Dropping into the site with an idea of where this last player is. Nickelback. Battle of wits now with glowing. For Hut, looking up and controls the spray to save them. So close to brilliance.
That is a round that really AMKAL should have had no say in. They lost that top side. Krad getting overzealous with the spam. They had all the information, thought he could get ahead of them and did a lot of damage, sure. But his opening death led to the top side falling, scaling in. Great double entry from Clax. But in the chaos, his flank, Nickelback, the in-game leader, the man on your screen right now, it was almost the difference maker. This is the Clax double, out of ammo and pants, into the site, Forrester, flushed wide. Travis with a leap of faith. A lot of impact done there, denying that plant, but Glowing comes in clutch.
Necessary work from Glowing.
And they reset them.
They have, only working with a couple of pistols here. A UMP for Forrester. Nickelback spotting out Yard. Sees, might catch a glimpse of him if he oversteps the mark, just on credit card, and so far so good.
I just want to make a note of the previous round from 9 Pandas. The smoke wall that they opted for, even though Nickelback was ahead of it, AMKAL could probably tell that it was a different looking strategy anyway because the smokes landed completely different. Right? They just one was much wider than the other. So if you see that smoke wall again, maybe you expect the same strategy. You might not even need the information of a player ahead at red.
And those small details that the pros can exploit. Now Nickelback's hearing all this. That's a gift, really. Is he not going to be?
Gonna go uncleared.
Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, Nickelback has played him like a fiddle. Caught by Diladez. He's made a round out of this, at least by virtue of finding Glowing, getting in information flowing. Bomb down towards the low side. This is where Krad has been hiding
30
out.
30 seconds, Alex.
Yeah, it gets uncomfortable, doesn't it? Especially if Krad can do some damage. That's a lot of damage. That's problems. Go and seek Decon. Forrester's going to be above them already. Oh, if they feel flustered, if they feel rushed.
If they go back up the vent.
They're going up the vent. They are. That's just good. They've sold it. They've sold it well. Just enough time. Woo, they were running on a very fine line there.
That's all on Clax. I think he just came out squeaky door, saw nobody watching, and that's huge. Because if they committed towards that lower side into the stack, they're not accounting for the UMP, and they are dead.
AK recovered. That's
That is
nice.
so forward. Are they still going to give this a go? 2 AKs, a UMP. Why not?
Oh my God, not anymore. Diladez, solid work. Proactive. He does adjust into Forrester on the heaven. And so I see he's going to reside himself to the safe. But they did give it a good look in.
All right.
Flying by the seat of their pants.
Yeah,
I mean,
they don't
seriously.
know how close they were to absolute disaster right there, do they?
I don't know if we've seen 9 Pandas kind of fall to the same kind of disastrous rounds that AMKAL succumbed to on Inferno, but
Yeah,
that
that's
was
true.
That was the one. That was going to be the one.
It looked like they were full committed, didn't it? Because I'm sitting there looking at the radar going, well, if Clax is up the vent and they commit lower, he can't contribute at all. This round is over, but he contributed with the info, with the space, and the round. So 1 round to the good, now 9 Pandas. 4 players donning this jersey. Next to C's, the 12-time major vet, looking to return for his first time since 2018. 6 long years. Counter-Strike, it feels like the game once you get chewed up and spat out, you ain't coming back. C's might change that dialogue here today.
It would be impressive. It would be admirable. And taking 4 new names to the major circuit as well. Trying to bolster that next generation of Counter-Strike players. Speaking of next generation, Icy scoped up on Yard. Looking to secure his first. Smokes are up. Nade is out, no one home. Forrester has actually caught Clax in the meantime. These squeaky players having a battle. Oh, nice shot from Icy. Glowing gone. Crad, ooh, loses his head. Needed that. Caesar's hit a banger there.
Yeah, need to be careful now how they progress, 9Pandas. This round isn't done just yet. Even though Caesar's low and they're still down a man. Oh, Forrester, the sweep, the clean. See you later.
Yeah, Forrester's been putting in a real shift over the course of these 3 maps.
He's a very good player, Forrester.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, there was an opportunity. Dilladez, what can you do with this? The double molly heaven, miscommunication. Dilladez hitting shots though. Forrester's such a stubborn defender. But Deuce Balance, given an opportunity for glory here. It's Icy and Travis. Oh, we heard you coming, Icy. And now it's Travis activating from heaven, spotted him out, gonna take him down. AMKAL, tie it up, 9 each.
Oof, touch and go for a moment there,
Isn't
wasn't
it? Yeah, I mean, this is getting intense towards the tail end. Good shot out of Icy. And it does look like 9Pandas need a moment. 30-second timeout called.
Yeah, you wouldn't want this any other way, would you? Right down to the wire for major qualification. Name etched into the game. Ability to compete in a Valve-sanctioned event. The first CS2 major, the first major in Denmark, which
blows my mind.
It's still, every time you say it, it just hasn't seemed real. 30 seconds to discuss the purchases available. We can see it coming together right now on our screens. There's going to be a couple of Galils in the mix in lieu of AK-47s. They want to get out this U-tool. Shall we see them still continue with the standard smoke walls towards Yard? The CTs, with some drops, have had no issues getting their buy together either. So we're about to lock horns, almost fully stacked for both these teams. Will there be a change in the pace from 9Pandas, or will they continue to try and force the rotations? Balance putting in a shift. 17 kills for him, 12 apiece for Dilladez and C's, 9 for Glowing and Clax, but Glowing, you can't forget that clutch.
Is this that deviation smoke wall? Gonna be standard.
Looking top poppy, Alex.
It is certainly looking that way.
Oh, this is an all-in, a gap in the smoke.
And Crowd actually magnetizing towards the potential push. Nade, good spray, destructive. They knew what was up immediately. Nickelback calling May not a threat, but hang on, has Glowing slipped the net? Has he slipped the net? A gap has arisen, an opportunity for 9Pandas to resuscitate hope. Not anymore. Travis catches C's progression. Glowing, what can you do? 2v5, but Forrester is unprepared for this.
Needs a multi.
He'll see Crad. Tracks him, turns around, controls the spray, but you're not going to be clearing this angle. It's such a hard clear. Glowing, we're going to be worried about CT vent, all of that. He actually descends the ladder instead, finding Nickelback outside. Wow, he's done a lot there. Disbalance holding onto the bomb in lobby. Travis can start to clamp shut the opportunities for more. Ooh, Glowing found by Forrester. Big work from him. And Disbalance not ready for that. And 10, double digits. Ladies and gentlemen, they are so damn close.
Crad, right? The fact that this time round he doesn't just unload the bullets and do damage. This time he actually gets multiple kills.
Yeah, they knew the nade was coming. He just prepared himself, baiting the vent, messing around with them, stands, and he sprays them down.
And that's with an all-in kind of top pop like that. The fact that you get negated on your way in, you put a lot of eggs into your basket right there. It could have even been all of them. Look at this. It will have to be an eco. So AMKAL.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you see this 11th is a bit of a certainty. Glowing with a HE, bopping off Squeaky. They don't have anything behind it, so maybe just going through the standard paces as... Well, Caesar's bringing out the notebook.
Yeah, I mean, understandably so, right? There's such an opportunity in front of you to go for that all-in maneuver and just to be, you know, brought down to your knees in the first 20 seconds of play. It will take the wind out of your sails, letting the CTs waste their util, throw it out.
I guess for him as well, he's just trying to think, what do they want to call next, right?
But what's available to them?
I don't, like, the smoke walls towards outside is fine. I think it's okay. Yeah. Their biggest issue is getting across without being detected, right? And we've seen AMKAL with the ability to break open those walls and look for fights. I think try and go for guaranteed space if you can. We saw earlier on in the piece when they had the MAC-10s, they were able to get across quickly. C's took a lot of damage, but then the 3 players came down behind him. I think they lost Clax early on in the round in towards lobby, but they did get down. Now the buy is definitely resembles something different for AMKAL, but if you can get across that secret side and be a little bit more poised and piece it together, remember, it was that Diledez fight, with Forrester when he came out of the vent that could have been the difference maker in that round. So we've basically had 1 minute and 20 seconds go by, 30 seconds remain, and into the blender they go.
Crad gonna be whirring into action, blends up a nice 3, make it just 3. Forrester finds himself a double of his own design, 11, 2 rounds away from IC and Travis making their first. Nickelback, Crad and Forrester securing a spot at the PGL CS2 Major.
Well, timeout taken. 9 Pandas will call their third.
Okay, so they've been thinking about this. They just used, you know, essentially that round as a timeout. Combined with this one, it's time for them to work out their final go.
Yeah, well, the coach would have got to listen to the conversation, hear what they were thinking, and also advise from this point. As you can see, it's his turn on the microphone right now. And likely the last-ditch attempt with the buys in its fullest variety for Seized. The dream is not dead. There is a last chance qualifier, but this is your best opportunity. Last chance qualifier, 6 teams, 1 spot. This is a 50-50. You win this game, you're in. You lose, sure, you fight another day. There is a MAC-10 brought out onto the board. It's in the hands of Glowing. He's been operating with these SMGs so often, hasn't he, Glowing? Oh, you need to get the bomb down as a minimum, it feels like, here, 9 Pandas. Make sure you can have something to contend with if AMKAL even win this round. 3 consecutive. You attempted a comeback on overpass. This time they will get 3 smokes down to complete the wall. Icy with the AWP removed from play. Starting secret. Crad, the menace. Here they come.
They're testing him again. Good molly, forces Forrester forwards, but Crad and him still survive. They get away with it, it's falling apart. 9 Pandas need Disbalance and Seized to do the impossible. Now only Seized. Crad and Forrester are just a brick wall on this defense. Nickelback throws a couple of shots on the clear of the smoke. There is a gap for Crad to, Seized to work with. One of them will likely acknowledge that. Yeah, it's Icy dipping down the vents with his AWP. Seized. This would be one hell of a way to give your team hope. Picked his moment wisely, picks his path wisely.
Window's open. He's going to investigate.
Yeah, it's very suspicious, is it not?
The problem is, Icy's doing the right thing. You don't have to do anything until a sound cue is made. So Seized takes even longer investigating the time, shrinking off the clock. It limits his options.
No smoke either. You know, getting that bomb down with Icy down here is going to be such a hard task. And he's got nothing to report, so maybe you can assume Decon.
He can plant safe from single.
Goes for it. Icy running him down. It's too easy. And a 12th is theirs. AMKAL 1 single round away.
Oh, okay, well, Seized, you got something for your troubles.
Yeah.
You'll take the plan. I said that felt like it had to be the minimum in a round like this. 2,900 loss bonus plus the bomb going down will put them in buy territory. Means they can get rifles across the board. Should be AKs aplenty, Galil's at worst.
But, I mean, you got to think about it. That's twice this top site's just been tested, and they've passed with flying colors. Forrester as well, you can see him mollied out of position. He still gets away with it.
Yeah, this time they even landed the smoke wall, right? And it had Icy out of play. He rotated straight down to start the round from secret. So the recipe for success was there, just unable to break in. And you return to the round that they did win. It came down to a glowing clutch as well as a Clax double opener. Hard to replicate rounds like that. We do lock horns. This could be the final round.
We're on the way. Maybe it's AMKAL. Maybe there's more rounds to be seen. The first of the wall. Enough for Seized to get across. Glowing in support. Icy has taken that secret stance once again. The nade implies he's clearing that last sight line for an AWP. Little do they know, Icy's already down, poised to collect. Puffing up their chest. Main is occupied.
They're not taking the space.
Smoke is cleared. The smoke is cleared.
It's a hard fight onto Nickelback.
It is a very hard fight, especially considering it's Nickelback. Has he got it in him? Yes, he has. Seized now watching from the sidelines as their hopes of doing it today. Fading away. A man advantage. Krad, have you got it in yet? No, he doesn't, but still, Forrester's a problem. You know where he is. Drop it onto the hut, trying to be elusive. Disbalance's hit a hard shot. Needs another. Klax has provided it onto Travis. A 2 versus 2. Klax with the bomb. And he's got it all to do now. Getting run down by Icy. Didn't spot him. Looking at the floorboards. Icy secures it. And AMKAL are on the way to the major, booking a ticket to Copenhagen.
Oh, the elation right there. That one coming down to the wire, and Icy to get the final kill to make it possible. 2 new names locked into the history books as Dismay on the other side of the server. We've got the panel ready to break this one down.
AMKAL have beaten the odds. For AMKAL, this is a dream come true. AMKAL are going to Copenhagen. It took 3 maps, but overall, they've answered the question. They're major ready.
Yes, they are indeed, and they have the stamina to withstand a test like this. We see the images coming out, of course. Elation on one hand and desolation on the other for 9Pandas. They felt like they were ever so close to it, but I will commend on the composure of AMKAL towards the very end of this game. When you think about the stakes, what's at the other end of that door, and then you see players like Nickelback in this last round grabbing a kill, staying alive, being very clever about it, not letting the situation get to him, giving time to his teammate to come and help in that retake. Icy with the right peak with the AWP, they went ahead and got that win. They deserved it. They earned it.
The
very fair and
Pandas
square.
are absolutely devastated right now. Look at Seized and Disbalance. Just to clarify for everybody at home, if you weren't aware, they aren't completely out yet. They'll go into our 6-team last chance qualifying next week, but it must sting to not have been able to get it done today, Pimp.
They were so close. They were so close getting it done today, and they had the opportunities. In all fairness, it was a game that could have gone either way. It was a game that at certain times felt very, very close. At the end of the day, though, they failed to capitalize on those opportunities, and that's why they're left with a bittersweet feeling right now. As you said, there's still a chance in the last chance qualifier, but with all due respect to 9Pandas, the teams coming in from Group B, some of the teams that we're going to see later on today heading in there, either BetBoom or Eternal Fire, it's going to be so incredible tough to clinch that one spot. So they probably sit with a feeling right now that that was the opportunity. That was our chance to make it to the major, and unfortunately for them, the few opportunities they had throughout this game, they didn't capitalize.
Realistically, map 2 is where 9Pandas should have punched the ticket. Like, when you go back and you rewatch the tape, you rewatch this game, there was a chance here. On Nuke, I have to admit that even though the scoreline is a little bit close, it was AMKAL all the way. You're talking about 9Pandas who won pistols and conversion on both occasions. On their CT side, not capable of stringing 2 rounds together at any point. It was very efficient. The map control from AMKAL, we have a couple of images coming out. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Finding kills, above smoke, to the right. Seized tried to play clever a couple of times in that secret position, but he got cleared very well by AMKAL. They struggled in the defense massively, and I do believe that AMKAL was the better team by a relatively fair stretch.
And I would even argue that they didn't play the best brand of Counter-Strike either. We had Icy being a big point of conversation coming into the game. Obviously Young, a player that hasn't tried too much yet, but he was carrying them in the beginning of the RMR here. He had a strugglesome game, not only on Nuke, but in general today. We didn't see the best of Icy, yet he came in with a couple of crucial moments on Nuke. He had a couple of rounds where he got a double kill. Very last round was a great example. He came in and he finished off the game. So I would even argue that for AMKAL, it must feel super nice for them as well, because they didn't play up to their full potential. Maybe Icy, being 18 years of age, let the pressure get to him just a tiny little bit. Despite that, the rest of the team, Forrester, Krad, Travis, Nickelback for that matter as well, some of the more experienced powers within this team was helping out this guy to secure a spot for the major. I'm very curious to see AMKAL play there in Copenhagen, especially Icy now that he's tried it, because he's been the real deal. He's been by far the best performing player looked throughout the entire group stage.
Sometimes these teams that are seen or are up-and-comers, we remark on the fact that it would be great to see them play more cohesively. I think on their T side, AMKAL definitely did that on Nuke.
Yeah, I agree. And I think they pretty much located the weaknesses of their opponents pretty efficiently. And it's not like they had from start to finish, plan A, just execute it. It was more about just map control. Okay, how much space can we take away? How uncomfortable are our opponents? How are we going to use the time? This felt very in control. I think that's the word I want to use. It didn't feel like they were running after time or they were running after executes. They knew exactly what they were doing. And more to your point about whether or not they played their best Counter-Strike, I don't think they give a shit right now. They're at the major. They're at the major. Like, it is done. You have a runway ahead of you to improve on whatever is going to be needed to be improved. But today, you've punched a ticket. You're going to Copenhagen.
that composure, that synergy, that's something that they should be bringing to Copenhagen, Pimp, correct?
Yeah, of course, you need to step it up a level or two further if you want to have any ambitions of going into the playoff or making it into potentially even the legend stage for these guys as well. As Matthew said, they don't give a damn about that right now. They qualified for the major, coming into this group stage. I don't think a lot of people had AMKAL as being one of the teams who would punch a ticket into that one. So they should be proud, they should be happy, they should celebrate. But there's no doubt about it that when you look towards the major as well, I didn't think we saw the full potential of AMKAL, and that's something that people have to keep in mind when we go into Copenhagen. We saw them beat Astralis leading into the RMR qualifiers as well, so it's a team with a lot of potential that are yet to be seen whether or not they can fulfill that online. So far, so good, qualifying for the major. That's a massive step in the right direction.
In terms of standout players across the server, I mean, iDisbalance did what he could on 9 Pandas, but it wasn't enough. Perhaps that's why there at the end you see him so distraught. Not just because, you know, they're going into the last chance qualifier, but because he pulled a lot of weight. I won't say all of it, but he pulled so much weight, but it just fell short.
Yeah, I think regrets will stem from map 2, even from iDisbalance. Like, we were getting so hyped here on this very desk. We thought the overtime. We thought the overtime was coming up. Like, he was ramping up. I'm sure if you really want to play, if you want to look in a microscope, you could say, oh, he took a little bit of time to warm up on overpass. What if he had been, you know? But what if you can recreate the whole scenario? So I can understand the regrets and the anger at the time. But there's a week to be passing now, and then it's last chance qualifier. They're not out of the running quite yet.
It's also a player that we've been focusing on because he's been around on the top scene for quite some time. He was 2 years in Team Spirit, and a lot of people remember Team Spirit, what they've done at certain majors. iDisbalance, personally, has never been at a major. He's never been able to qualify for a major ever before, so he's probably feeling right now that he's been around for 5, 6, 7 years. He had 2 years in Spirit, who's been in a major quarterfinal, who's done very well, but he's never been part of a team who actually qualified for a major. So for him personally, it probably feels a little bit harder than the rest of them.
Now, on the AMKAL side of things, one of their players has been on all of our lips. It's Icy, and James Banks is down on the sidelines with him.
I've got 2 very happy AMKAL players with me. I've got Icy and Crad. And Icy, for you, first big event, first RMR, and now you've made it to your first major. What does it mean to you? Because you put up some great performances.
Ну, короче, ты первый раз прошел на РМР, первый раз вообще играл, и вот ты сейчас прошел, вообще, какие у тебя эмоции от этого? То, что...
I'm happy, because it's my first event, this major. I believe it, and как мечта будет?
He was dreaming about this, and dream is here, like.
The dream comes true, that's for sure. I want to look at the game yesterday for you, though, against Falcons. Obviously a team that's very hyped up. You still put up a win. It was a close game, right? But you got it done. What did that tell you about the team? Did it give you extra belief that you'd be able to make it today?
I will answer. Okay. Okay, I think it for sure this win gives us more confidence because like after we were losing Enterprise and before like on close call for Katowice, we lost not 2 strong teams. Our confidence a little bit down and we were shaky, but after yesterday's win, we just come up, I don't know. We are starting believing much more that we can qualify, and you know, on the RMR it's like 2-0, tomorrow 1-2, today like 2-2, and it's like easy. I don't know. So shaky emotions through while we are playing this RMR, because like one day can be 0-2, other day can be like 2-2 and 2.
And then you get there. That's the main thing, right? Then you get there to the major. I want to say for you, Crad, though, what is Icy like as a young player, talented player coming into the team? Like, he seems to be one to look forward to for the future that we can focus on.
I'm 100%. He will be a really good sniper and player, because like he has like so good option. I don't know. He's really playing good under the pressure. It's he's like not missing the easiest shots. He is like so confident. He is waiting. He's not shooting when he saw his shoulder only. He is just waiting and killing him straight when he go out and picking him. So I don't know. He's like confident guy. He need to more experience on this kind of lance, and he'll be stronger as I don't know, maybe top snipers. He really can
And last question for you, Icy. Just looking at your individual performance at your first big event at the RMR, are you pleased with it, or do you still think, okay, I can do more?
Как ты думаешь, ты сыграл, ну, так как ты мог, типа, или ты мог еще лучше, типа, сыграть?
I can do more.
Right?
I think, yeah.
With more confidence?
Yes.
Well, that's what it's all about, getting more confidence at these big events and doing more damage for sure. Exciting prospects, but AMKAL, they're through to Copenhagen.
Thank you, James, and great to hear from Icy and Crad. I want to bounce straight off what Icy said. Very simply put, I can do more. Do you think he can?
Yeah, of course. I mean, why would we not imagine? It's such a beginning of a story for this Icy guy, but I just wanted to point out, they talk about experience, they talk about nerves. Think about the journey to the major for them. You have a 7 billion overtime game against NIP, against arguably players who have way more experience than you. You beat Falcons in overtime once again on map number 3. Again, players much more experienced than you are. And then you beat last opponent on map 3, where the pressure is at the very top. So maybe it's time we recognize that they have some sort of mental resilience, a strong backbone to survive these moments, in spite of the lack of experience.
I do think Crad was touching upon that slightly. He was trying to explain, like, their journey here. And, you know, one day we're 1-1, 2-1, and 2-2. Like, they've gone through a lot here, right, Pimp? And they've come out the other side shining.
Yeah, and I think that's an excellent point to make, because there will obviously be a lot of Redditors and HLTV warriors now saying, oh, you beat Pandas to qualify for the major. You suck, you got lucky with the draw. They beat NIP, you know, a team they're not supposed to beat. They beat Falcons in a best of 3. Maybe not in the deciding game, in the 2-2 scenario, but they were beating the opponents that were being presented at the time they were. Taking down Falcons, making sure they are not making it to the major. Sonic, Magix, Snappy for that matter as well, some of the best players in the world, and Sun Payers as well. That's a massive credit to your system, massive credit to your team. So yeah, isolated, you look at this game against 9 Pandas, maybe the nerves were getting to them as well. I see the second worst rated player on the team as well for the first time in this tournament. Maybe he wasn't really feeling it today to the same degree, yet they still won, yet they still qualified for the major. So there's nothing taking away from their performance at this tournament.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. As always, everybody at home, we now have guaranteed at the Copenhagen Major G2, VP, Movistar, Koi, Na'Vi, and most recently, AMKAL. After a short break, we'll be back with Fnatic versus Saw to find out who's next.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And Simple. No! It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He's not away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaking are the same.
Now we're going to play a new and interesting little game where we have to try and guess the team by an emoji. So there'll be an emoji representing each team, and Rita here is going to have to try and guess it. I don't know what's going to happen. We're going to take a look and see. So let's go with the first one. What emoji do we have on the screen? A baguette and a bee. I think that could be quite easy.
This one is easy.
Yeah?
It's vitality.
Vitality. Da-da-da. That was nice and easy. Okay. A baby face, a champion, and a goat.
Baby face. Manasi?
Yes, there we go. So Manasi, what team?
It's Jito.
There we go. Let's see. What?
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 Yeah, the goat is.
But the goat is simple.
Yeah.
But you put a face of a baby. My God. My mind would say To the Stars would be Astralis, but I don't understand where the mermaid's here.
Yeah.
And I have no idea.
I have no idea too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
you
we'll
are
take that.
good at this. So I'm not
But what's
so
the mermaid for?
Okay.
Ah. Yeah, this one you should be able to get.
9 pandas maybe.
9 pandas, yeah.
No.
What? What is this? Virtus.pro, what?
Why?
Why?
What's
Yeah.
the second thing?
What's the second thing? Okay. A fire, a newspaper, and a bird? Any ideas?
No, the last one I thought about Bad News Eagles, but they are no longer.
They're Guild Eagles now,
Yeah.
still kind of.
Yeah, maybe Guild Eagles. Yeah, Bad News Eagles.
So still using the old logo,
Yeah.
that's fine, okay. Ooh. A croissant? A demon? Is it a flag?
Yeah.
Japanese flag?
Japanese flag. Why is that? That's really hard for me.
I've got samurai, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. Eagle, Statue of Liberty, and some water. America. Think of the water at the end. Team.
Liquid?
Yes, there we go, that should be right. Okay, well,
Thank
we're
you
getting
so
back
much.
on track. Why the mermaid again? So we got a superhero, a dagger. Oh, okay, think of this. I think I've got this. We've got like a superhero,
Okay.
Then you've got a knife, and we think of the players maybe.
It's heroic.
Heroic? Yeah! So whoever made this did people dirty, big time. Oh God, okay, angry face, a sun, and a football. We are a team at this point, because I have no idea. Angry team.
Yeah, football, yeah.
Why the football? Why?
Maybe because they are from Brazil, I don't know.
Okay, I've seen Fallen kick a ball a little bit, the rest of them.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. That is what we're done. We're ending on Fury of that. Muteris, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. I'm really bad at this.
I'm terrible too. I hope this gets easier for me across the day. Let's see what happens throughout the rest of the emoji game, but that was wild.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the PGL EU RMR. It's going to be some fantastic action up next. We've got Fnatic versus Saw. Some teams have already qualified through to Copenhagen, the first Counter-Strike 2 Major, and it's time to find out who is up next. The loser will go through to our last chance qualifier next week. My name is Parla, and I'm still your desk host, and I'm joined on the desk now by Blair instead of Maniac, and we still got Pimp. Boys, how are you doing?
Doing great. After the first game was a bit of a topsy-turvy ride. I was just watching from the green room, and yeah, now we have some even more banger games, hopefully.
Yeah, we have two teams who are heading into a game that could be, I guess, for most of the players apart from Crims, designed as the most important games in their career. A major spot is on the line right here. You can book a spot into Copenhagen at the major, and for these teams and these players right here, that's going to mean the world.
I think it's let's just get straight into that. I think it's a huge asset for Fnatic to have Crims, one of the most storied players and experienced players from his region and perhaps even in the world.
I mean, two-time major champion. He's been on this lineup forever. I mean, he is not just a veteran for the orange and black, but just overall world Counter-Strike, right? You talk about some of the greatest we've ever had in a major circuit when it comes to the biggest events. Crims is that guy. He is the most experienced player, not just for his team, but I might even say in the server.
He is, and it's a player that's been around for a long, long time, and I think a player that is often being taunted for his fantastic longevity. The fact of the matter is he's been able to play at a very high level, and for people who maybe are a little bit new to Counter-Strike, 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago, he was the difference maker on the server. He was one of the star players winning the Fnatic lineups. He was one of the guys you could count on making the difference. Not quite the case today, let's be completely honest, right? He's a player that is a bit more in the supportive role. He's a bit more just being the anchor of the team and maybe the emotional lead in that regard, but it's still a player that occasionally definitely have a good game.
I think that's the perfect way to put it, Pimp, is that he's not necessarily a force to be reckoned with at all times, but we do see situations where he can still shine and hit a very high skill ceiling.
I mean, throw your mind back to 2014 when he was playing for that LGB lineup, right? And the deep run they had, which is why he got picked up by Fnatic. 10 years, man, at the highest level. That's not something many people can do. And not like as an IGL, not fragging. No, he is still a very solid fragger. And that graphic we just saw right there. Let's also talk about Fnatic as an organization. Fnatic and the legacy they have in Counter-Strike, what they've had in the past, the wins they've had, their own little legacy before Astralis came in. And now this is a Fnatic where there's a big question mark. They've had changes left, right, and center. Now they've found this team where, I won't lie, initially coming into this RMR, I'm like, I had no idea what we were going to be seeing, but we saw some signs of promise, and now just one win away from making it to the major. That's pretty cool.
All things considered, if Fnatic were to win this game and qualify for the major in Copenhagen, I think that in itself would be admirable in the sense that the only thing you have left from back in the days is Crimps. That's the only part of the old identity, of the Swedish identity of the Fnatic lineup. They've been trying with different international rosters. They had a time where they brought in a lot of Danish people as well, where they were close finding success but couldn't quite do it. And it does feel like to me, just to be completely honest for you and the viewers out there at home, that they've gone the way of budgeting their way into the major, right? This is not the most expensive team. This is not a team that's going out and signing big name players or proven players. They're trying to find some of these leftovers around that couldn't quite make it, Buddy being one of them, bringing him into the lineup, and they're doing it in a responsible way that makes sense money-wise as well. So if Fnatic with this budget version of Fnatic can qualify to the major, well done to the GM, well done to Fnatic.
I mean, it is a pretty motley crew if you think about it. Like 2 Frenchmen in Fnatic, Paula, a few years ago. You've been called mad for even suggesting that, but we do have Body, we do have Afro. Like Body, obviously, like you mentioned, he's been around for a while. Then of course, Madison QB, who, you know, for people who don't watch Counter-Strike that much, you're like, who are these guys, right? And they aren't exactly very well-known players either. So yeah, if Fnatic can get it done with this lineup, I mean, kudos to them.
All of this being said, am I wrong in saying that Fnatic still sort of the favourites? Saw are the underdogs here. What? No, you guys show you. Please disagree if you.
I don't necessarily think one team are clear underdogs here. In all honesty, I think
slight edge to Fnatic in my mind. But if you disagree, that's fine. Regardless, how can Saw combat this Fnatic roster best? Fnatic still potentially disparate parts that aren't going to synergize together super well. Fnatic need to do that. How can Saw exploit that?
I think the map ban is going to be huge here because I feel like Saw really have the edge here. And I was actually waiting to see who bans out Mirage the first because neither of these two teams play Mirage. And Saw blink early on. I kind of, you know what? I expected Saw to maybe ban out Ancient. Just take out a map that Fnatic are usually comfortable on and force them to ban out later on. But they're still going to not pick it. Vertigo, the pick coming in from Saw. Because of the nuke ban coming out from Fnatic, right? That's a map that Saw have been going as a first pick overall. Overpass from Fnatic, that's a map that usually are pretty comfortable on as well. And I guess they're going to be just shaking hands here on an Ancient Decider. What? This is very surprising. This is kind of favoring Fnatic all of a sudden, considering Saw have the better map pool.
I'm a little bit confused. Fnatic haven't played Inferno with this roster at all ever in
why
an
is
official
that Saw banning that?
in official game ever. So why would, you know, one thing is not picking Inferno into Fnatic going into unproven ground. We have seen Saw play Inferno, that they're quite decent at it. Another thing is, why on earth are you removing that in the second round of the veto right here? Fnatic would have removed that 100%. There's no way Fnatic will allow a third map being Inferno, a map they've never played as a unit, at least according to HLTV. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
And it's Saw banning first as well, right? Also, the fact that Saw decided to go for the Mirage ban immediately, considering they have, I feel, the better map pool over Fnatic, it feels like they're playing mentally a little scared, if you ask me. That map veto is very, very confusing because Paula, I did mention early on, like, you know, I think these two teams are pretty 50-50, even though firepower-wise, Fnatic might have a little edge. That veto just screams of a little bit of insecurity for me from Saw.
Guys, with that being said, we have about 20 seconds left. Can I push you for official predictions, please?
Oh boy, this is a hard one. I'm going to go with the black and orange. I'm going to go with Fnatic.
Are we thinking 2-0, 2-1?
2-1.
I'm going with a 2-1 as well for Saw on this one. I think Urjex is going to go in there and show them who's the best.
Just refuse to agree with me every single time.
Show them who's the best player on the server. He's had a fantastic showing so far, one of the highest rated players in the tournament. So let's see him cook.
Big one here, ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home. It's Fnatic versus Saw. The winner books their spot at the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major. And I think it's ready to go. We've got two of the best casters in the business to carry you through it. It's Jackie and Vince.
Thank you so much, Paula. We physically cannot wait to get stuck into this one. Starting it on Vertigo. Saw on the T side, and it seems like things will start off with quick pace. A bombardment towards the A site, and it's all coming up Saw.
Yeah, those Julies did absolutely nothing to stop the push, and now QB and Afro with so much history on the line in this best of 3, going to try and thwart a 2-on-5 post plant. The Molotov may singe and burn away Roman, who survives on 16 HP, but it feels like the damage has already been done into this round, Jackie. How can Afro and QB realistically get back on this site with no nades, no kits, nothing to play with?
And Saw have no reason to give them an inch, an opportunity back into the round. They can play off each other perfectly here. Roman's waiting with the dualies. There's a face from Aros Dose. He'll be first to fall. Afro, he's got to snipe his way through a couple more of them. And they are peeking in. They're giving a couple of 1v1s up for free. Ammunition's running low, and this has gone from impossible to something that could come their way.
Unfortunately, no time left on the clock, and they had no kit. So trying to take as many Ts down as possible, make them replenish those Kevlar, I guess, so they couldn't go into as many Galils, and maybe a few more MAC-10s. Was the thought process. But yeah, it was a valiant attempt. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the tools at their disposal to make it work in the end. And this is really it, a fast ramp take. The Julie's doing absolutely nothing. And Afro and QB getting their eye in, getting some kills, some headshots, good for the confidence, but not great in terms of the scoreline. 1-0 start on the side of Saw, who are going to go in for 2 AKs and the 3 MAC-10s.
It's a good start as well to at least get some of that early pressure off by getting a pistol round. But the response from Fnatic is a classic. You bombard your way out down B, push as a unit, see if you can find any of the lurkers if they're fragmented. There is a MAC-10 hiding around the corner. And it will at least find one. It's a bit of money back. The AK in the hands of Matties, he can focus on bringing that into the next round. The rest of the CTs can still try and bleed the money down as much as possible on this.
Oof, that nade just doing 13. Looked like it was going to obliterate body without the Kevlar. But Roman, the last bullet through the smoke, will connect onto the Frenchman. Putting Matties with that saved AK, and Crims, who's about to get flanked by multiple components of Saw. This round is a done deal. The 2-0 scoreline will be coming up. It looks like Matties may be able to hold on to the AK. Although Roman's going to be coming in and does get the aim punch and frag. That is perfect as far as Saw are concerned.
Whole lot better, right? Deny the AK save. Yeah, you lose a couple of players, but it's not the end of the world. You've at least got the rounds, and that's how you want this to start. If you can get that momentum in on your T side early, push you into a far better position. So many storylines as well going into this one. An awful lot that we can sink our teeth into over the course of a potential free mapper.
Yeah, we were discussing this at length, Jackie. There's so many intertwined narratives and interesting points. Obviously, you have some of the most veteran and experienced players in the game in the sense of Crims, who basically is Mr. Fnatic. Has been with the Org since 2016. And if you ignore a 2-month stint in Godsend, he's actually been with Fnatic since 2014. And it's Matties that stands up for the first frag, and this time, no success up on scaffolding on the side of the Portuguese.
And Matties, oh, he's been the difference maker for Fnatic. The highest rated player on the team, finding so much impact again and again. But into this round, he falls short, overpowered by the scope of Story. A little bit of utility thrown out as well to keep them towards the A site. The smokes go down to block off the vision, and Body spams a few shots out.
Body's taking a peppering from mollies and HEs, but can hold into position. And Story had his eyes trained on that very angle. Grenades are good for the damage, but not able to deny the bomb plant. Aradose immediately afterwards will pay for that plant with his life. Now, Ujerk's one of the players that you really need to be looking at if you're on the Portuguese side of things to perform in this series. Has been consistently their best player in the course of this tournament, but it's QB that stands up, delivers with 2. Story and Muterus both sent packing, leaving Ujerk's all alone, and he's not going to have the ability to deny the defuse, allowing Fnatic to bounce straight back in with their first round.
And QB doing it all on the retake. 4 impactful frags. And that head-to-head that already we've highlighted there, that's going to be something we'll be keeping our eyes on over the course of this matchup. Ujax, the defensive player, passive, reliable. Matty's very aggressive and explosive. The contrast between the two of them, it's going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah, that's really the tale of this game as well. In terms of stylistically, they do mesh very interestingly. Fnatic, quite explosive in your face. We saw this on Anubis. We got a chance to cast them earlier against BetBoom, where it was a 13-6 and a body stellar performance, a standout event for him on that one with 18 kills. And whereas the Portuguese are a lot more methodical, careful, taking their sweet time. Very curious to see how that's going to come into this veto. And you know, the desk was breaking this one down. They were a little bit surprised, maybe even concerned at how things came out with the veto, not anticipating it to go in the way in which it did, feeling that maybe Saw was showing too much respect to Fnatic. How do you feel about this, Jackie, in terms of the best of three coming into it?
I think I agree with what they said on the desk, because it is surprising that both of these teams that don't like playing Mirage at least normally float it inside of the veto and would know based off each other's map pools that they could get away with that, use it as a bit of a confidence ball. But instead it was the first ban, instantly removed. Does that show the nerves? And to the fourth at least, Ujax, he's gone down. The rest of the roster is still here towards ramp. And Matty's, he's teetering on a knife's edge, looking for the information. If they come round the corner, he's prepared. He's got backup from body as well. Molotov primed. Oh, it's an awkward fight. Either one of them trying to recoil, but Matty's slain by Story and he doubles up for 2.
Oh, that's a bit of a flub, honestly, for Fnatic. A bit too overzealous on that re-peek. Fair enough, if Matty's goes down, there's no reason for body to follow him. The Story is low. Afro holds the line for a few more moments, and although there's a ton of smokes, they're trying to buy time for QB's flank. He's making inroads around the back of ramp, but his flank is only as powerful as the foundation in which he can spring off, and so far that's starting to fall and subside. They now can focus their attention down on the ramp, and he needs his teammate to move in. He needs Crims to start to have some impact, pushing onto the site, has a smoke and a kit as well. But unbeknownst to Crims, no one's on gap as it stands. He's down on the scaffolding. QB has now dethroned Story, but Aradose may fall. Crims has taken the kill in return, has the kit, may very well have the time for the defuse on the full stick, and indeed he shall. Fnatic get it done. It was incredibly close, but saw falter.
Fine margins on that one. Losing it in the bitter end. Aradose. Sweet Rice himself, almost sleeping at the wheel slightly towards the end. Crims will capitalize. So a tight affair, 2-2 already. The game's going back and forth. The focus towards the A site from Saw's working for him to be able to at least take control, get bomb plants, guarantee themselves some cash and some opportunities. But it's closing those rounds.
All to play for here in round 5. Both teams advancing in with a full-on purchase. Yes, there's a lot of missing pieces on both sides. The 10 weapons in play, 10 primary weapons in play. Would have to say Fnatic have the better of this deal, having an AWP in the hands of Afro, and more importantly, Body is shut down the first. HE behind it, going to be banking off the wall, doing a bit more damage, and Body is going to thwart this push as he pushes Ujax down into the dirt. But Story's made up moves. He's got himself into a bit of an awkward position. He's also shut down, and the entire Portuguese team falls to their knees. That's so much better on the side of Fnatic.
Really clean there. And the man on your screens, Body. His last major appearance was so long ago. IEM Katowice 2019. Back on the G2 roster. Someone that knows what it feels like and wants to get back there, Vince. It's been many years. This is an opportunity to claim that spot at Copenhagen. And when he plays well, you can see the confidence of Fnatic as an entire team improve. The comms get better, the calls get quicker, and the aggression is something that starts to go their way. Matty's again looking for some opening plays here. Bodies with a nade set. Not too much to work with for Saw in terms of the weaponry. Just a couple of pistols.
Oh, it's good HE. Aradose feeling the brunt of that high ordnance shrapnel in his kneecaps, and Body puts an end to the veteran of Bucharest. Molly will also get tossed down, just really forcing the T's into an awkward, isolated position here. And with them all being clumped up on ramp, it's going to have to be a one-directional push. They're not sure if they're being flanked from the back on this side. QB's already shown that once. Body dicing in for 2 more. A 3K in this round. How they'd love to have another huge performance from their IGL. And Story, try as he may to double up his tally in this round. It's going to be a one and done for him. And Fnatic off to 4-2 lead.
Finally having a chance for that cash to build as well. Snowball somewhat on the CT side. Only 1 rebuy is manageable. You're going to be happy with that. Around 4K for most players. And you touched on it as well. The AWP for Afro. That can do so much for this team. He's a very effective tool. Good on the T side for creating space, getting openers. CT, he can be that turret. You can place him in position and he'll hold back the wave. He wants to assist towards A. There's been a lot of pressure from Saw on these early openers, so he's backed up. 3 players ready for it. Story has an AWP of his own and he's looking for the pick through. The smoke is broken, but it's not a frick for either side.
A lot of utility expended, though, in this stalemate. And once those rifles have been in play, Fnatic looking like the well-oiled machine. The Saw have been able to dethrone, but that gap in the smoke has been exploited. Afro's AWP spilled on the deck. And in doing so, Crim's now going to try and wrap around the back, take a move down the ladders. Smokes have been deployed again, though. This affords Body safe passage back onto Gap. And he'll be looking to make moves back onto the site here, but Crims has been found and plucked out. That is a huge part of this round that goes down with him.
All the focus is now on ramp. Story picking up another one as Body goes down. QB, does he have a masterclass round in him? 2 of the frags. But that's it. That's where it ends. The book is closed. The Story finds the shot with the AWP. 3 frags on that one as well, and a lot of impact. The opening kill was through the gap in the smoke to shut down Afro's AWP, and the good times kept on coming. Heads up play as well from Aros Dose, defending the rear. Obviously those flanks we've seen have already been a bit of an issue for them. So controlling it on that one.
That was well timed. It was Crims that was on the prowl. He could sense a bit of weakness, but gets shut down. And that is going to put an end to 4 rounds in a row now on Fnatic. Saw have found the winning formula. As a result of consecutive rounds, it does afford them the luxury of another bye. Would put Matty's down to a MP9. But M4's alongside it and the AWP. And ideally, you'd be like, well, Matty's is one of their star players. You want them in the M4. And the MP9 can rip, it can shred straight through players, especially on the side and the scaffolding area of ramp. You get a flash into a peak, that thing can slice and dice so quickly in capable hands. So although it's a secondary, sort of second-tier weapon, you could argue, in his hands it's definitely anything but.
Works with his playstyle as well. He prefers those more aggressive angles. He likes to take fights. Holding a bit further back here, and most of the pressure is early towards B stairs. Same setup with Story dedicated towards bottom ramp, holding for the push in. The smoke's getting close to expiring. Peaks and tags, but Afro's still standing.
Standing on 19 HP with a grimace and pain shooting through his legs, but he's still there, still in the fight. Nade's being traded out once more. This stalemate continues, but now Saw are going to start to make up a bit of room for themselves. The timing here on this peak. As Story flashes up, they does get 1 as they clump up as 2 to push in, but Matty's on the swing, finishes off the low U-jerks, and in doing so, has tied up onto a 3-on-3. 45 seconds, and Saw have decided that B site is where they want to end this round.
The Molotov forces the hand of QB. He charges out, hoping he'll get the pick onto the B player. But Aros Dose has already marauded his way into the site, and he's pushing up close. If they don't expect this, he could be a linchpin in the round. Crims cleans up on the first bit of spam into the back, but does shut down Aros. And now you're on the site in the 1v1. He's looking for the adjustment. Molotov thrown across, he's seen the head, knows where Muteres is, and he's tucked him round the back, trying to bait the peak. The AK bullets whizzing on by. Time beginning to tick though, and the wind condition is all on Crims. He cannot find the shot. Muteres just has to hold.
Oh, the a swing from Nuterus at the end. Crims is going to be gutted. 2 kills in there, but unable to find a third. And Saw find a fourth. In doing so, they push Fnatic back into an eco. Beginning to believe there for Crims, though, man. He's been around so many times in those clutch situations. And he did have a bunch of shots towards Muterus. I mean, a couple of times he lined up for the headshot, but it was too little too late in the end. The Portuguese are hyped, they're pumped, they're motivated. They know they have Fnatic on the ropes early doors on their CT side.
The totem pole being built here, allowing them to peek over the top of the ramp with the support towards side. A bit of a gimmick that can pay off if they creep into your crosshair. Story continues to play passive. He wants them to peek into them, knowing that it's pistols, knowing that it's a low buy into this round. You don't want to give that opportunity away. Don't push yourself into any angles where those weapons can be at their best.
I think Saw witnessing MP9s and a lower investment on the side of Fnatic in that previous round. They know Nico is very much on the table here. So they're taking their sweet time, just clearing all their angles, making sure that there's no pesky CTs with some kind of gimmicky crossfire set up on the site. No stacks, Molotovs raining onto the site, liquid fire everywhere. And Crims, well, he's moved into position with his Deagle. Does connect the shot, 35 HP evaporates from Aradose. And now Muterus is going to be caught between multiple CTs. They line up for him, somehow survives on very low HP. And Body trades out to the Deagle, but it's the same result. Saw regain the lead. And Fnatic, they'll have a buy into this next round, Jackie, but when you're looking at the funds across the board here, it's not ideal. Afro's not going to have an AWP. They're going to be missing a couple of nades here and there. Incendiaries on multiple players will not be present. That could be a problem.
It could. And it raises an interesting conversation as well. The highlight on Crims for his experience. If you look towards the roster of Saw, Muterus and Roman, 2 players that have 12 years of professional experience in CSGO under their belt. Both of them 31 years of age, always grasping at the dream, the crown jewel of Counter-Strike to make it to a major. The closest they've been. So many runs at RMRs previously. And into this one, they attempt to bombard towards B, but Crims has claimed 2. The flank pays off, but it's tight trades. We're down to a 2v2.
2-on-2 and Afro is nowhere near Body. Body's going to have to do this one alone for the time being, but maybe it's all a ruse. Perhaps they have assumed incorrectly that the B site is where this bomb site will eventually come down, and Roman snatches the life of Afro away, tries to rotate in to find information. Now Body has that valuable intel, but what can he do with it? A post plant will be forthcoming. Smoke in his hands, but no kit to play with. And Story's making moves off the side already. They both on the side. There's blinded to Body's current position, and he goes for the slow peek. Story nails him, and Saw take the 6-4 lead. A team, as you were just highlighting there, Jackie, tons of experience between Muterus and Story, but they've never quite reached the holy grail of the major.
At times, coming down to the difference of literally a second. The history there, going to be something you want to avoid. Make your mark on Counter-Strike this time. They do lead by 2 rounds. Story's having a blinder of a game to start as well. Hitting some corkers, Vince. 12 frags on that AWP. And for Fnatic, again, they fall into familiar territory. Limited pistols to work with. At least they've got some utility to back them up. Afro's even priming a flash to pop them in towards ramp if they need it.
Roman taking point for his team. Just a slew of 5.7s and upgraded pistols, an assortment of weaponry. And although a headshot does connect, it's partially through the floor, so Roman will still remain. AWP traded across. And they are not deterred by any of that early aggression from the CTs. They continue to press forward. Flashbang, whiffing, bouncing off the side, but Aradose, even while flashed, still neutralizes 2. There's not much that Fnatic can do about this push. Once those smoke clears, They're going to be easy, slim pickings. Although Muterus and Roman are low HP, and there is maybe a way in with a bit of a fortunate peak, Fnatic are consistently just being pushed away from these smokes.
You know what they say? Fortune favors the brave. Will they play confidently on this one? Right now, playing the angles, listening for the audio cue. Bomb planted. Crims walking his way back around with the 5-7 in hand. QB waiting for the contact to peak, but no joy on the first face as Roman shuts it down, and that's the round going with it.
Yeah, that was kind of always the problem. Once those smokes began to subside, it's where the AWP comes into play. The superior AKs at range can finalize the weakened remaining CTs. And that will put Saw into a 7-4 lead on their choice of map here on Vertigo. It is so crazy to think, though, Jackie, that combined nearly quarter of a century of experience on two of these Portuguese players, and they've not been able to make it to a single major. Both over 30, both veterans. The amount of grind and craft and sacrifice these two players must have given up over those years to reach this point, but they've never done it. But they have a chance today to change history, to change their fortunes.
And not just for them, not just for these 5 players, but for the nation itself as well, for Portugal. The representation at majors, we've only ever had one Portuguese player in attendance over all 20 of them, and that was Fox. But we could have a whole roster. The first Portuguese team could confirm themselves a chance at Copenhagen. They just have to close this series. That's what's going through their minds. You can see the eruption as well when they're taking rounds, Vince, because of, like you say, that raw human element, the emotion of it that's going through them every time, every play.
That means the world to all 10 players, plus the coaches and the families of these players. To get it done here, Crims, while fully flashed, still able to thwart the push. All even here. Still over a minute on the clock, and Afro decides the best course of action is aggression, and he spots 2, nails Muterus, and forces Story away. Mid-control now taken by the CTs.
Body gets a whole lot more info as well. The heads-up play to go for the boost. He takes point man position, controlling middle. And saw themselves, well, they've set focus on rotating back round towards the A site, but time, well, that's an additional man on the server at this point in favor of Fnatic. As there's only 34 seconds left. Matty's, he's good on these positions, creeps his way in and slices his way through to Story. He's had a great game, but he's got to go absolutely inhuman in a spot like this. Hits the head, the Deagle comes out, and he shuts down Body. 19 seconds remain.
1 HP as well, 1 HP separating him and his demise. And Crims on the lurk, on the flank. 1 bullet will seal the deal for this one as he missed his chance. No, Crims spoils the party, shuts down what would have been one of the plays of the entire event. But Crims, cool, calm, collected in the right place at the right time, and that will be a 7-5 half score. Still in favor of Saw. But man, that was so close.
Oh, yeah. Walking the tightrope on that round. Crims, though, always so good in those sort of positions, right? The pressure doesn't really get to him. Maintains focus. And Story doing so much for the Portuguese team right now. I take a sec to discuss and reevaluate as well. Kita, the coach there, awful lot of experience, great brain when it comes to Counter-Strike as they bounce their ideas off each other. Much needed round, though. It'll help Fnatic out a lot on their CT side.
It's when he switches to the Deagle and lands that one.
I know, man.
So you take this shot, bang, Deagle, see you later. But Crims again, man, he's been consistently flanking. Aradose denied him previously, not to be denied this time. He is the undeniable element of Counter-Strike of Fnatic. He's been around for so damn long. He's still playing at a high level, still showing that although age can slow you down in some regards, if you want it enough, you can stick around. And our Body very aggressively pushing up ramp. Is no one gonna check sandbags? No one checks it, and do you jokes puts them down with a 4K. Oh my God! Nobody checks sandbags. Why?
Oh no, Vince. And we even heard the screams for that one. It echoes through the walls of the PGL studios. And damn right you want to erupt. Everyone mind blown by the play. Look at the sheer excitement on their faces. This is Counter-Strike.
You know it's special when one of your teammates is literally applauding.
I know, man.
He had front row tickets to the U-Jerk show. And we were talking about this before. He is one of those guys that will absolutely run away with a map if you give him a chance. Statistically speaking, he is Soar's best player coming into this game.
He has been, and he's been performing better than his average as well. At the RMR, his rating is going up. The contrast is the fact that both him and Matty have also had the same impact over the RMR so far. They've both been great at multi-kills. But that one was really a cut above the rest. Early play out towards middle, at least testing the waters. But Fnatic, after being spammed down, double back, don't fancy that one anymore.
I tell you what, Jackie, a moment like this with so much on the line, the pressure, the atmosphere coming into this game, to have a play like that pop off, that is going to rally the troops and then some. It takes some pressure away. You begin to believe that your teammates are on a different level. And of course, this is just a clean-up round. There's going to be a stab in the back. Crims gets it. And U-Jerks was a millisecond away from denying the rogue-esque play. As it stands, though, smiles on the faces of the Portuguese, understandably so, as the timeout called on the side of Fnatic. And Story can see there, 18 kills, 7 deaths, 4 assists. The guy has been on point.
And normally, it's one of those where you think, oh yeah, if he throws the little backstab in, maybe it slows him down a little bit. You know, it's that seeded out in the back of your mind, not in this game. The body language with how they're playing and the fact that they're guaranteeing themselves the rounds, because that's the big picture. That's what matters most. They'll shake that one off. They won't give a damn about the butcher knife.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, you stabbed one of us, Crims. You know, good job. You're still getting wrecked, though.
Yeah.
We're still on point. We're still feeling them. Still have a 4-round lead. And their AWPer is in a different level of form coming into this game. It's the classic, man. Sometimes these kind of pressure cooker games, they bring the best out in players. Sometimes they bring out the worst. It's still early days in this best of 3. Don't write Fnatic off, even on Vertigo. They can definitely turn this one around, and Crim showing why through the smoke. He pierces and skews Roman and puts him down.
And this is a Fnatic squad that have lost the 4 past games of Vertigo in a row. So they could break that streak if they can get back into this. It's a map that Soar are very comfortable on. At the minute, it looked like they were finding a few gaps, a few opportunities, but towards the B site, it's a 1-for-1 trade. 3 players alive on either team as we get towards the 60-second mark. Afro has doubled back. He's grabbed the bomb. And the T's are deciding where they want to go with this. Crims lurks, waiting for a push down. Seeing if anyone from Soar will give an opportunity towards the ramp after the audio cues were heard of them going over the bridge.
Oh, U-Jerk saw 2 players. He knows he doesn't want to repeat this. Instead, he wants to fall back, relay information, and allow his team to move in. The bulk of these T's now find themselves over on the A side. Crims gets wide swung, and U-Jerks finishes what he started off just a few moments prior. Fnatic, though, going to be taking the initiative and pushing across to the B side. Afro's still yet to join his teammate. Needs a few more seconds to get in there. There's no HEs or incendiaries here available for the CTs. And with the 2 Molotovs planted into position, they block each other. Mattis gets blocked by his teammate of Afro, who on 6 HP now has 8 seconds to try and clutch this one. Going for the full-on plant. Muterus thinks it may be a fake. And now he can use that smoke as a shroud, as a defense mechanism, but Muterus, he's been here too many times. He's not falling for that. 10-5 will be the score.
And if we spoke about nerves coming into it when we saw the veto, thinking maybe there was potential, we're Soar a little bit scared of things. It doesn't look like it. Right now, some of the mistakes in the carnage, in the chaos. That's on the side of Fnatic. Around. It was really hanging in the balance. It was quite close when it went down to the late 1v1. For Fnatic, you've got a reset off the back of it, feeling a bit uncomfortable now. Again, another pause is used.
Players making sure they're fully hydrated, on the same page. Crims focused. There was Matty's on your screen for a couple of moments as well. He has slowed down just a tad since that first half, Jackie, and that could also be a bit of a problem. Was going his way for the most part. He had a very solid effort in this round, got blocked by his teammate. I think maybe a bit of lapse of communication. He was checking behind him, maybe playing anti-flash. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but the result is it's 10-5. And now Fnatic with another purchase. Gonna be getting aggressive into the B stairway. Flash is good. Having to run through that Molotov though. Gonna take some of the health bar away of Afro in particular.
For Fnatic, you'll be happy at least in the opening fight. You've taken that control towards the bottom of the stairs by B. Forced the CTs off. The reply is to use the utility though. That does some chip damage. Matties eats the shrapnel and loses 40 health because of it. Roman attempting to back up Ujerks as well. Has a HE and a smoke. So utility's still there for him. He'll tuck in back towards the sandbags, get the re-smoke out. Has the HE to follow up right on target. That gives an audio cue for the CT side as well. They're going to know that they're here now off the back of the HE detonating. It ruins the lives of Fnatics and they're losing confidence on it.
Oh, they've lost confidence. They've already pulled away and tapped out of this position. Soar's utility has been on point. I mean, look at the vast difference in HP bars, basically off HEs and Molotovs. Ujux has lost 24. You got 1 on Roman, tons for Afro, Matties, and Crims. Body is going to try and sell this fake, this idea of A. But a triple swing with 32 seconds left should be the call to get aggressive now from Fnatic, but they have nothing to proceed this push with. Flashes and smokes are going out way too late. The damage has already been done. And it's a shooting gallery now for Story. 22 kills for the Portuguese sniper, and Aradose cleans up the rest. This is quickly getting out of control for Fnatic.
And it isn't just Vertigo that Story has in his crosshairs. It's the idea of making it to the major, closing this one down. Big plays, carrying on from the incredible form that he had to open up the game as well. Back on the T side, he was finding entries, finding space for the team. Now he's putting the foot down, 6 shots as well. They look so good right now, Vince. Everyone that needs to come alive for them is firing all cylinders. Fnatic need that extra element. Again towards A, they're just being ruined by the nades.
These nades are on point, man. It was the same situation in the last round. This time, Fnatic a bit more desperate, a bit more forward in their positioning, and HEs just rip them apart. Ramp littered with the bodies of Fnatic players. And Matties has to traipse over those corpses if he wants to try and clutch this. That's a beautiful one-tap with the Tech 9. And now his position compromised, his health depleted. And Soar have 7 map points on their choice. We're scratching our heads a little bit at this veto, but Soar are proving a lot of the naysayers wrong as it stands. Fnatic, they can have a buy. But it's a bit flat on the side here of this T side. It hasn't really offered much.
It hasn't. It's scary as well because it's also the pressure that's in your own minds. The fact that this would be their 5th loss in a row on Vertigo, and it's the first map in the series for Soar. They're closing it down quite quickly. This is a game that has not been live for very long and could be over unless Fnatic now play a clean half. No room for error, Vince.
None whatsoever. And we've seen far from perfect T rounds so far on this half. That HE has damage written all over it. It blows open the smoke, but Crims, he was looking forward to that breeze. He's been feeling a bit hot here on Vertigo. Body opens up his account in this round, while Flashbang still neutralizing Roman. A weakened Story has to fall back to the site and play deep and passive. A way forward on the side of Fnatic. They're going to have to run the gauntlet. But they've removed some of the obstacles at least.
Back to basics. Matties with support towards the B site. They've been good at finding a couple of entries here. But it's actually getting themselves onto the site, getting into a position where you can close down the round. Hasn't worked too well for them. Fragmented as well with a 3-2 setup. Low HP on quite a few of the key players for Fnatic. Both Body and Afro, not even 50 HP combined, and they begin to walk off. Time is so tight as well. You're looking at 35 seconds. If they're held back for even a few seconds, Vince, this could be over on the contact play towards B.
This entire map could be over, and then they're one map away from having their dreams ruined. Munaris with one. The spray is good from U-Jerks again, and the weakened Fnatic players run into the slaughter. Saw get it done in ease, 13-5.
The pride of Portugal finds success on Vertigo, and they start this series off one map under the belts. All it relies on now is winning another map, and they will be able to close this series down and make it to the major. Incredible scenes.
One of the most convincing performances we've seen at the entire EU RMRs so far. And what a time to bust out a performance like that from Story. He finishes mid-20s, crazy amounts of ADR.
To see Saw swing the balance of Vertigo in their favor in that fashion, quite the feat. Enjoyable for us, probably not so much for Fnatic. Map 1 goes the way of the Portuguese.
That was a very convincing win coming in from Saw Gaming. We were questioning the video a little bit. We were questioning what their minds were like, whether or not they should have gone with Vertigo, Inferno, you name it. But I think they shut our mouth, shut everyone who's potentially, critiquing them out their mouth, and they put up a monstrous performance. Yes, the game in the beginning was slightly close. Fnatic got off to a decent start after losing the pistol. They strung 4 rounds together. I think to myself, all right, it's going to be a good game. It's going to be back and forth. Two teams who are very equal on the server. But from that point onwards, it was Saw all over the place. They won 12 rounds in a row, 11 rounds in a row, with Fnatic only taking 1 at that point. It was Story, it was all of them, and looked very, very easy for Saw.
We can go back to the initial discussion we had, why maybe they didn't go for the Inferno. We touch upon this in the green room, because Fnatic, they don't have any data on how Fnatic played that map. Sure. So they're like, let's go for a tested quantity, something which we already know about, which is our Vertigo. And yes, as you pointed out, 4-2 for Fnatic, you're thinking is looking good. But what I did not enjoy from Fnatic CT side was there was a lot of holes in your defense. Multiple rounds, I see, Crims and the other defender holding towards mid, leaving B completely wide open. 3 players playing towards ramp. And at one point, when you realize, okay, you've done enough, you've done your job, keeping the T's at bay, fall back to a better positions where you can have a crossfire, you can shut it down. Instead, they just kept getting picked apart one by one towards ramp, just going for unnecessary peaks. Just because you can get a peak early in the first 30 seconds doesn't mean you have to force the issue. And that's when I want to give credit to Saw. They were so stable, they were so confident, and they were just like, guys, we know exactly what they're doing, but we'll work our defaults together. And also really helps that Story came to life with that AWP. He was finding impact everywhere, and over 130 ADR as a primary operator in Vertigo. That's great.
Blair, absolutely. The story of Vertigo, what story on Saw? Almost 140 ADR. We'll see his highlights shortly. He was showing up all over that skyscraper.
Yeah, and I'm sure when we see his highlights, it's not only the AWP, there was also a couple of rifle kills in there. We're also going to see the kill distribution spread all over the map. It wasn't a static player, it wasn't a one-dimensional performance coming in from Story. It was a player that was able to be proactive on the server, a player that was able to move around, a player that really had a great game. And what better time to do it? Map number 1, your own map pick, you're coming into Vertigo, the pressure's on, as we spoke about. Saw has never qualified for a major before, and now they find themselves just one map away, based on a monstrous performance coming in from Story. You see it right here, the AWP is in play, the M4 is in play, it's all over the map, it's in clutches, it's in retakes, it's in the entry department. This man, he dictated the game, he dominated the game, and he played a fantastic game of counters.
And look at a lot of the AWP shots he was getting. There was no flashes coming in from the CTs or the Ts on either side when he was playing, right? Just going in for peaks where his opposition and just holding the angle. He was kind of fed a lot of the skills as well, which I feel was a big mistake coming from Fnatic. And a really cool thing for Saw is the fact that you look at Ujokes, right? He is that X factor. He's that guy who's like the highest rated player thus far. And you're kind of expecting him to be the difference maker, so to speak. He didn't really have too many moments to speak of. It was mainly everyone else chipping in. We had, you know, obviously Story, Roman, Muterus finding a lot of success as well. So Saw, you know, they just looked like a better team. They look like the favorite team here.
Blair, let's stay on board with you and zone in on a specific round you wanted to pick out, round 13.
Round 13, first pistol round. This is Fnatic not doing the due diligence. Like a very basic thing. Check sandbags. They don't check it. Flashbang comes out, doesn't even blind anyone, doesn't matter. Ujokes is completely, absolutely shuts it down. Look, 7-5 scoreline is still kind of like, you know, Fnatic can probably make it happen. The moment you saw that, and we were sitting in the green room pretty far away from where the players are, we could hear them just scream the roof off. And right there, I think we all kind of knew this map's a done deal.
Little mistakes, I mean little, it ended up being a very
mistake.
big mistake by Fnatic to not check sandbags. Pimp, Fnatic can't afford to do that at this point, especially going into map 2.
There's always two sides to a story. Obviously, Saw played one hell of a game, but Fnatic were just nowhere to be found on the server. Again, they got off to a decent start, 4-2, but from that point onwards, not a single player showed up. Sometimes you have a team where you're losing big time, but you at least have 1 or 2 players who are trying to drag your team back into it. They're trying to be the difference makers on the servers, but Fnatic had nobody. The highest rated player for Fnatic in this game had a -6 kill differentials. That's a story in itself, you know. They were nowhere to be found. So yeah, as much as I want to give credit to Saw, because they did play absolutely fantastic, it's also one of those games where if you're Fnatic, forget everything about it, because nothing, absolutely nothing worked out for you.
I mean, the highest rated player was Mattis on Mattis on 0.92 rating. That's grim. And I know it's a map that they don't really necessarily have a good record on, like you said, but they didn't even seem like they warmed up into the very end of the map. So heading into Overpass, I worry for Fnatic, because I know it's a map pick. I know it's a map that they do like to play. Saw like to play that map as well. They're pretty comfortable on it too. So this could be a 2-0 for Saw, man.
Looking ahead to Overpass, Pimp, what do you think Fnatic need to do? What are your expectations? Because they didn't just lose on Vertigo, they just got wrecked. They got really beaten down, 13-5. They really need to find their form. They need to pick it up going into their map pick of Overpass.
They won 3 in a row, first and foremost. Fnatic are coming into Overpass feeling relatively comfortable in their own map pick. They beat AMKAL at this tournament as well and have had some decent showing so far. Another thing that's going to go their way, hopefully, if they want to win, is Afro. We didn't mention his name at all. Obviously, none of the players from Fnatic showed up on Vertigo. Afro specifically on Overpass is the gem of Fnatic. His average rating on the map the past 3 months, 1.32. The AWP presence from Afro is what can make the difference for Fnatic. Without him playing well, I don't see them winning, but he usually is a guarantee when it comes to Overpass.
What worried me a little bit on Overpass when they played against AMKAL for Fnatic was the CT side looked a little rough. Looked a little rough around the edges. They had to mount a comeback, I think winning like 5 or 6 rounds in a row to close it out in a 13-11 fashion, right? So they were playing from behind against AMKAL, who themselves didn't showcase much great Counter-Strike. And again, we're going up against the Saw, where yes, they do play the map. They do play to a pretty decently high level, but again, the opposition isn't that great. Does it get messy, Paula?
It could definitely get messy, Blair, and thank you, Pimp, for your thoughts. Everybody
You're welcome.
At home, it's map 2 coming up next between Fnatic and Saw. Saw are now 1 map away from guaranteeing their spot at the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major. Don't go anywhere.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And Simple. It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
So Roman, coming through to the RMR with Saw, I wanted to just see what it was like going through the closed qualifier and how hard that was for you guys as a team.
I mean, we felt that we were strong enough to go through. So if we played the normal CS like we usually do, we would qualify. So we just basically did our job and we make it through.
Did your job and we're very confident. You're still sounding confident as well. When you qualified though, does it still have a special meaning to you? Do you still feel so good?
Yes, of course. I mean, that's our goal. Our goal is to go to the major. So it was a relief that we qualified, of course, but we are still hoping to make through the major.
And what would making it to the major itself mean to you?
I mean, it's our main goal. We really want to play a major, so that's everything we do every day is to make it to the major. That's our main goal. So it's really special.
Yeah.
Not just for us, but to our community as well.
Yes, of course, of course. And let's talk about that actually. For your community and trying to fly the flag for your home country, how important is that for you to show the best level?
We want to make our community feel proud of us, so that's the main thing.
Looking at the teams here and looking in your group, how confident are you that you're going to make it through?
I mean, that's the 4th RMR in a row that we made it, but I felt that we had stronger groups before, so I mean, it's strong. It's really hard as well, but we had stronger groups, and on this tournament we had a not so bad seed, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, the seeding does help. How do you feel about your opening game?
Our opening game, it's going to be really hard. It's a team, we always struggle against them, so it's not easy.
Anything you feel like you've been able to work on or do differently to make it easier for you?
Yeah, we prepared really well, so let's see what it goes.
And what was that preparation like? Did you boot camp before you came?
We didn't boot camp, but we spent a lot of hours preparing it.
More hours than normal?
Yes, of course.
How many? Give me an idea.
I mean, I don't really know the number of hours, but we played really heavily on it. We were always playing.
Okay. And in the kind of level of tournament, when you compare an RMR to normal tournaments you're playing day to day, is there a feeling for the team where you guys, like, you have a change of mentality at all coming into the major?
I mean, now we are setting goals, and we are focusing one tournament at a time. Yeah. So at the moment we are full focusing major, and we dodge every other tournament to play the major.
Lovely. Well, good luck, mate. Hopefully it goes well.
Thank you, man. Cheers.
Saw started 0-2 at the EU RMRs and now have the possibility to complete the reverse sweep all the way to the major with a 2-0 against Fnatic if they can shut it down on the next map.
It's madness, Jackie, it really is. This is where dreams come true or potentially get broken, depending on which side you look at it. And we've already discussed all the dreams that Portugal have coming into this one. 2 players, tons of experience, never made it to the major before. Simply put, they're 1 map away now.
It's crazy, isn't it? The amount that you would have had to sacrifice throughout your life, putting blood, sweat, tears, hours of practice into Counter-Strike, to know that you'll finally be immortalized inside of the game that you grew up playing, you gave everything playing. A lot to dissect, and a second map that is really going to be quite interesting for what it is as well. Overpass for map 2.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much to dissect on both sides of the spectrum here. Like, obviously, right now with Saw, they've been so close, like just a millisecond or 2 away on the defuse in a previous RMR. Very, very close, these guys. They've got this newer sort of young blood of talent coming with Aradose in particular, who's been very impressive. U-Jerks as well, of course, has had some really, really stellar performances. but you're now overpass away from potentially securing a spot in. And we were also discussing this in the break. Overpass is kind of an interesting map for Saw, because although they've got some games played, there's not that much information out there.
No, there isn't. A lot of the games they've played on it is domestic competition against other Portuguese teams. The only real result against another squad that you may be familiar with is 9 Pandas, and that was a 13-1 victory to Saw. So even if you look over that demo, Vince, what are you going to have to take away from it?
That is the question, isn't it? You'd hope that, you know, they've done their homework, especially at a caliber of this tournament with so much on the line. But there is only a limited amount of information out there, whereas on the other side, Fnatic have played Overpass at this very tournament.
Yeah, and that's the crazy bit, right? So you literally could have been watching that game, had the demo pulled up, done your prep in the hotel, prepared for this. A lot that you could have up your sleeves. And a Fnatic side that needs to play an A-tier Fnatic here.
There were some optimistic elements. Matties, even though he was a bit quiet on that second half, still ended with very high ADR, was still performing and still landing those shots that we know he's capable of. The problem is that Afro never really got turning. He never really got into that game. They'll be hoping that changes. And Jackie, here we go. Map 2 is about to begin.
We're into it. Saw on the CT side. Having a quick glance at the buys as well. It's Aros Dose with the dualies, and he is really good with these pistols. The dual elites will sing for him if you come running into his crosshairs. And it's a 4-player setup. Boost at the back so you can peer over the top and have free info. Uterus supporting Aros down towards the water with a slower setup from Fnatic, going for a contact move into B. Body with the nades. QB on entry.
Slower though, it's not quite as explosive as they're hoping for, and that's going to play into this boost. Ujux with 1 gets flashed out of position, but there's already 4 players, and Matty's caught between multiple angles. To even get a headshot and a kill out of that is impressive by itself, but it's not going to change the tide of how this round is coming down, and it will favor Saw.
The bomb still waits outside of Monster, but Afro makes his move into A. Oh, blind and blown to bits by Ujux. Supported by the flashbang of Roman. Body finally going in. This was the real play. A late move into B, guarantee the bomb plant at worst. 2 versus 4 on the retake. It's got to be something incredible from both Crims and Body.
Crims takes 1 shot out, gives his position away, but he's trying to draw fire away from Body. Body can't get anything though. And although a weakened Ujux is finished off in the heavens, Crims had to go for the telegraph repeat on top of the sandbags, and the Portuguese are having none of it. Their streak of pistol rounds continues as they take the advantage here on map 2.
I told you as well, Aros Dose and those dualies, that is a match made in heaven. So good with them, understands exactly how quick he can spam out those bullets. Great from range, great up close. And the play was masterclass. They exactly understood what they needed to do to counter the pistol round from Fnatic. The opening shot even, you think about how quick that was, right? They run into the bomb site, just floored in seconds. And getting that pistol when you're on a CT side of Overpass, it sets you up for success. It makes your life a whole lot easier. Fnatic, of course, with a bomb plant, though, do have money, and the Galils are out on parade.
Oh, but Saw raining on that parade, and it's Story in particular, who closes the trap with the A1S, shutting down 2 and backing off, and he's continuing his aggression from that first map where he was lights out. I mean, he was pretty much infallible. What a horrible passage of play if you're Fnatic. You get the plant in, you get some Galils, you're feeling pretty good about things, and then just in the first few moments you get slapped back to reality.
I think for Story as an individual, the fact that he's just really coming alive and doing absolutely everything he can for this team in this map, in this series, is so important. It's that extra piece of the puzzle for them. You want him fragging, you want him playing well. Contact, walkout, Meteorus with the MP9. Ruins the life of Body. You've got the boost on the map as well, and it's Story waiting for them.
Successful boost into a 1-on-5. And it's that man, Crims, takes 12 damage off the Molotov. But more importantly than any of the damage is the fact he's completely outnumbered. He was encircled on every side. And that's a 2-0 score.
You can hear it, man. They're enjoying themselves. The screams as well. We've heard some loud screams throughout the course of this RMR, but it's the fact that you literally feel it vibrating through these walls. And these are thick concrete walls.
Yeah, when Ujux got that 4K on sandbags, I did feel the floor shake. I did. These guys were super amped, as you completely understand. And on the meanwhile, Fnatic, every time it switches to their point of view, it seems like it's a graveyard on their comms.
You got to have one of those plays that sparks the resistance, brings them back. At the minute, though, it's not looking good for this one. Eco bashing, going the way of Soar as they slice their way through them. Only one kill, and it really doesn't amount to much at all. They've got so much bank built up from how close, or how dominantly they've been winning these rounds, rather, that they're not going to worry about that. You can keep the money building, force out one rebuy on Story, sure. But that just means you might even want to bring the AWP out to play.
The concerning side for me is, yes, it is super, super early days in this map, of course, but neither QB, Body, or Afro have got off the mark just yet. Now they have rifles. From a neutral perspective, you'd like to see that change. But the problem is, especially in a pressure cooker game like this, the longer you remain on 0 kills, the confidence just depletes so quickly. Story nails Crims and backs away from side.
How is he finding these picks so consistently? On Vertigo, he was a hurricane that kept blowing them away. Here, a fast face, and already he's on the move. Repositions back towards A to bolster the defense. Matty's, he's a linchpin for this team. A very powerful fragger. He can do so much for Fnatic. But getting up towards the bomb site and actually finding opportunity to hit those heads is a very different part of the puzzle. Story's waiting for the contact as well, and over the top a flashbang comes in. Forces him off, but it looks like he's seen a bit of shoulder on that.
And getting into this forward position on the flower beds is one thing, but actually getting onto the site is an entirely different. So although Soar have given up a lot of ground here, they've got the perfect read of the situation. They draw that third player back onto the B site with 35 seconds left, and Roman is making moves in bathroom. He can even go through connector for the swing if he's required to go in for the flank. But a straightforward pick on the side of Story with a perfect flashbang in the eyes of QB will seal the deal for this round. Surely there's no way forward. Afro shut down from the back of the aforementioned flank. And the Portuguese simply cannot lose right now.
No, they're doing everything right. And Story, oh, he's right in the history books on this one. Wants to guarantee this team the reverse sweep throughout the RMR, make their moves all the way to the PGL Major in Copenhagen, the first CS2 Major, and the first time that we'll see a full Portuguese roster in attendance. It means so much. For Fnatic, it's starting to slip away in the early rounds. At least here, down to a very low investment. You've got a couple bits of utility to work with in terms of the nades. Supporting that, mostly just the Tech 9. So a bit of run and gun, potentially. That could be the flavor of the month. The airstrike comes in towards the B-bomb site, but there misses. No contact, no chip damage.
Aradose forced out of position, but it's negligible damage, and also there's no follow-up either. Like, you can put that Molotov down, it'll force him away for a couple of moments, but they can't close the gap. They can't punish them for these micro adjustments. If anything, it's Soar that just instantly regained their ground and forced Fnatic away. All 5 players coming towards middle now, where Roman is waiting. But he has Story behind him, who's on 8-1 already. And that's one hell of a support structure you have.
The C4 and the nades thrown down to Body. He'll make his play through connector. Afro sets up with the smoke to at least try and sell the idea this will still be a play towards A, but he's instantly seen. Roman, he's got all the information in the world now. They'll know this is a late B that's coming in. Ujux waits with the rifle. The Kalashnikov sings for one. Matty's Tech 9 does deal damage, but it's an easy few follow-up frags. And the CTs put the foot down at B.
It was the foot down onto a weakened purchase on the side of Fnatic. It was more of a half-buy investment, so a full-on AK buy will be coming up. Afro can't really justify the AWP here. Still, If you remember, at 3-0, I was saying that QB, Body, hadn't got off the mark. Afro has, but only 1 kill. Combined with the entirety of the roster of Fnatic, they have 5 frags coming through into the 5th and 6th rounds. The money is out of control already on multiple players of Saw. And Fnatic, you can see their ADR bars. 6 ADR for Crims, 15 for QB, 28 for Afro, 30 for Body. They've barely done anything in these opening rounds. It's not just been a case of them winning these close, nitty-gritty 3v3. No, they've completely locked this down.
And it's terrifying, because even if you add all of that up together, the graph for Story is still so much higher. He's been a one-man army. 8 kills, swinging constantly. But at least there's weapons. Fnatic need to make a difference now into the 6th round. This is where your buy comes out to play. And they did don the AWP. Afro's on the scope. At times it feels like he can be a bit inconsistent with the weapon, but when he's on, he does a lot for this roster. He can create space, find openings. He's good on that T side, we just need to see it.
That's exactly it. We need to see something from Fnatic here. Potential is all well and good, but if you don't live up to that mantle at times like this, potential means absolutely nothing. Results matter now. And the result is that Saw are having everything their own way. They're having a good time. They're having a laugh, a joke around, but maybe that smile's going to be turned into a grimace now from Crims, as he's bagged himself 1, but Roman is keeping his position on long alive. And as long as he survives, it's going to keep the T's caught in a few different minds.
Oh, back's turned as well. He tried to take the peek, see if he can hit the shot. Body now knows about his position, but that's the bomb. Drop round towards longside. They keep peeking back into it, and it is just frags galore. Roman with 2. And they're so fired up that you can even see Vincere is trying to say, let's calm it down a bit. Let's just keep ourselves focused, because the adrenaline's got to be pumping.
That's exactly it. Exactly it. And that is the veterancy that we're talking about. Don't get carried away. Yes, you're having a good time. The confidence is high. That's amazing. But don't let that interfere with your focus. Don't let that interfere with your determination. Because you're 6-0, it's a phenomenal position to be in, but many times have we seen a team at this kind of a lead let it go by. And additionally, if everyone is super amped up and happy right now, if you go through a couple of losses, that can quickly come back down to reality. It's best to keep an even keel, to make sure everyone's as neutral as possible and has themselves dialed in. But there's no denying, Jackie, this is a great start by any metric as far as Saw are concerned here on the CT side.
It is. And it's against the team that yesterday was bested by Koi. Of course, Just, and also his brother-in-arms, Instadodo, made it through to the Major by beating this very squad. Ex-teammates of Roman and Mutaris, they want to join them at the Major. With how the game's going so far, they're getting one step closer to that. Only Story falls into this round. Matties has grabbed himself the AWP to work with. He's round the back towards Bank. Incredibly fragmented from Afro, though. It's going to be a hell of a marathon to make it over towards the A site. And Saw, if they come creeping back in, just depends if they give up those 1v1s. Give an opportunity to Matties to hit the shot. He was already pre-scoped, so they won't know about his position. Does get the first, and backs off as well. Ujerks is aware.
One of the best opportunities that Fnatic have had on this T side so far. Deagle and AWP, they have got to make the most of this position. Post plant comes in, Afro on the end of the line is dangled in front of Saw, and it was too tantalizing for them not to take the most of it. And now Matty's in a very awkward, precarious position with the AWP is spotted and laid down from Aradose. Saw continue their winning ways. They looked a bit vulnerable in that round, but to be fair, that was off the back of a beautiful insta-1 dig from Matties, and they exploited the most out of it, but still couldn't get across the finish line.
Another pause being used. And it makes sense. You've got 3 of them, you need to pull them out in rounds like this, especially when that was a close one, and you know you're going to have some firepower to work with again. You can slow down the game, ice out the opposition a little bit, and at times, you kind of pull yourself out, have more of a perspective on the overall game. It's easy to tunnel vision. It's easy to lose yourself in the moment. Kita chimes in.
Couple of deep breaths. Re-engage the senses back into this matchup. Fnatic 7-0 down. Down, but certainly not out. But I think it's been the nature and how they've been manhandled, for want of a better term. That is the concern and the cause for alarm right now on the side of Fnatic. But you can always bring it back. They get 4 or 5 rounds here. They're in this. Hell, even 3 with a second pistol. Afro getting aggressive. Deciding if we're going to go down, it's going to be on our own terms. We're going to go out on our shield. Entry needed to come through. Aradose gets the frag. Smoke down should allow him safe passage to the back of the site, but he's going to hold in position. That's where the confidence comes through, but it may be a little bit too much. A trade of 2 players back-to-back puts Fnatic in the advantage.
And what was a large lead has quickly started to fall away. It looked like maybe a round where they had got the number and Saw were going to be deflected from the retake. Instead now, you outnumber them. Uterus is on the flank as well. Afro, he's got a suspicion about this. Watches the back through Monster, but a bit paranoid about where they're pushing from. So many angles to cover. They double up, play off one another. Looking back round towards short now. Uterus with the timing, finds the face onto body. Rips his head off his shoulders. Afro swings back on Monster, hits the first shot. There's the follow-up frag. Zoojerks is done, but he's open from short, and that's Roman's domain. Walks in and a missed shot spells a lost round. They erupt again as they take 8 cleanly.
Really nice effort from Afro, isn't it? And he takes that 3rd shot. I think it hit the wall. It looked like it may have even been on for a millisecond, but it wasn't enough. And again, they had a 4v3 with multiple players in forward positions on the site and still couldn't get it done. And look at those odds. Oof. Understandable. Man, Fnatic, they need a resurrection. They need some kind of inspiration. Body is still yet to get off the mark. 0-8, 1-8 for QB. Afro, 3-8. Crims, 2-8. Nobody positive. Matty's the closest. And to make matters worse, the confidence surging through the veins of the Portuguese. Will see Story with the freest of kills, and it's the Talisman again that's down first.
The player that could have been the defibrillator to wake Fnatic back up and get them into the game has been removed, and Story is never content with just one, is he? Slays Afro. And Fnatic's chances in the 9th round getting slimmer and slimmer as the seconds go by.
Oh, the barrel will go more spotted. Story knows. You can see him calling, relaying the information. I saw a barrel in connector. 1 connector. Crims nailed. Fnatic in pieces, littered across the floor of Overpass and being stamped all over by Saw. No respect being shown. Ruthless, unending, merciless aggression across the board. And a 9-0 scoreline. This is probably the most one-sided game that we've seen at the RMR so far. It's been outrageous how much of a stomp this has been. And this is Fnatic, a team that dominated the early stages of CSGO. They won the very first major back in DreamHack Winter of 2013. And were a big part of those first 5 or 6 majors, winning a few. Their last one in Cologne 2015 as well. A runner-up in semi-finals twice. And they are facing the very real possibility of not just losing 2-0 to Saw here, but being dismantled in the process.
You think even just for Crims as an individual, you mentioned how he kind of is the icon of Fnatic, the one that everyone looks at as the personality that's lived the brand. If he was to make it back to the major, it would be his 17th time appearing, making him tied with such legendary players. Rain, Shox, Zipnix, Apex. That's something you've got to fight for. That's something that you've got to build for yourself.
Let's see if they can build some of the starting blocks. Put the first few slabs of cement down to try and make this comeback a reality. And go out with a bit of a bark rather than a whimper. because right now this has made very tough viewing indeed. Story, an uncharacteristic mistake may cost some of his teammates their lives and give Fnatic a chance. But it's the slimmest of chances, the slimmest of margins, and Aradose lays down the law, drops the hammer again on the B side, and sends Fnatic reeling. Afro stands up for one, but it's down to that man Crims. In a 1-on-3, he has control over the bomb and has time. So if he wanted to, a rotation would be possible, but as far as he's concerned, someone's in connector. Takes the long-range peek against Story, and it's more of the same. A 10-0 scoreline. And you were just highlighting Crims there in particular. He is Mr. Fnatic. He's one of the most loyal players in CS history with how long he's been at this org for. The last major that he won and Fnatic won was Cologne 2015, where they beat Envious in the grand finals 2-0. And it was Crims, one of the best performing players with a 1.31 rating in the grand finals. He's been through the ups and the downs, the trials and the tribulations. And I think it's safe to say, if they get slaughtered here and this ends up being a 13-0, 13-1, this might be one of the low points of his entire career.
A heartbreaking feeling, knowing that you've got to wait a week practicing to potentially try and slog your way through last chance, but at the minute, it's Story that's sending them in that direction. Finally, there's a clap back as Matties will be able to hit the head and stop him from getting another multi-kill round. And he's had so many of them. He's been the bookend for Saw time and time again. He gets the opening pick and the closers. 4 versus 4, round 11, and Fnatic, they need to get some rounds. They need to get something. You can't limp your way through this with nothing under the belt. They don't clear towards Ujax. He moves his way back around, setting up to look for a second, but is popped off by Afro.
Aradose now caught in a bit of an awkward spot, but comes out, knows he has to kill his way into success, into liberty, and Bucharest locks the jail once more on Fnatic. Oh, this is so difficult to watch, Jackie, because on the one hand, you're happy for Saw and how they're playing is just so beautiful, but on the other side, that you know Fnatic, these players must be dying inside. To be crushed this way, their dreams on the line, they won't be completely out. Last chance qualifiers also is an extra lifeline, but I can't imagine what's going through these players' minds right now.
No. Hard to stay focused, hard to shake it off. It's the beauty of Counter-Strike. You always have an opportunity, Vince, but you have to fight for those, forge your own destiny in these games. And Saw have been doing just that. The spam here. Even connecting as well, down on towards connector. Doing a bit of unconfirmed damage across, back onto Afro. As a sliver of health is knocked off him. They've made their move up through connector, setting up again towards the toilets. Bomb's been left down so it can be picked up on the rotation. And Matties doubles back for it. Minute and 13 seconds on the clock. Dribs and drabs of utility thrown over towards the site, but Story, it seems like he's always one step ahead in this game at the minute.
Yeah, this guy is just living in a different plane of existence. He's putting all of those years of blood, sweat, and tears, the so close yet so fars of his career as well, the naysayers, the criticisms, all to the side to focus on proving everyone wrong. Even within this best of 3, a lot of people doubted Saw. You cannot doubt them now. Shot does connect. QB feeling the most of that one. 30 seconds left, Jackie, and Fnatic, a part of me wants to see them win this round just so they get something out of this half.
You have to. You've got to grasp onto it. But with 20 seconds left and a quick rotation back towards B, they might be blown away. Aradose is holding it. He's got support. The first frag comes in. Quick trades back, but it's all going wrong. Afro, he's miles out of position, trying to develop a flank, but with just 8 seconds on the timer, Saw, they are inches away from cleanly taking the half and just needing one round. A pistol is all that they need.
One of the most one-sided halves of Counter-Strike you will ever witness, ladies and gentlemen. And it comes in one of the most heartbreaking times for 5 or 6, including the coach of Fnatic. Elation just around the corner for Saw. You can see them again trying to calm themselves down. They know how close they are. They can taste it. how close they are, but they know they've got to still relax.
It's embodied by Roman as well, right? Literally holding up the one finger, saying it's okay, it's one round.
Yes.
It's one round, that's all they need. They understand the position they're in.
And meanwhile, it has to be the one in the air for Fnatic, one round at a time. You have to somehow put the 12-0 first half into the back of your mind and focus on each round, one by one, kill by kill. We've seen crazy things happen in this game. The drama, the suspense, the twists and turns is what makes Counter-Strike such a beautiful esport and such an important one. But Fnatic, still body yet to get off the mark on 0 and 12. They're going to have a huge shift of their fortunes.
First contact towards Connector. It gives the information, but it's a one-for-one trade. Bucharest trying to battle back. They're being swung on from all angles, and finally it's coming up. Fnatic. Aros Dose waits back towards the toilets. Body's got it covered. It's a 1v1 on this. He should have info on the peak. Swings into it. One head lopped off. Waits for the fight back. They're attempting to explode back in favor, and they will get it. Body with one, but like you said, it's one step at a time. It is the first foot on the ladder.
Just purely from a human perspective, it's nice to see. But can Fnatic continue to build their way back into this one? Again, all it requires is one. Some very nice shots connected from the likes of Afro. Matty's again, as ever, on point. Crim's dipping in. And 12-1 the scoreline. No post-plant and no force from Saw. They know they don't have to rush this one. They got plenty of time.
Take it as slow as you like. Use it as a bit of a live timeout. Figure out where you want to adjust, what you want to do. Especially once you actually get those rifles in your hands, because that's probably the win condition you're thinking about. Worst case, if it gets to that point, you know you'll have an equal fight.
Fnatic have 17 majors attended. Joint in second place with NIP. The only team that has bested them is Na'Vi, who of course have already secured their spot in the next stage in the grand arena of the major. The lockdown in effect from Fnatic as anticipated. And with NIP already being eliminated here, Fnatic also have that possibility of moving into the outright second position and knocking NIP down to third. Not that they'll be caring about that right now.
No.
They've got a lot more bigger fish to fry in that regard.
A lot more that needs to be done before you start thinking about the possibilities for the change in the rankings, the change in the history books for the most majors attended by an organization. And this is what Saw were taking their time for. They wanted to have everyone zoned in flow state for this round, round 15. As the buy is there, they've got rifles to work with, full utility across the board as well. Roman taking a lot of damage from the early utility, Connector being completely zoned out and forcing him back as he's brought down to 21.
Slowing of the pace now, Saw. Oh, they catch Cube out with a nade, and Matty's nearly follows the same path, the same trajectory. Body finds the timing. He's now racking up the frags from 0 coming into this second half to 5. Exploding into the server. They still have Story, Ujux, and Roman to fend off.
And this triple threat, they can do a lot. Story with the golden AK. He has been shining so bright in this series, but he will fall to Crims. Crims slowing down the play as well, uses the smoke to isolate them. They're giving up the one-for-ones, and Ujux with such little HP being pushed from all positions, and Body connects the head.
Round by round, brick by brick, body by body. They're on the right path. But it's littered with potholes and obstacles all over the place. It's going to be far from smooth. I don't think that that's necessarily nerves. I think it's more frustration. Like, I just want to get this over with.
Yeah. You want to know it's done, right? You want to know you've completed that journey, that legacy that you've been so close to so many times. Everything they've been fighting for their entire careers. They felt that heartbreak. And you imagine guaranteeing yourself that spot at the major. You'll see tears. You'll see that response. This is everything. They put their lives into the game. And now you're just one round away. You know that dream is a reality that you finally built for yourself.
So many sacrifices over such a long period of time for Story and Muterus in particular. Of course, the rest of the roster also, but they've just been around for a vastly longer period of time.
Yeah.
They're both older than Crims is, to put it in perspective, and a lot of people consider Crims to be one of the elder guard of Counter-Strike. So yeah, I would be amazed if they can get across the finish line if we don't see a lot of emotion from these players, and every right to do so. But they cannot take their eye off the fact that their job is not done just yet. The carpet bomb, though, connects onto Matty's. And if there was one player you'd want to neutralize early on in the round, it's him.
The light of the superstar going out. The Fnatic still shining bright. Body put up on the pedestal and hits the connection onto Aros Dose. The rest of the unit respond by going for a fast play out on the A site. Afro, this is an opportunity to flex your muscles and hit some shots on the orb. Dashing back and forth, Ujux gets close with the Deagle but can't connect it, and it's all on Story. Glock in hand, dinked. Panicking now. Looking for the adjustment, peeks back up. And Crims closes it. Round by round. Fnatic attempting to stay alive.
So far they are, but even within the full eco Glock rounds, Saw are taking casualties. They're making Fnatic sweat this one. Orp now picked up on the side of Roman, 15 to his name, 16 Aradose, 14 Ujux. Everyone's pulling their weight on the side of Saw. It's not a one-man army that if you shut him down, the rest of the pieces come crumbling around with it. Many threats.
The boost play towards the right-hand side of the pillar, so you don't get knocked off by the flashes. If they don't spot Muterus already taking a lot of space away, and the Molotovs are down towards the toxic barrels. We'll see the first man fall. Matty's only good for one on the trade. Aros Dose spamming in the smoke, knows the location of another player, and with the HE going in, Crims, his chance is blown away from him. It's down to Body and Afro in a 2 versus 3 now.
Their survival in this game, to deny Saw their dream of making it across to the Copenhagen Major. And although Body is spraying a perfect circle around, he's not going to be able to deny the bomb plant. Story's already got that one down. And both players are healthy. It's all coming down to Body. The brains needs to somehow figure out a way to clutch this and keep Fnatic in this game. And Saw are playing their positions very well, forcing out his attention towards the water, and that's allowing the monster player to come in. But Saw, after so many times, so many attempts, secure their spot at the major.
They came, they saw, they conquered. It is an emphatic victory for the Portuguese, and look at them now, a deserved celebration. This is life-changing for this roster, and they will be attending the PGL CS2 Major Copenhagen.
Just a day prior, we were talking about the other story in the side of Koi Movistars and how 2 of those players from the Heartbreaks, the Dodo and Just a Heartbreak, they suffered in Antwerp a couple of years ago, not making it to the Major. And the 2 of their teammates, they're playing right here. It's Muterus, and of course, it is Roman, and they do it in such an emphatic fashion. Make no mistake, that was an absolute curb stomp.
Beautiful. There's no way around it. They were the better team tonight. It wasn't even a game. Fnatic fell short, couldn't really get anything going. Saw ate them alive, and as you said, it's so good to see, because what we saw at Antwerp, you know, at the RMR qualifiers, some of the most heartbreaking stuff I've ever seen. The Dodo missing a shot, you know, when the game was about to be decided. He legged him down to 9 HP or something along the lines. Now fast forward a year and a half, and here we found ourselves with some more Portuguese players heading into the major in Copenhagen. Fully deserved it, by far the better team, I would say, over the course of the 2 maps. At no point in this game did I feel Saw weren't in control. That in itself is a statement in terms of how they qualified and how they made their way to Copenhagen.
When you look at how Saw played across both maps, Vertigo and Overpass, it feels like you're watching a crescendo of everything you want to see in well-played CS. There's individual plays and there's great team plays, Blair.
Oh, absolutely. They played just a very, very solid brand of Counter-Strike. Now, we'll get to Fnatic later on, but I don't want to take anything away from Saw here. They, after the first map in which they gave a wall ping to Fnatic, they came into the CT side, and they were so emphatic in the way they were playing that CT side. Again, Story. I mean, what a tale of aggression from him across both the maps.
He has had a monster series,
like,
Blair.
You have the first buy coming in for Fnatic. What does he do? Just pushes in mid, gets a couple of kills. Fnatic get a buy again in round number 5 or round number 6. Just pushes towards long, gets 2 kills, and Fnatic are just feeding him. And look, Saw, they played like the favorites. Initially, we had our questions. This is kind of a 50-50 matchup here. We don't know who's really going to step up. Fnatic were nowhere in like, they weren't even in the same state as a server. Honestly.
No, slightly disappointing, to be completely honest. Obviously, take nothing away from Saw. They are the ones we should celebrate. They are the heroes. They are the ones making it into Copenhagen. For Fnatic, they go down to the last chance qualifier, and with the level we saw today, that's going to be incredible rough for them. They never showed up. Vertigo never showed up. Sure, they had a 4-2 lead. That was the only point in the game where you think to yourself, maybe there's a chance. Apart from that, it was Saw all over. I'm looking at the combined scoreboard as well, not only from this game. Not a single Fnatic player, apart from Natus, was over 18 kills. You have 4 players below 18 kills over the course of 2 maps. You have no player better than -10 in the kill differences. So no player, absolutely no one from Fnatic showed up at any point in this game. So for Saw to win in this fashion, not really that surprising when you consider that there was no opponents on the server.
And it's not just about individual prowess, right? You look at the T side for Fnatic on Overpass. There are no flashes, no utility being used. This is your map pick, right? If my memory serves me right, this is the map that Fnatic picked.
Correct.
You know you're going to be starting on the T side. Where are the protocols? Where are the flashbangs? Why Story just getting away with murder every single time? It was so lost. I felt like the pressure was also getting to them, but even from the get-go, from round number 2, 3, 4 onwards, it looked like look, this Fnatic already, we had a few question marks about them, but this was just such a deflating performance from them.
Pimp, 12 CT rounds for Saw. What were they doing right? Why were they so successful and so dominant?
I mean, everything, yeah. I think they were good at keeping their calm as well. And as Blur said, it's not like Fnatic made it hard for them. I think the B defense was rock solid. A-long constantly, Fnatic constantly went out A-long without flashes, with losing a man. So it felt like they were always playing from behind. It's hard for me to praise Saw too much in the sense that, yes, they played a picture-perfect Counter-Strike game. They punished every single mistake that Fnatic showed up with, but there was a lot of mistakes to pick off on. So I'm not necessarily saying that Saw wouldn't have won this game if Fnatic would have showed up on a good day. I'm just saying that this game wasn't even a game. It was just Saw walking into the major.
Oh, absolutely. They were just fed and by Fnatic, and they just ate it up and spat them out.
Guys, it'll come back to us shortly, but for now, we'll head down to the floor where we've got James Banks standing by with Mutaris and Roman.
That's right, Parla. And these two, 31 years old, they've been on Saw since 2020. You've been doing this whole journey. You had heartbreak when it came to Antwerp, Paris, and it was tough for you guys, right? But now you finally achieved the dream of a major. For you were in tears from the win. Explain to me what you felt when you just saw it and that final round went your way.
I mean, it's all we work for. We really play all day, all night. It's our lives. We train every day to play major. And we were so close one time, and we knew we could do it, so you're never so old.
And you guys came back from 0-2, right? I want to touch on just the NIP game, for example. After you got that one, was that some extra confidence building for the best of threes?
Yeah, of course, it was a great win against NIP, but after we lost against 9 Pandas, we talked to everyone in the team, and we just said, fuck it, we need to do our game, we need to focus on our confidence and do what we do every day, how we prac, and I think that was the key factor, because the last 3 games, it was, I don't gonna say it was easy, but we made it easy.
And let's talk about that, right? Just now against Fnatic, you got absolutely dominant on the Vertigo, then we see this on Overpass, 12-0. This looked like you guys had it completely in your hands. Did you ever feel like the game was slipping away?
I mean, we know that we have a strong city side on Overpass. It was a mistake by them to pick that map. I mean, we have awesome results on that map. We did beat 9 Pandas on the close qualifier and overpass, just like we did against Fnatic. A strong city design and won the game, so they should have known better.
And in terms of that, right, I was looking at your Vertigo in there. We're thinking maybe there might be a chance for the Inferno because they'd never played it. But did you want to go for the data that you could see on Fnatic and see that, okay, they're not good on Vertigo, but we can also use that to our advantage?
Yeah, Vertigo is a map that we are really comfortable. So, but we, in the last games, we had some bad results, but we never run away from our Vertigo. Yeah, and we thought that was the right pick, and I think that was like I said, it's key because we didn't, we were not afraid to pick Vertigo.
And for you guys, you've been playing for so long, right, trying to achieve this dream. Was there ever a point where you started to doubt it and say, okay, this might not happen, maybe I should retire, give up?
Yeah, after 0-2, I lost a lot of confidence, but we had a team talk and that helped a lot, so it was a really hard comeback. I was really down after the 0-2, but we came back and I'm so happy. I still can't believe.
Well, you best believe it because you're going to Copenhagen, that's for sure. And just want to ask, is there anything you want to say to the Portuguese fans out there who obviously supporting, cheering you guys on so much?
Can I speak in Portuguese?
Yes, man, do it.
Pô, obrigadão pelo apoio. Nós nunca desistimos, estou muito contente por nós só termos conseguido e mais portugueses também terem conseguido, porque tudo aquilo que nós passamos, eu acho que isto estava escrito e é incrível. Conseguimos todos juntos e pronto, olha, está aqui a bandeira de Portugal, vai estar no Major.
Anything you want to add, mate?
Just like I said, obrigado a todos. É importante isso, vocês acreditem como nós acreditamos até agora. Nós sabíamos que éramos capazes e mostramos isso, e isto foi por nós e por todo o país. Obrigado.
And just this feeling that you can see in the players and how it goes, this is the magic of the Major. Even I'm starting to feel emotional from it. Congratulations, boys. You're going to Copenhagen. Parla, back to you.
Jackie said there would be tears and Roman delivering. You can see the emotion, just as James Banks said. Yeah. It means so much, these guys, and especially the ones that are a little bit older. 31 years of age, you're never too old, as Roman said.
Such a cool story, such a cool turnaround 100%. As well. After the first 2 best of ones, they had won a total of 7 rounds over the course of 2 maps. Best of ones. You think to yourself, that's it. So it's over. It's over. You're in a pretty tough group. You're in a pretty tough spot. Maybe you can win 1 game, maybe even get to 2-2. But in order for them to make the reverse sweep, so to speak, go straight into Copenhagen, avoiding the last chance qualifier and doing it in style. They demolished Fnatic. They were the ones being demolished after the first couple of days. They even said it right. He lost belief in the team, lost belief in himself, lacked confidence, had to have a team talk for him to finally believe it again. And then game after game, half after half, Saw turned out to be one of the better playing teams we've seen in this group. Very, very cool.
I want to highlight something even more impressive there. First, the reverse sweep, right? Having to win 3 best of 3s back to back. Who's the first team to beat? NIP knocked him out. What was the scoreline? 13-5 and 13-5 and 13-3. After that was Enterprise 13-2 and 13-6, and now against Fnatic 13-5 and 13-5. Not just winning, just demolishing everyone. I mean, man, the Boomers still have it.
It's a fantastic story. Everybody at home, we now have G2, VP, FaZe, Movistar Koi, Na'Vi, AMKAL, and Saw. Those are the teams so far that are guaranteed a spot in Copenhagen. After a short break, we'll be back with Eternal Fire versus BetBoom to find out who's next. Don't go anywhere.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And Simple. No!
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain. He's out away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Eternal Fire are one very exciting team coming into this RMR. And Madra, I want to start with just looking at your closed qualifier performance before we talk about recent performances at Katowice. Even your closed qualifier looked very good for you guys. A couple of easy first games, but then the Mouse game getting the 2-1 win. When you qualified, what did it mean to you guys as a team?
Yeah, like you said, I think it's a very, very important tournament in CS2, the major, maybe the most important tournament here. So yeah, it was very, very good to do it like 3-0, like easily, we can say like this. But yeah, we are very happy as a team to be here, and the goal is to go to the major.
And in terms of just looking at the team performance at the moment, your Katowice result, you started to show the world again that you guys can compete at the top. But I know for you, probably it was a sad moment because you had a chance where you could have beaten Na'Vi, but it fell short. So how's the confidence level of the team right now?
I think I'm still confident on my teammates and on my team, but like you said, yeah, it's been like maybe 7 years I'm in this water, you know, like playing big teams, winning, losings, but we didn't, like I didn't achieve like passing these lines, you know, these little lines. So yeah, I was sad about Katowice because we had against FaZe, I think we was able to win this match, and then we lose Na'Vi also. So yeah, we're showing great CS these days. I hope we're gonna show this tournament also. If we play our standards, if we play like we play in Katowice, I think we have a big chance here to qualify. But it's CS, we don't know what can happen. So just play our game. That's the most important things to do.
And in terms of it paying this time, right, you want to make it to the major, but is there extra pressure on a tournament like this because of what it leads to?
We don't need to be pressure about this tournament or another one. It's an important tournament, so we need to be focused on it, and we just need to play our games. That's all.
And for that focus, I want to touch on Wycadia. This guy is looking incredible, but for him, obviously, he's not been through this before. Are you worried about him and like the nerves maybe getting to him or anything like that?
No, it's not stressing about tournament extremely. It's first major, so hopefully I hope he's gonna do well for him. I hope he's gonna do well, and if he's doing well, it's gonna be good for us. So hopefully he's doing fine. He will do it fine.
And in terms of your opening game, you're going up against the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yes.
What do you think of them right now? Because it's quite an interesting team in terms of how it's working, the roles, and just how they're using. They're not maybe on top as what they used to be.
Yeah, I think NiP is still a good team, to be honest. Like in BO1, everything happens. There's still good players inside these teams. Yeah, people maybe say that now they're outsider against us, but I don't believe like. In CS, I really believe that there is a supremacy, right? But everything can happen on BO1. Like we have a lot of example in Katowice, like Rebels win Cloud9 on BO1. Yeah. Like Spirit just explodes and beat everyone. And you can say that 1 month ago that Spirit will beat everyone, FaZe 3-0 extra. So CS is just nowadays like everything can happen like in 1 month.
Yeah.
So I think. I'm not telling myself like we're gonna beat NiP easily now. I'm just saying that NiP is a good team, bro. You have to focus, guys. We have to play our games. If we play at 70, 80, we're gonna lose. We need to play at 100% to win against them. So what is important is to do your job in the server. This mentality, like.
Good mentality and very wise words. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR. It's time to find out our 8th team that will be going to Copenhagen. But who will it be? BetBoom or Eternal Fire? My name is Parla. I'm still your desk host, and now I'm joined on the desk still by Blair, but we've got Maniac in instead of Pimp. Welcome back, brother. You feeling good?
Oh, I'm getting the fist bump.
Yes.
Go.
Pimp corrected me on that earlier. I usually don't reach across the desk, but he asked me to do it, and it fell and
You know
worked.
what? Your desk, your rules. That's how it works.
Our desk, our rules.
Ah, there we go. I like that.
Anyway, let's get straight into
I feel
the
so lonely
action.
right now.
Hey, there you go, brother. All right, we've got
Thanks,
Eternal
man.
Fire and BetBoom. Can I get your initial thoughts, please? Starting with you, Blair.
I think this is the game of the day, obviously.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Eternal Fire, they've been punching way above their weight, and now they just need to go through one more best of 3 against the BetBoom, who have been kind of hot and cold so far.
Yeah, I agree with you. You have to imagine the jungle that Eternal Fire has had to go through in order to make it to the Major. It is actually insane. And look, obviously it depends on rankings and whatever it is. But when you have
Look
to
at those
play...
names!
Yeah, I know. You have to play G2, Falcons, and FaZe back to back to back to try and make it to Copenhagen. The fact that they're here in the last day of the RMR on like Game 5, I can't even fold them. I'm not even going to criticize them.
I like the fact you just missed out mentioning NIP right
because
there.
I don't think it's a very big opponent to beat.
I 100% agree with you. But this has been a gauntlet run that I've had to do. And sure, you know, even against FaZe, there was a very close map there in Overpass, even though they got kind of banned on the second map. But look at how close some of the scorelines were. Also, by the way, dismantling Falcons at the same time. This is a team, I think it was interview with Woxic, he said, we're almost there, almost at tier 1 right now. And I have to agree with them.
It's like they can feel it, that skill ceiling is steadily rising and that the synergy as a team is really starting to become more concrete. Does it need to reach an even higher level to topple BetBoom?
Listen, it's a complicated matchup because it's not one where you can punch upwards and say, oh my god, we're going to take down G2, we're going to take down FaZe. It doesn't have the same prestige to it, but still the Major is around the corner. So I think Major as a leader has to make sure that everyone is dialed in. But I think there's 2 elements that we need to focus on. One is just the mentality and the stamina that they have to put through this best of 3, because we've seen time and time again they can have ups and downs even within a series. And the other one is, when are we going to address that they're both superstars are actually missing right now?
Yeah.
Like, do we just take it in stride and we just accept that Zentaris and Wycadia are the worst rated players of this team? What exactly is going on? And why is that? I haven't really put my finger on it right now.
I don't get it either. The fact that
But it's a fact.
It's a fact, but they've reached so far, taken on some big names, and had very close games against teams like G2 and FaZe, and yet we have Wycadia and Zantara's way at the bottom is a bit of a question mark. And I won't lie, I don't really have an answer right now.
If you have question marks, why don't we look for some answers in a recent matchup that these 2 teams played? Eternal Fire versus BetBoom at the IM Katowice play-in. Very small sample size, but Eternal Fire absolutely wiped the floor with them.
Yes, an absolute destruction. And I do think that there are 2 main possibilities for this matchup. There's 2 roads that we can take. One road is Eternal Fire bulldozing BetBoom. And we are talking about 2 maps, clean, absolute outclassing them, and that's what happened in Katowice in that play-in matchup you're referencing. And the other one is, it gets messy, gets dirty. We're talking about a long, drawn-out best of 3. The same way BetBoom dragged Navi in the dirt in that weird-ass nuke game towards the very end, because they can make Counter-Strike messy. So we're going to have to see which road we take between these 2.
I feel like for Eternal Fire, and I'm taking nothing away, I'm not giving all respect to BetBoom over here, the worst enemy here might actually be themselves, right? Because if you look at the teams have had to play to get to this position, and now you're like, guys, it's BetBoom. We should have this one in the bag. And I feel like if that pressure starts to mount in their own heads, they could become their worst enemies.
I see where you're going with this, and I agree. I think it's necessary for Major, if he wants to cross these lines that he's talking about with James, that they can sustain that. The way I look at it is a stylistic matchup, and Major, because I know him personally, I would count him as a friend. I know that he likes to play the good Counter-Strike. I know he likes to play the rational Counter-Strike. He's got principles, he's got concepts, and he knows how to build rounds. And Nafany is about to call rushes in your face, and people are going to miss smokes and cross smokes and whatever. And I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with it mentally. Like the sort of, again,
chaos.
Muddy matchup and the chaos, it's got a particular flavor, and it can be very unnerving, very enraging to play against.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We saw that in a new game against Na'Vi, right? The T-side was absolute insanity, as we do have the Virtus coming in. Inferno and Ancient, beg your pardon, are the usual bans coming out. No surprises there. I think Eternal Fire can go for either Nuke or Vertigo, if I'm not mistaken here. I think those 2 would be the ideal picks.
Yeah,
Mirage.
they played Nuke a bunch of times. They go for Vertigo. If I'm not mistaken, that was the play in Katowice. That was where they played it 13-1.
I do believe that was Nuke, correct?
So
no, that was Nuke, actually.
They played Nuke at the time. It would have been either Vertigo or Nuke. I do think that if you're a Centaurus and you're waiting for a moment to pop off, you're kind of happy about your opponent's picking Mirage. It's like, oh, that's my home, that's my garden. I know
That's
this
a
place.
very good point, actually. We haven't seen too much Mirage, at least on the A stream, if I'm not mistaken. And a map like that definitely favors just a raw shooter like Xantares.
And if you look at the map, final map, Overpass, it's a map that both these two teams are pretty reasonably comfortable on playing. It's kind of a handshake map, so to speak. But yeah, I feel like Mirage is going to be the one to dictate how this one goes. It's a bit of a question mark.
Okay. Yeah,
guys, I'm going to jump in because we have about 40 seconds left, probably 30 at this point. So
25,
Glenn, starting
24,
with you.
sorry, my 23,
hey,
21.
Hey, can I get some official predictions, please?
I have seen enough from Eternal Fire in the past couple of months to have full faith they're going to win this game and they're going to make it to the major right here, right now.
Nah, yeah, he did all the romance. Eternal Fire 2-0.
There we go. Everybody, it's time to find out who our 8th team going to Copenhagen is. And to carry us through the cast, we've got the wonderful Dinko and Moses.
I wonder if I'm the wonderful one or we're both wonderful, Jason.
We're both wonderful today.
Yeah, let's do it. We've got Eternal Fire versus BetBoom, and T-side start here for BetBoom on Mirage. I like the story that Maniac was painting. We're going to see Nafny call some crazy rushes up into Eternal Fire's face. It's going to be a wild game.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience, so he can really mix it up. And also, he's no slouch as well on the opening kills. He's actually having a pretty solid tournament, all things considered. Numbers aren't great, but he's getting some impact for his team. Xantare's going to open things up. That's a great find. 2 bullets spent, 1 kill, 1 headshot, and Xantare's going to back away. And this round is still in development for BetBoom. They're not ready to pull the trigger at all, so this is just a clean opening kill for Xantares.
Yeah, great opening kill for Xantares. They struggled with that to an extent in this tournament so far.
Yeah, we're not getting Katowice Xantares, are we? The Xantares that was in Katowice just a week ago has not yet arrived to the major. He better be, or the RMR, he better be here today.
Yeah, if they want to arrive at the major. Now, Calyx is going to be playing short. Danis goes into the open. A couple of players spotted heading towards short position. Calyx is going to drop a little further back. In the meantime, Xantares elsewhere getting another kill here for Eternal Fire. And the start of this pistol is looking damn good for the Turkish squad.
Ooh.
They're getting absolutely destroyed, BetBoom. They don't get through short at all.
No, I mean, really, this pistol round didn't go anywhere. From the opening kill from Xantares, the lurking window is neutralized by Xantares as well for his 2nd kill, and obviously shut down entirely at the B bomb site. So just trying to get a couple pride kills here at the end of the day. And this P250 not connecting whatsoever. Eternal Fire, huge advantage, and obviously going to close this one out pretty shortly. Nice shot onto Woxic.
Yeah, just prolonged at this point. Danis had 1 bullet in his P250. When he got back to shore, was able to deliver death.
A plant would be spectacular if he's able to do it.
Incredible.
And he's going to the bomb site with only 1 player. If he actually finds this kill on Xantares, ooh, that would be spicy. That could actually turn this into a round. They're all starting to converge, and there's Wakadia from Catwalk. Nice pick-off.
Yeah, Wakadia is another player that, you mentioned Xantares not having the same kind of form as Katowice, but Wakadia hasn't been playing to the same level we've seen from him recently either.
And they're going to need them if they want to. I mean, so much is obviously made in these RMRs, and we've heard it from the other commentators in the other games, and all the tiers we've seen of people who qualify and people who fail to qualify means so much. And there's a lot of guys in this server that haven't been to majors. Wakadia has yet to beat at a major. Obviously, he's been a revelation coming out of Turkey for this team that's helped them on this rise, but this is his first real attempt at even getting to one, and he might just be able to kind of roll clean in with his teammates.
And he really stepped up the last time these guys went up head-to-head, and that was just a few weeks ago back in Katowice. It was a 13-1 victory for Eternal Fire. The desk were touching on that on Nuke. Wakadia had a 2.0 rating, so definitely can be the bane of their existence. And in this round, it will be Woxic with an MP9. So Glocks are nice and easy to melt away. The MP9's got some money. Wox is going back in for more, and Danis is gone. So 2-0 start here.
That's exactly what you want on your Alper. $6,500 in the bank for Woxic after just 2 rounds of play. I would imagine he would just stay on that MP9 and have this bonus round. On the other side of things for BetBoom, it's Chiron and it's Danis that have not yet attended a major. Those 2 guys also trying to make their bid to be at their first major.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a difficult task to bring some inexperienced players all the way there. And, we're looking at Nafny as someone who's on a redemption arc.
Ooh, Woxic went for it. Woxic went for the op right out of the gate. All right, so they're not messing around whatsoever. They don't want to deal with bonus rounds. They just want to have the strongest buy humanly possible. And Woxic going to get smoked off.
Eternal Fire going to be damn confident here, so that's why you see that ult come out straight away for Woxic. Eternal Fire want to make this a clean victory today and get through BetBoom. Chiron's going through the underpass. He's already got that AK in position. No one going to be fighting him for Eternal Fire.
Well, they have mid control at the very least. Eternal Fire playing containment on mid, playing back, not challenging for the space. That's a deep smoke, and they're already past it. This is dangerous, and Xanteres has a job to do, but he knows it. He knows they're close by. Oh, that's a missed Molotov.
Still kind of works. Zorte with the headshot of Wakadia, though. That is going to take the opening kill here for Eternal Fire. Zorte makes his way through short, but the rest of his teammates stay fixated upon this A bomb site. Now, hard clear from Chiron does not go the way of BetBoom. This T side are losing lives every second that ticks on. Major was the player to last frag out, and Calix is now stepping up to that mark. Siren, last alive, 1v4 in front of him.
Oh,
what?
Hello.
What was that shot from Woxic? He just jumps up on that default stack, insta headshot, and then drops back down.
You gotta love the Counter-Strike that Eternal Fire's opened up with. Some crispy shots from the pistol round right out of the gate from Xanteres, and now Woxic is 6-1, looking pretty damn good. And he's been the one to step up in an event at this RMR where we haven't seen Xanteres, we haven't seen Wakadia as strong as they've been previously. It's been Woxic to kind of pick up that slack. So great to see him early on having a couple nice kills and getting some confidence, going for some aggressive peaks. Eternal Fire looking good in the early stages.
Woxic tries to get that shot through the top smoke. Again, it's going to be a commitment for BetBoom straight through, and Woxic did get it through the smoke in the end. And here comes the execute for BetBoom. Their goal in this round is to try and secure a bomb plan, essentially. Try and get some money out of this, but it doesn't look like that mercy is going to be given on over. There's a reality today that BetBoom just get absolutely destroyed by Eternal Fire because, you know, Eternal Fire, sure, they find themselves in this last day of their group of the RMRs trying to get through in a 2-2 game, but you look at the run that they've had throughout the RMRs, right? They faced some really tough opposition.
Yeah,
they had NIP, G2, Falcons, FaZe. These are not teams you can easily put away.
Yeah, FaZe in a series as well, which just makes it all the more difficult. Losing 0-2 in that series, a close overtime loss on Overpass. Trying to close things out and avoid that last chance qualifier, which the loser will attend. Winner goes to the Major in Copenhagen. Utility out. Missed Molotov is going to leave the window wide open for Xanteres and Woxic.
And Woxic, great start. It's going to be smoked out, can't stay inside the window, so he's going to change up his position and run back into jungle. Instead unleashes Wakadia, who has no rifle support with him. I'll be looking for fights up short side. Zorte scoped up in connector. No one going to be coming into that crosshair, so BetBoom have decided mid will not be the area that fights will be provided. So they go back, and they're setting up outside of the B bomb site now, leaving one player positioned top mid, that's Nafany, and the rest going towards the B side itself.
They don't have enough of a read to cheat a third player over, though. Everyone's still kind of stuck at the A bomb site. So Major, ooh, there's the spot. Nade in hand, he's going to drop it. He's got support from Catwalk.
Yeah, Nate goes in, softens up the first couple of players. Siron even takes his teammate down, Wakadia chiming in. And Wakadia is off to a flyer today. Nafany finally strikes through middle, but they really haven't got a whole lot of ground here. Zorte's still stuck in the apartments. They can't get into the B bomb site. BetBoom realized this round is not going anywhere.
Yeah, I thought maybe Nafany could have opened up an
Not
escape
until
route.
this kill.
Oh, he's going to open up Catwalk.
Yeah, that's a big kill to find. Now it is reopened. Flick back to the connector. He had to win that fight against Calix. And because he doesn't, it is now the Zorte save against the 3. So a 5-0 lead straight away here for Eternal Fire on Mirage.
BetBoom's really having a tough time finding openings, finding first kills, finding a way to open up the map. Even in mid, it's being shut down constantly. There's a barrage, that trade of utility, trade of Molotovs towards top mid boxes, towards window, just to force players out. Not yet having any success with it. Everywhere they've gone, it's been Eternal Fire at the point of attack, just shutting things down.
Yeah, lots to talk about, lots to figure out, and not a whole lot of money to get a good buy here in the next round for BetBoom, so...
They just get funneled. Molotov at the end of the halls. That might have even been BetBoom's. Calix with a nice kill from Catwalk, and things are looking great for Eternal Fire. Not yet a timeout for BetBoom, though.
Yeah, not yet.
Not panicking.
Not feeling like they need it just right now, but I think if they lose the next buy, certainly going to be required.
Oh, especially because they're not even getting a whole lot of kills. They're not really limiting the economic growth of Eternal Fire's defense. Everyone on the CT
6
side,
kills total so far?
Yeah, it's not ideal. Major with 8,200, Xanteres almost at 7,000, Woxic at 6,000. Things looking great for Eternal Fire in the early going.
Yeah, their money is swelled.
A execute coming in, though.
Yeah, it's going to be simple again for BetBoom.
Only one smoke, unfortunately, on Nafany.
Yeah, so you got to hope that Zorte opens up the site.
Yeah, unless he's got one dropped at his feet.
Let's see how this goes then. Zorte trying to open things up into the A bomb site. We know how sharp he can be. We know how good his op can be when he's given the opportunity, and that is a difficult shot to land. He goes for it anyway, does not connect towards Ticket, and now the alert system is there for Eternal Fire. They realize there's an attack towards the A bomb site. Zentara is quick to peek out, quick kill on Danis, and then gets behind cover to change his position because he knows he's got teammates inside of the site itself. And Calyx was favored to win that duel, but doesn't against Siren, so it has given BetBoom somewhat of a chance, but that chance is about to be pulled cruelly from their fingers because Wakadia, he's got the flank in. The bomb dropped towards the ramp, and the op will fall with it. They line up in sandwich, and Zantares cleans up for an Eternal Fire's 6th round in a row.
That's fantastic discipline from Eternal Fire as well. Not over-peaking, knowing that flank is coming and knowing there's still an op in play. No one swinging out wide and giving up any window of opportunity to gain space towards that A bomb site. Zantares, that's a hard angle to manage. You can easily overswing that, but his first kill is excellent to take down a Galil, I believe it was. And here's that timeout from BetBoom.
I've been waiting on that to come through. Finally.
Just look at the even not just the kills, the damage being put out by BetBoom is nothing exciting.
Yeah, the first quarter of this game's done already and doesn't feel like it's really got going. Eternal Fire have sped on their way to 6.
Might have been half the game at this point.
Yeah. Let's wait and see what BetBoom are able to conjure. I mean, Nafany's playstyle on this team has definitely been more simplistic, and I think we've seen that even early on in some of the T-round attempts here on Mirage. Simple B hit, simple A hit. Not too much more you can really do at the moment.
I mentioned he's having a good RMR, and I say that because he's been so important to them in terms of opening kills. He actually has a crazy amount of success on opening kills at this RMR. He takes about half of the team's opening attempts, and he's won over half of them as well. So statistically, he's not crazy driving up the scoreboard, but he's finding openings for his team, just not here right now, just not today at the moment, which is heartbreaking.
Elevation in opponent as well. BetBoom have had a bit of a rocky road here at the RMRs. They lost their opening game to Fnatic 13-6. 13-1 victory followed up against Into the Breach, 13-10 versus Enterprise, and they took a map off Na'Vi. A bit of a inconsistent run from BetBoom so far, and it's going to feel rough to lose Zorte this early in round 7. You've just called a timeout. You take out your star player immediately, so you're going to have to try and do it with the rifles. Got themselves in a connector and up through short. Some decent map control for BetBoom. Bomb is running all the way back through T-spawn.
Decent map control, but it was costly.
Yeah, definitely costly.
Got another pick towards top mid right out of the gate. So once again, BetBoom, right out of a timeout, right out of your next strong buy, playing with the man-down situation. And again, nobody on Eternal Fire has even been touched yet. Hasn't been an opportunity to inflict damage. And even though they're kind of crunching onto this A bomb site, it's one player in different choke points.
Nafany pulls that kill back, and he's speeding up through B. Major's in position to watch the apartments leak. And that bomb is still poised for the A attack. Siren needed that one. That was such a great opportunity to get rid of Calyx, but he hasn't picked it up. And now hoping that Chiron can do what he couldn't. And that's exactly what happens. Chiron's headshot removes Calyx. And with 18 seconds left, BetBoom have got themselves into a round that is doable. They're still down and out. There's still a 2v3 with the bomb planted and them dropping back into post-plant positions. BetBoom can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
This is a really important kill for Siren to get, and Major's low. It should be very, very possible. Off angle being held in window room, and the CTs are just starting to creep out CT spawn as well.
Chiron's the main position here at Tetris. He's going to look to stack them up. Zantares and Woxic coming closer. Chiron's cleared. Information gathered upon the peak, and it's just Siren left alone. First headshot's good. Couldn't quite stomach Zantares. And Eternal Fire continue this flawless run.
Yeah, the Eternal Fire engine is rolling right now. This is exactly what you want to see. Woxic with 11 kills, Zantares with 7 kills, and has not died yet. These two guys performing so well. And BetBoom just cannot get past it. At least this time they get a plant. At least there's a little bit of positivity in this round. But just getting blanked here on Mirage. BetBoom's map pick.
Yeah, it's BetBoom's map pick. You think with all the firepower they've got inside of the team, they've been at least able to go toe for toe, but Eternal Fire just dominating on that front. We know how many sick individuals Eternal Fire have inside of their squad.
Here we go again, set piece at the A bomb site, just all 5 players. This is Nafany really simplifying things, not spreading out where they're getting picked off. He's noticing that trend, so now we just settle into an execute.
Flashes go up, Zentauro's off the top of the stairway. Woxic yet again gets an opening kill, draws Eternal Fire into the advantageous position.
And look at the damage dealt. BetBoom really need to capitalize on this utility. They need to push forward. They're being harassed. Nafany's the one leading the way. He's taking the space. The rest of the defense is stuck behind smoke, so this is okay so far, but counter Molotovs are slowing things down and making BetBoom uncomfortable.
Oh, Nafany spots them out. Smoke reveals 3 players, and there's just too many targets to select. Good headshot from Siren. Needed at least that one, but these smokes have faded away, and the bomb is still not down. Important kills from BetBoom to draw this into an equilibrium once again. 3v3, the retake coming in from all of the same side, through stairs, jungle, and connector. There's no CT player. This time there's no flank. And this makes it a lot more difficult for Eternal Fire as their utility belt is drained. They only have 1 smoke left, so you can't force them out of position. You've got to go for kills. You've got to slink your way into the site. Mazur hits the first one off the top of Tetris, but it isn't going to be enough to close it. It has to fall to Zantares, and he nearly flicked back. He nearly got that second player, but it's BetBoom who finally break through.
I think you just said the magic words, too. The utility just gone for Eternal Fire. They dumped a lot of nades and Molotovs during that execute while the smokes were up, while they couldn't capitalize, just to slow down BetBoom, and it worked. But unfortunately, when you get to the post plant, you're all coming from one angle, you have nothing. If you have one player in CT spawn, there was time to rotate someone through, so I think just a missed rotation on that post plant for Eternal Fire. They still lead by quite a large amount, obviously, 7-1, and still have plenty of money. Let's see if BetBoom can convert this into a little bit of a streak of rounds. Get some confidence, get some pride back, and carve them out some rounds to play with in the second half. And Zantares feels like that was a winnable round. Very vocal after the loss. And here we go into round 9.
BetBoom have been suffering opening kills against Woxic pretty much every single time. In middle, towards A. If BetBoom can just survive with 5 players from the get-go.
Woxic and Zantares are 6-0 in opening engagements that they've been in on this map so far.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy numbers. Nafany getting into middle. Chiron's already up through short. Molotov will follow. And that's going to force Wicadia further back around the corner, which gives BetBoom space to play with, in particular up towards the ladder room.
Yeah, this is really good early pressure. It's forced a lot of nades, a Molotov, now a smoke on Catwalk as well, just by Chiron getting over in towards ladder room. So already Eternal Fire's defense a little bit on the back foot.
So bomb is positioned behind those top mid boxes. Zorte is the man that possesses it. That was to fall at top mid. Would be panic stations for BetBoom to try and recover it. Nafany with a smoke thrown by his own teammate into window. Nafany can hop into the window room, but it's being watched. Woxic's got it if he moves forward.
Well, he just heard the M4 spam in jungle as well. So if he makes the assumption that that's the player watching window, he's in some trouble. Now, I think he's going to wait for this B hit to come in and turn this into a flank, a lurk through the murder hole. Because as soon as there's execute, as soon as there's utility thrown towards B or any noise made, Woxic is going to shift over.
Oh, Major, common position cleared out by the molly. Good utility here for BetBoom. Throws this defense into disarray because once they could hold together, now it's separated into individual fights. Woxic had to make that rotation over, and that's when Nafany has the freedom to strike, and he does exactly that. The bomb is staying committed towards B, and there's 20 seconds left. They can't go anywhere else. It has to go into the B bomb site, and you have to get rid of Wicadia, and he is standing so tall. Another headshot. Chiron finally trades it out, and with 12 seconds, you got to leap into the site with a bomb. You have to start planting, and there's just no time to do it. Nafany's stuck in murder hole, and he's running to try and die after the time or get the final kill to win the round, and the time has run out, so it's about staying up here for Nafany, and he goes down after time. Fortunately, at 2K in the bank.
I think there's a little bit of miscommunication in BetBoom during the chaos of that execute. I don't know if Nafany called him back or Chiron tried to just call an audible when they were getting stalled out, but that bomb and 2 players were committed to the B bomb site. When Nafany gets his kill, I think I saw Chiron just kind of leave Catwalk and head back towards middle as if they were going to readjust and go back towards A. So maybe in the chaos, maybe in the pressure of the situation, a call really split up that attack and helped Eternal Fire shut it down with ease.
And that is an unfortunate set of circumstances for BetBoom because you get it down into a 1v1 last round, you beat Zantares in that fight. you see it as an opportunity to start getting this T side going, and you immediately lose the follow-up round. So you're right back down to pistols.
And they've been really conservative with the timeouts. They've still only used one. So I mean, Nafany's really trying to make this work and sticking to his game plan, not needing a whole lot of input from Innershine, the coach. Hasn't yet found the solution. Turkish team at the Major. It's been such a labored story and road for this Eternal Fire team. Pretty much everyone has been in and out of this roster a couple of times. Calix has left it and come back. Major has left it and came back. Woxic has left it and came back. And for a team that has so many players who have tested themselves in international lineups, for them all to come back to this Turkish team and start making it work is absolutely wonderful. And a lot of it comes down to just finding this diamond in the rough, Wakadia.
I couldn't believe it, yeah. The fact that Wakadia came into the team, because of the history of Eternal Fire, we thought it was just going to be another player inside of this team. He'd probably be kicked in a few months' time, and we wouldn't really expect the improvements of Eternal Fire, but I think his first event out really impressed everyone. And then they came back into the start of this season in Katowice, and I think they brought a level no one was ready for.
Yeah, the fact that he kept building upon it was perhaps the most surprising thing, and that really feels like, you know, they were just missing like some third star player, some third, you know, tool on the team that can actually make things happen.
And because obviously we know this team packs so much individual skill, so much mechanical skill, there was kind of a misconception at the start of Eternal Fire that it was all about just pushing, being aggressive. But when Major came into the team, we started to see them really innovate with utility. I think in particular, I loved watching Eternal Fire on Anubis. I think they came up with a lot of the early nades, a lot of the early meta, especially in some of those B executes. So it's been great to see Eternal Fire's evolution and sort of finding the balance between a structure and heavy utility, and also realizing you have sharp players like Woxic and Xantares inside of this team. And it's been really nice to see it all blend together.
Major's one of the old school guys who's a little bit of a, I say a little bit, probably a lot, of a Counter-Strike nerd.
Definitely that,
utility,
yeah. I mean, he even, in his period of time, obviously, he played in the French scene too. After leaving Space Soldiers, he went to play with LDLC. He's been around the block and finally back to where it all started in CSGO.
Oh my God.
Straight into CS2. And he got Xantares through middle. That's unfortunate for Zorte.
Okay, Wakadia is a little bit caught. I'll correct myself on an earlier mistake as well. That was the third time out used by BetBoom. They've now burned through all of them in regulation, so really trying to find the solution. And over in Cubby, Calix is waiting. Man, Eternal Fire.
It's easy. There's no competition right now. BetBoom are not able to go up against Eternal Fire's defense. They put up an absolute wall, and BetBoom cannot break through it. Even the round that they won was nearly a ridiculous flick transfer from Xantares. They could have just picked that up for Eternal Fire. So it's just been too easy right now for the Turkish side of Eternal Fire. BetBoom wanting to get Mirage under their belt, obviously. Best chance to win a map in the series, and not looking too likely.
No, not at all. And this is a team, the Eternal Fire, that probably has to be confident in this matchup. You mentioned it earlier, the 13-1 victory at the Katowice play-in. That was on Nuke. But I mean, you stomp a team like that, you're going to feel real good going into the next game.
And if you look at the teams that Eternal Fire have played this year so far, 2-0 versus Falcons. FaZe, they lost 2-1. Na'Vi. G2, FaZe again, Falcons again. Eternal Fire are playing top-tier players consistently. They haven't had any sort of easy matchups other than some of the opening games. And this is just so ridiculous. Xantares is just cutting through Chiron.
I feel bad because like Nafany was really looking for it. He was trying to press the issue at this connector smoke. They were trying to find an opening to even just go for an engagement and get a clean fight, and just they've just been deleted already. You can't even do anything from here. You've spent so many resources in terms that's your last smoke that's about to deploy right now. Molotov and a flashbang and a prayer.
Yeah, let's see if that works out for them. Good kill from Danis up towards Ticket. Second kill through the smoke is even better on Xantares, and suddenly it is the Calix factor up on top of the wood. Oh, it's long, it's labored, and it's not the kill for Calix. Suddenly, BetBoom, given the worst position in the round, find themselves ahead. 3v2.
Nafany's still gonna make it
the
with
bomb carrier, and he has to win this fight, and that's exactly what'll happen. Wakadia goes down at short side, leaving Major in a 1v3. 2 players damaged up, but still a very, very difficult clutch ahead of him.
Absolutely, especially because he's not going to turn this corner with any kind of great timing to catch Nafany's movement to a new position, who's just going to be hidden underneath the balcony. Everyone from BetBoom just hiding in a corner, waiting for the tap. They're going to let Major take the first move. There's the kill on Nafany. No one pounces just yet. Smoke, and that might be his only chance.
Gets into it. Major taps, trying to pull those shots out, but no one's spamming just yet. Eventually they will, and he's brought down a second player low, but Siren needed to nail that one. A second round at the end of the half secured by BetBoom. It's a very, very strong showing from Eternal Fire.
Absolutely. That's a wonderful half, but good on BetBoom to at least claw back that final round. Just in a 3v5 and making it work. Good shooting from Danis. And now we're going to switch sides and see what Eternal Fire can bring out on the T side of Mirage, how prepared they are for the map. Very vocal on the BetBoom side, getting each other on the same page. Probably going over the pistol round they decided to run. Everyone looking to Nafany for the answers.
This was the recovery of the round here. It was about to be an 11-1 half in favor of Eternal Fire if Danis from the bottom of the stairway didn't get that second kill on Xantares.
All important pistol rounds to decide if this map is just over or if we're going to have a battle on our hands, a little bit of a scrap for a comeback. All 5 players for Eternal Fire at this A bomb site. Ready and waiting. 2 sets of utility, 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs. P250 on Woxic as well.
Jumping out at Zorte with the headshot straight away. Second is cleaner. And oh my god, Zorte, that's exactly what BetBoom ordered. He's not missing out on anything. All the trimming. Zorte running out of bullets now, but he's definitely had the effect of the round on him already. Calyx pulling it back though, straight away, off the top of Tetris. It's only Calyx though, and Danis comes in to clean up, and Zorte with some clean headshots on that ramp push.
That's a nice little flex from Zorte as well. Just kind of gets that first kill, and then he's just standing out in the open, taking every single fight. A Palace player comes out first and just gets picked out of the sky, so nothing to distract BetBoom's defense from looking towards ramp. After this, it's just chest out headshots. Major goes down next, and Xantares can't connect a second bullet. So, BetBoom lived to fight on. No plant, not even close to the bomb site. Eternal Fire gonna stand no armored Glocks.
Yeah, this round's gonna be a cleanup for BetBoom.
And I mean, we talk so much about the Eternal Fire angle of making the major, but also for BetBoom and for Nafany, he's going to turn the corner. There's going to be plenty of people waiting for him. Yeah, peace. Speaking of Nafany,
dead now, of course.
This is a little bit of a, him trying to make the major now after his struggles and failures with Cloud9 and Gambit before that, coming out of the online era. Really disillusioned with his leadership, it seems, and a lot of question marks there, and he's trying to take a team of doesn't have quite the same talent that he did on Gambit and Cloud9, and
Definitely
still trying to make this team, drag this team into a major.
Yeah, that would be great for Nafany just for his own self-belief too. He can do it with a new project. He's capable of bringing players all the way again. But
they're going to try and fake this, but it's going to get shut down entirely. This is meant to pull some people over to the B bomb site so the bomb can hop out Palace, and already Danis has just said, nah, that's it. Call him back. Zorte's ready and waiting. Bomb ain't even going to have access. They know it's there. Major with one more kill, which is nice.
It's hard to see them getting away with it if Major doesn't get a kill quickly under short. This M4 is the key to unlock the rest of the round here with 20 seconds remaining. Bomb is coming back over towards A ramp. Xantara is the man carrying it. 15 seconds left. Siren still inside of the bomb site. Major now coming up through connector. Such limited time. They're going to be so effective in getting these kills. And Major, he locks it in. And they know exactly where Siren is, but Xantares cannot make it work. That would have been ridiculous. The fact that they could have got that into a 1v1 fight with the bomb down, but BetBoom will withstand.
Xantares was holding on as long as possible for bursting into a sprint to just spray down that player in the bomb site. Knew exactly where he was, but wanted to get a couple steps closer. Good peek from Siren to make sure that he didn't have the advantage in that swinging fight with the SMG. Still, good damage done for a round with no utility, no upgraded pistols, just Glocks. You get 3 kills. Flirt with a bomb plant, you'll take that.
Yeah, now look at the buy. AK-47s that come out, so that was a full eco intended to save enough money to get the AK-47s out in round 15. BetBoom sustained a lot of damage, so they've gone into a purchase right away. It's not much of a bonus, it's all in. And Zorte going for the mid-fight early doors. He's unable to get the opportunity to crack open play.
And that damage in the last round from Eternal Fire can change the nature of the way BetBoom play this, right? Because at a certain point, you get broken if you lose all your weapons and lose this round if you're BetBoom. So at a certain point, if they get into a bomb site, there might be a save call. BetBoom has to consider the option of saving an AWP in a certain situation, not going for a retake because they don't have the money to take that risk quite yet. And that's heartbreaking when Eternal Fire is just 3 rounds away from taking map 1.
Xantara is taken down through the smoke. What a big play to remove early doors. If you're BetBoom, you're loving that fact. The Xantara is dead right away. Chiron, oh, it's a crazy play from Chiron, and that's given a chance for Woxic to make his way through short. So now this attack from Eternal Fire can be two-pronged. They come through apartments, charge through short, rotations coming in, and the rotation is getting destroyed. Wakadia doubles up, Siren on the other side of the map, and Eternal Fire, when they're given a second, when they're just given a moment in the round, they take it all the way.
And Zorte just, I don't think decision was made to save quick enough for Zorte to get out. He was so committed to that peak. I think he wanted to take one shot, and if he didn't hit it, he's gonna back off. But all of a sudden, that's ripped out of their hands too, so it's a disaster, a complete disaster, and that's a 4v5 conversion for Eternal Fire. Xantara's taken out through the smoke early, and Eternal Fire still break into the bomb site. Good entrance from Woxic, who's still putting together a complete map, 19-6.
Just the last series, we were talking about the celebration of another national squad making it through. It was the first time that a Portuguese team, full Portuguese team, has made it into a major. We've only had Fox there before. Now you see Saw actually finally get through. And for Turkey, getting this team into the major again is massive because you missed out on the last 2 majors of having representation of Eternal Fire. Sure, you've had it throughout majors before. The first time is Boston in 2018 when we've seen the Space Soldiers go there. I think they had to play a hard style at that tournament, unfortunately, with some visa issues. But that was the sort of first time we got to see them there. And you never really thought they were a team that were going to do a whole lot of damage and go deep. But this team now, this is a scary roster that can definitely take some big names.
I mean, Turkish Counter-Strike for the longest time struggled to get past the reputation of just being like a best-of-1 upset team. That's kind of where they've been stuck at over the years. This is the first lineup, as you mentioned, that can actually be dangerous in a series. Ooh. Down too early.
Yeah, that's a real rough start here for Eternal Fire, but fantastic for BetBoom. In fact, you have weaker weapons here, and you're able to walk away with an 8K. You're able to steal it away.
This can still be recovered, but certainly Eternal Fire are going to have to struggle through this one. This will be a deep sigh of relief if you're able to win it out. BetBoom providing plenty of resistance despite being so far down on the scoreboard. Not giving up just yet. Smoke thrown out towards Connector is going to give away the game that there's catwalk presence.
Xantara is slipping his way down towards bottom connector. Oh my god! What can you even do about that if you're Nafany? But he offers his life up immediately as an apology. That's so crazy.
When you jump like that and you're like, oh god.
There's a boost.
I want to get off this ride.
Yeah, I want to get off it right away. Zorte Underwood gets cleared by Calyx. Important timing to go the way of Eternal Fire. You mentioned just moments ago this is recoverable. Now it certainly is.
Yeah, but Calyx has got to hold on to this bomb site by himself for so long.
Flash goes over as well. Danis, he's held back because he doesn't want to swing alone. He knows he's got his teammate beside him quite quickly. And there's not really a comfortable spot to plant because Eternal Fire don't have a smoke. And just like that, they line up for Danis. The round ends so quickly. We're starting to build up a way back in for Eternal Fire. Then one peek from CT ends it all.
Yeah, it was such a desperate situation. That was always going to be a tough ask for Calyx. Smiles coming out for BetBoom now. For the first time, it feels like this entire map. They finally got some things to be happy about. That's a good rebuttal. So sending the message, letting Eternal Fire know it's not just going to be a cakewalk. They're here to play on this CT side. Still a long way off. But you're making Eternal Fire a little bit nervous now.
Yeah, you're forcing the timeouts in. That's a frustrating round to lose. But BetBoom have had a couple of opportunities in the first half, another second, to really get going and build a scoreline up. They've got to take this one. If they once again concede, this map might just run away from them.
It's a good calculated risk as well from Danis to just push up after getting the opening pick. You won't expect when they get that kill, you expect that player to fall back. You don't expect someone else to continue being aggressive. And the MP9 catches him off guard. A little bit of a fist bump after a double kill, and here we go.
Danis has been playing very well in the game. It's going to be very high pressure for him, high stakes, 13 and 12.
Which is great, because he hasn't had the best tournament. I think he's probably feeling like he's been playing a little bit lackluster through some of the early games to be in this position, and it's nice seeing him step up here on a deciding match.
So BetBoom have 3 players positioned outside of ramp, 2 through the underpass. setting up a potential A split. Plenty of time to get in position to do so, but it's not going to be simple. You're going to have to walk into a lot of obstacles.
Hard part is the Tech 9 and Mac 10, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, you're going to have to contend with the player on catwalk, you know, assuming that nobody goes too crazy and jumps down on him. Plenty of mid presence to hold this back, and the first kill is easy.
This connector setup is not going to be easy to break through. In fact, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's impossible to break through right now. So you've got to focus on the ramp play instead if you're Eternal Fire. This is where your success is going to come from, if there is any success. Major's managed to get through Calm, but there's too many players watching it, so he can't get past the eyes of Zorte. They're always watching. They're always in his sight. And Calyx having to rattle away the Galil. It's 2, but he's down. And BetBoom, they're able to put a couple together.
That's a half investment that still allows Eternal Fire to buy, so no big deal there. They don't eat into their economy too much. It'll be a full buy in this round. BetBoom coming back. 6-2-11 now.
If you can start getting Zorte's op to take over the server on the CT side, yeah, that's a player that can turn the tides.
If he can match what Woxic was doing in the first half with that kind of impact, a couple opening kills here and there, good shots on executions, taking players down before they can make it into the bomb site, things get interesting.
Utility's making it uncomfortable at the moment for Zorte, but he wants to hang around. He probably feels that too. He probably feels like he has to take matters into his own hands. Major going down in underpass is certainly the start that BetBoom would have been looking for, but what can Xantares see that I can't? The Terminator's got some upgrades, and straight through the smoke, he takes a headshot. Wakadia, and he only gets a double transfer on the van. Very fortunate for BetBoom to be able to keep these numbers even.
Yeah, this is great though for Eternal Fire. You now get over a minute to play in a 3-on-3, and you know that's going to spread the defense out. You know they've got to keep track of 2 bomb sites in the middle of the map, so if you can work yourself into a position where all 3 of you attack 1 point, which looks like it'll be the B bomb site, but Woxic might have to pause and wait.
He's definitely going to have to pause here. Smoke's up deep in the apartments. You've got so many angles you got to clear now as well.
It's a big ask for Nafany, especially because his support is all the way over towards Ticket.
And he's low. He's very low here, so instant body shots, and he's out of there. Xantares breaks open that B bomb site. Now decisions for BetBoom.
And again, this comes back. I think they have to save this. I don't know if they can go for this. Siren still hasn't moved. I think they're waiting to see if there was going to be a fake, if the bomb was going to hop out of Palace. And for the moment, they're investigating the opportunity. So if Zorte doesn't get a kill, they're going to have to make this decision.
It's always tough to concede map point. You never really want to have to do it. So Zorte is going to see if there's a mistake, if there's a chance, and there's no kills coming his way. Eternal Fire playing very disciplined here, and they've left no option on the table. BetBoom have to save. They have to fall back. Their chances will come in the later round, but for Eternal Fire, it's map point to Mirage.
6 map points that they'll get to play with. And another 4v5 recovered as Major went down first to Zorte's op. But trades across the map, Xantares especially through smoke, makes things work.
Could have been even easier for them because it looked like Wakadia caught a couple of the BetBoom players sleeping on the B side when they're fumbling position on top of the van.
I think the rotation was for Nafany and both them to jump up and execute another one of those pushes to try and shrink the map. So Wakadia kind of put a stop to that and forced Nafany to park himself at the B bomb site after the fact.
12-6 now, Eternal Fire, as you mentioned, 6 chances to close it here in regulation. BetBoom come to the party with a decent enough buy. FaMAS on 2 players. M4s and an AWP again for Zorte. And even despite getting the opening kill from Zorte, it wasn't enough to keep them competitive throughout the round. And he smoked out at window. Will not be finding his opening kill there. Nafany goes to clear underpass. He's about to have a duel against Major. This in-game leader fight will not happen because Nafany realized he's got to get away. Zorte desperately hanging around. Nafany goes back for a double dip, and he gets punished.
Nice attempt, smoke to cover as well. Just missed all the shots, unfortunately.
Yeah, a utility coming in now too for Eternal Fire, but important kills coming in from the side of BetBoom. Chiron, he misses that. Zorte has to step up in his stead. And the Tech 9 rattles through middle. Wakadia gets in a sandwich. Flash going up, last-ditch effort here for Eternal Fire. The flash has to connect onto Woxic. He's very lucky to drop off those stairs and still stand, and my God, how has Wakadia hit that headshot? A slither gap through jungle. Siren had every advantage needed, and they run away. Eternal Fire take one look at the clock and see enough time to run back through T-spawn to get back to that B-bomb site.
This is really risky, though. This is a long rotation. Remember, they have an AWP as well, and you can see on the minimap, Zorte hustling over. Oh no, he's gonna go back to Ticket.
Woxic's got the bomb and he's separated away from his teammate. If they stay together, potentially a chance to walk to B. There's trade potential there, but with the bomb down, you've just cost yourself the round.
I'm really confused by that. I don't know why they would have split up. I can't even think of a logical reason unless misunderstanding between the two of where they were headed, but that's a massive mistake in a round where it seemed like you might be building towards something.
Yeah, that felt like you had opened up the B side completely. A can of worms would have been open. It surely would have come down to a retake.
You left it up to a coin flip of whether the op was going to be in market or not, and that was the big thing. But yeah, a little bit of a left turn from Woxic, and here we are. Second timeout used by Eternal Fire. Still 5 chances to close out this map. No cause for stress just yet. But this is 2 opportunities. Remember, they lost to a saved weapon and a low buy previously in this half.
And this wasn't the best buy either.
No, they've lost a couple ones where they probably could have closed things out. Plenty of chances remaining.
Plenty of chances remaining for BetBoom to come back into this as well. This is going to be one of the easier ones because Eternal Fire's money is not well built up. We'll have a hero AK-47. The rest will likely be on Tech 9s. So we're looking at 7.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a powerful shot. That's the confusion. That's the crazy one from Woxic.
Yeah, got to see it again. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating now for Eternal Fire to drop that, but like you said, they'll just shake it off, realize, okay, we have a chance here with Xantares and an AK-47. When you give him the hero AK, there's always a chance for Eternal Fire to win a round like this. Or at least inflict a lot of economic damage onto BetBoom.
They want to look for another piece of Nafany aggression.
They might get it too. It's not the best weapon for this kind of range though, but because there's 2 players, one of them with an AK-47, Nafany's dead.
That might be Nafany trying to do a little bit too much, especially considering he just did that in the previous round as well. Very predictable. I think he's done it about 3 times in this half already.
So a tendency punished by Eternal Fire, they read it. And when you're looking for an opening kill, you do kind of go through the checklist of what have they been doing? Is there any CT aggression that maybe we could set up for?
Yeah, but look at the way BetBoom have loved to execute this push. This is the second time we've really seen them pull it off to this extent. Maybe the 3rd time we've seen them try and pull it off.
Look at the problem though, Jason. There's no one on the A-bomb site actually inside of the site, and the rotation is so far away.
It's okay. You have to go a little bit passive at A if you're letting the aggression, the play be made on the other side of the map, especially being in a man-down scenario. So you still have advantage of weaponry.
Utility.
And the second player is going to be shifting over. They haven't pulled the trigger just yet, so you have Chiron here as well.
Yeah, that push has got all the information required to actually allow this rotation to come in. So the worst case scenario is no longer available, but it could get pretty rough for them. Xantares again with a headshot on that hero AK-47. That flank can't come fast enough. Chiron defense from Ticket Box, and the flank is done by Danis. He's worried about Palace.
Footsteps,
and now the steps being made. Calix is completely ready for this now. The Deagle waiting to unleash hell upon Danis' flank, but Zorte comes to check it. He draws that attention away. The flank is now activated once more, and Xantares is trying to separate these fights. Big headshot on ramp. Now they've got a flank. Woxic's coming around CT, but it's not even needed. Xantares with the most filthy mechanical skill you'll ever see. And Zorte now left in a 1v1. Smoke deployed onto that defuse, and he's going to hold it. He's going to stick it all the way through. Woxic hits the shot, and it's closed just like that. Eternal Fire have ridiculous amounts of firepower.
We wanted to see the big badass Xantares in this match, and we got it on the hero AK-47 in that last round. Carries him over the finish line throughout the struggles. A beautiful map from Eternal Fire, and they are 1 map closer to the Copenhagen Major.
Just as Dinko said, Xanta on an AK is sometimes all you need. 4 kills, 4 headshots, and the Eternal Fire take Mirage Map 1 over BetBoom. Insane plays in that last round.
And that feels good to see Xantares like that. I feel like we've been waiting for it this entire week here in Bucharest, and then he steps up in this last round. As you say, 1 AK, an ID behind it, a pick, a mistake from Nafany, 5v4, redirection towards the A side, and after that, there's no analysis, just appreciation.
It's just such a vulgar display of power from Eternal Fire players. So if you look at everyone, look at Woxic in the first half. He was completely dominating. We saw Wicadia. We had some couple of questions about him, like where is he? He showed up as well, some incredible sprays coming out from him, a lot of impact kills. And then Xantares, just a cherry on the top, a 4K to close it out. And of course, Woxic, he started off the map with just completely dominating his opposition. He ends it with a save, with a picked up op.
Yeah, Woxic really put in the work on the first half of Mirage. Why was it going so right for him, Matthew?
I think the story starts at this anti-eco where he gets to farm the hell out of these opponents. And I'm not trying to meme in any capacity. I just think that Woxic is someone that is profoundly momentum-based. And then whenever he gets the chance to activate very early in a game, the way this happened here, then that's all he needed. That's all the trust he needed. We have a couple of highlights coming in from Woxic and Xantares as well. He was, with the AWP, capable of punishing Nafany's plan to take mid control. I think he was almost solely responsible as to why BetBoom slowed down, how they wanted to play towards middle. His reads were good. Late round situations, you can see here he's punishing from market, he's punishing from tower, CT spawn. This is the Woxic that we love to see, a very high-level performance.
Yeah, and Woxic is sort of play, like you pointed out there, Matthew. It's not someone you just want to tell him to sit in one spot and just hold an angle and just play it safe. You can't do that with him. And once he gets going, it's almost unplayable. You could see the shots he was taking. One particular round comes to mind where I think it was a 1v4 or something against a pistol. He just jumps on top of the box and takes the fight.
Funny enough, yeah, it was Woxic at the end there. It was the Xanta-Woxic combo to take the match to the dub.
And again, dude, Xantares, I mean, he wasn't like necessarily quite a stunning. When a T-side with AK-47, he just completely dismantled him.
No, I know, but what Xantares and Woxic were able to do was to tell BetBoom in the first half that you guys are never going to take middle for free. You're never going to be able to take it. If you send bodies here, we're going to take 1 to 2 players every single time. They did so in the first few gun rounds, and then what BetBoom had to do was to play very timidly middle. They just tried to take the map control, posted 1 player at the very max, and then they redirected towards the sides. But when you were in a winning position, the way Eternal Fire were in, Major knew always. They always knew where the end round would be. They always knew. The rotations were always on time. There's this contact player with Major spots a feet in B-apps. YKD is already with him short. It's too hard to play at that game if you don't own middle, and this guy, he owned middle.
The man himself, our standout player, Woxic. Arguably after that final round, it could have been Xanta as well, but Woxic across the whole match, the whole map, he was having such an impact. And there he is with a little gold on his shoulder.
Yeah, he was definitely the goat of that particular game. But just to add on to what Maniac just said right there, absolutely, with Kadia playing towards short, you have Xantares towards connector, you have Woxic just running around towards mid, but also have to give credit to Major and of course to Calyx. Calyx towards A, Major towards B. And they knew BetBoom were going to be pressuring the extremities of the map a little bit, and they did such a good job, you know, getting a kill, staying alive, calling for the rotations. Major towards B, for example, gets a kill, use the defensive smoke. Kadia is there to help him out. Woxic there rotating in, and Calyx just, he just wasn't dying towards the A bomb side. So yes, there was a bit of a resurgence coming out from BetBoom in that second half, but for me, the first half just decided for me the game was going the way of Eternal Fire.
Guys, if we zoom out slightly, am I right in observing or thinking that Eternal Fire did a very good job of minimizing mistakes across Mirage, and that could be very useful going into Vertigo?
Yeah, definitely. I would argue Wikidia is the only one that made a few of these. I think on the CT side, his propensity to fight sometimes got abused a little bit. You saw Zorte finding him twice in gun rounds when he is sort of swinging out of a smoke towards short. And I think it's no surprise or no curiosity that Wikidia has a better T side than CT side here in Bucharest. He loves to fight. Like, he literally loves to fight.
Yep.
He will take duels whenever he can. He'll swing out whenever he can. And I think he needs to maybe reel it back just a little bit, because he's given away some of these deaths that he did here on that map.
I think he sometimes gets away with this quite too often from mistakes from his opposition, which is why he just feeds into him. He's like, hey, I got away with a couple of rounds prior. Remember that one round he drops into the B bombs at towards Van, sitting on top of Van, and you can see BetBoom one by one, just feeding him good kills. Free kills rather, but if he goes up against a good team, a top-tier opposition who are going to be peeking together, who are going to be flashing their way in, that's when he gets punished. So hopefully he's able to rein it in a little bit. He's good enough already.
We were surprised that BetBoom picked Mirage. Now we are moving into Vertigo. This is Eternal Fire's picks. Guys, Eternal Fire's pick, I should say. What are your expectations going into this map?
I think this one's done. Eternal Fire, they have always historically loved playing this map. They're very, very comfortable on it. The protocols are always on point on it. I look at the recent results. They beat Falcons in Katowice. They had a close loss to Mouse as well in the online stage of the RMR, for example. But these are good opposition they're facing off against. I look at BetBoom. They've only played this once in the past 3 months. That's all I have to say about it.
We've seen some surprises, but I feel like this one's unlikely for BetBoom.
So I cannot ignore the fact that we are looking at a similar pattern between BetBoom and Na'Vi here, which is BetBoom's map pick earlier on, falling completely flat on their own faces. Everybody's ready to write them off. It's going to be 2-0, it's over. And then when that happens, BetBoom strike back. So I'm going to give them a fighting chance, but I will say what we saw towards the end of that game, Nafany giving away opening kills, being a little bit alone, these are signs that can't happen at the very top level. You cannot just try to individually take crazy duels the way he did. That to me feels like frustration maybe, out of solution, not knowing exactly how to win. I'm afraid for BB that happens again.
I mean, Nafny right now in the entirety of this Group A is one of the highest rated T-side openers in the tournament, so to speak. So BetBoom is so heavily reliant on him getting those opening picks
where was
and
that
trading.
on Mirage?
It wasn't there in Mirage, and see what happened, completely fell apart. So I'm assuming they're going to be starting on the CT side on Vertigo, so that's something they have working for them. But if on a T side, a flip side, if Nafny doesn't get anything going, I feel like BetBoom don't have like a contingency plan for that. We saw that in Mirage.
If there was anything that BetBoom could do that stands out the most to you, Matthew, starting with you, what would it be?
I think the CT pistol that we just witnessed tells all the story you need to know. It's Zorti. Zorti is supposed to be an X factor. Like he was someone that got me real impressed, real passionate about his game. I think he tempered down just a little bit. And considering the CT probable start for Vertigo, you'd hope that the AWP can take away map control from EF in a safe fashion. Not just one guy going absolute Leroy Jenkins. No, just like use your AWP every now and then to grab some line control. I wish to see a little bit more than what we've seen. Hopefully, as they got destroyed here, it's not easy to have nice
Flair, final thoughts from yourself, please.
I think Zorti is obviously going to be, the guy you're looking at, but I'm looking at Siren, who was having such a great group stage thus far, and I think he's kind of fallen off a little bit. So I think he needs his supporting cast to kind of step up to the plate. Otherwise, yeah, this is done.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. As always, everybody at home, it's our final match of the day. This is the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR. We're going to the second map between Eternal Fire and BetBoom, and Eternal Fire are one map away from securing their spot in Copenhagen. Will they do it, or will BetBoom make a resurgence? Find out soon after this short break.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
It's time for the CS2 Fantasy Draft, and I've got FaZe's Frozen with me here. Now, Frozen, we've got a magic wheel here.
Okay.
We're going to spin this wheel. It'll land on a team. You need to pick one player from that team and assemble your fantasy draft. Tell me why you want that player, what it's good for. Maybe think of the roles and how this works as well.
Okay, so I'm building my own team.
You're building a fantasy team,
okay,
yeah. But you're not building your own team because we don't give you the pure choice. First, we do this. We spin the wheel now.
Sure.
There we go. And we'll see who it lands on. So straight away, you're going to get someone from Na'Vi.
I think I'll go with Bit.
Okay, yeah, little headshot machine.
Yeah, he's a headshot machine. I mean, yeah, when Na'Vi were in their prime, I think, I mean, he was one of the top players in the world. I think even now, when, I mean, now we were struggling, now they are coming back to, good level, I would say. I think, I mean, he's the one stepping up, I would say, in the Na'Vi. And yeah, I think he's a solid player.
Sweet, we got our first pick. Let's go into the next. I hope you get FaZe so we can see if you pick yourself or someone else.
Almost.
Oh, we're close.
Okay, thank God I didn't go wonderful before.
Yeah,
now it goes like, ooh.
I wonder why.
You know, might be easy, but it would be nice to have Zybo on the team. I could imagine. Yeah, you know, see how he is in the game as well. From what I know, I think he's a great teammate. Always nice vibes, I could imagine. So yeah, I think he will be a great fit.
A positive Zybo coming in next. Oh, this is already a pretty good team. Like you've done two out of 5. We're laughing. We're going to your old team. Now this is interesting because you played with some of them, yeah.
I think I would pick Shui.
Shui?
Yeah.
Be IGL. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'll pick Shui just for IGL. I think I think he has still a lot to prove. I mean, I played with him for some time.
Yeah.
I think he's great. So yeah, I'll take Camo.
What do you think about when people say the comparison of like he's kind of a mini Karrigan with this? People keep trying to put this narrative together like he could be the next one.
I mean, I know his favorite IGL or the one IGL he's looking up to is Karrigan.
Okay.
So I mean, there is some similarities they definitely have. Obviously, I mean, Karrigan has been doing this for a way longer time, you know.
Nearly as long as Shuhei's been alive.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, Shui has still, you know, a lot to learn probably in some aspects, but I think he's on a good path.
Okay. So we need 2 more players for you here. And we're next going to be looking at...
Ooh. Come on, Virtus.pro. We're taking Flit. We're taking Flit.
Flit straight away. Look, that was so quick, just Flit.
I was just building the team in my head. I think Flit, Flit would fit well. I think he was one of the entry guys on the VP at some point. Very aggressive, if I remember well.
For me, he's like razor sharp, like a laser.
Exactly.
So 1 more to find. You're just lacking on.
Now we need a versatile player.
Yeah, but so you need that supportive element who can do a bit of everything.
We need the glue of the team. JDC?
And we're gonna get NIP.
From NIP, I mean, since I have to pick one, I would go probably with S-Attack because I feel like he's always been picked like, I think he's always been kind of like the, let's say, the support of the team. I don't think he ever came to the team being a star. So that means I could imagine he's not really selfish in this sense. So I could imagine he can sacrifice a lot for the team. So for the lineup I have built, I think I would take S-Attack.
There we go. Frozen has put in his fantasy team for what we'll be able to pick. What do you guys think of it?
Welcome back to the final day of Group A here at the EU RMR for the PGL Copenhagen Major. We are into possibly the last map of this group because Eternal Fire looks so damn good on map 1 of Mirage. Now they're heading into their pick. It feels like Eternal Fire are heading to the Major, Jason.
It does. It actually, we also got the conditions of like, we got the Xantares that we saw just last week in Poland. We got the Wakadia that we saw last weekend. We had Woxic popping off. So now you have all these ingredients that we haven't had for most of the RMR. I actually thought that Eternal Fire would go through this RMR much easier. I didn't think they'd be in this 2-2 game facing either, you know, elimination / last chance or qualification. I thought they would have been through by now.
Yeah, but the road was just so damn difficult, right? A lot of teams have had easier roads and already qualified for the Major, whereas Eternal Fire in the RMR so far have played NIP, G2, Falcons, FaZe. One of those teams is not like the others, and that's the list of teams they've battled through.
Yeah, that's fair. I think with the way that they played in Kato, I expected them to breeze through this a little bit easier, but it's all good. What we have today is that team, is that Xantares who's putting up big numbers and having impact, as we saw in the final round of regulation on Mirage that took him to the victory. Woxic carried them through most of the game. Now we get to start on Vertigo, their map pick, and one they're going to be extremely confident on. And if you have a Xantares playing like what he did on map 1, you know, challenging ramp at the A-bomb site on Vertigo, like he's a force to be reckoned with. It's going to be really interesting to see if BetBoom can actually contain him and hold him back. They're going to charge right into him in this round. He stands tall with the dualies. They don't get any wide swings. He's done damage, a lot of bullets, but only 1 kill.
Yeah, you were expecting Xantares to back a double kill there at least. Just the one. some relief for BetBoom off the back of that. Early rotations from Eternal Fire in towards A, and it might cost them because Siren's come through middle, and it's been spotted. Major sees it. Siren jumps on down to safety. Nafany still staying committed towards this A bomb site as Eternal Fire take a few steps back.
This is a sick play from Nafany. He's going to have a lurk on the bomb site. They're just leaving. They might not expect it, but Woxic's chilling. Woxic's there, and he's got it. And now Siren's got to stand tall and everything to do. And the bomb has just been lost in transition.
Yeah, and it actually might still get away with a plant because Danis has a smoke. He'll use that up for the bomb site towards Elevator. He'll commit to the bomb plant on default. So at a minimum, it's a bomb plant for Danis, which means a good force buy in the next round for BetBoom. And it wasn't looking like they were going to have even that. But now he goes forward. Now that tag should confirm his position. You know exactly where he is, so he starts sending bullets back through. Lands some of his own. But Eternal Fire stay composed. They know they should win this retake. They've got a kit, they've got extra seconds to play with, and unless there's just a flurry of headshots, this should still go the way of Eternal Fire. And that's exactly what'll happen. Woxic gets the trade on the first kill, and BetBoom will at least have the bomb plant.
Yeah, the bomb plant is quite nice for them. That extra $800, we'll see if they choose to invest in the second. I imagine that they would. A tough pistol round, though. I mean, getting lurkers, you had a weird situation where descending into like a 3-on-4 at that point, you had someone kind of lurking into the B bomb site, you had Nafany lurking the A bomb site, and you had the bomb like not really sure of where to actually end up. And he just pulled out of any position or chance to have impact in the round, just due to the fact that he's kind of standing in no man's land between the bomb sites. Ooh, that's a nice shot from Calyx. That helps shut things down initially, and Woxic with a very heads-up play, staying and waiting for Nafany. And we do get a second round buy. AK-47, Galil in the hands of Chiron, and Siren. They're going to take this one slow. Don't want to get into any exchange of nades too early. They don't have a whole lot to play with. So we're going to let this smoke clear and see if they can find any challenges.
Last time Eternal Fire played Vertigo was against Falcons back in Katowice on 13-9. A lot of teams know how good Eternal Fire can be on Vertigo, so they don't often let it through.
They only played 2 maps in this RMR up to Mirage. This is Mirage was their 3rd, and this is their 4th. They played Nuke and Overpass every game leading up to this moment.
So I don't have to show too much. Chiron gets close to Crane. He's got plenty of players in behind him. It's about to be an attack on the defense of 3 players here for Eternal Fire. Centaurus has a grenade that's perfectly poised to land upon Danis and Chiron. And that's about to do a heap of damage on multiple players. And now Chiron is damaged up. Moving through into Centaurus. He finishes off his earlier job. And this fight is short. It's awkward, but it's all Eternal Fire. Danis gone. Zorte now the last remaining player. And this force bike gets absolutely nowhere. It's stopped at the top of the ramp.
Yeah, just decimated. Absolutely decimated. Well done from Eternal Fire, and I mean, you have to say, if you're BetBoom, you got to be a little bit cautious that you don't fall into the same hole that you did in Mirage, which was obviously a hole in terms of the scoreline, but just such a solid start for Eternal Fire. They had so much money up until basically the end of the half. And another round where they survive with all 5 players, so get to build up some bank, no rebuys in this round, and a chance to even maximize that against unarmored pistols. BetBoom choosing to start on the T side as well of Vertigo. Looking to dictate the pace a little bit and string some rounds together, and obviously that hasn't panned out in these first 2. This timing is perfect. Dinked up, he's going to fall back, but a nice kill for Woxic.
Yeah, Woxic's going to run back into short. What an interesting story he's had, too, with this Eternal Fire project. Just a few months ago, he announced that he was wanting to go and get into an international team and give it another good go outside of this Turkish squad, and realized maybe the opportunity wasn't there for him. So he comes back into the team, and now look at them.
Dude, I think this team would probably be such a cool documentary one day. Because I have to imagine with like some of the struggles that they've always talked about in Turkish Counter-Strike of finding players with the talent and trying to find different, like a different recipe of 5 players. I think they've all probably had plenty of fights over the years. They've all hated each other at various moments, I would imagine.
I mean,
they've repaired it.
We were desperately asking years ago, back in like 2017, we wanted to see Woxic play with Space Soldiers. We're like, please make the Turkish super team. And he would always be in the Hellraiser squads, these other teams, and they never really got together with Woxic. And when they finally came through, we were really excited about it.
I mean, even like Major was like the crazy one. I think it was 2022, like the end of it, where he was cut in October and rejoined in November, like 2 or 3 weeks later, because they were like, oh yeah, we made a
Everyone's
mistake.
basically had to go.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they've tried so many different combinations of players to find the best Turkish team possible, and they finally found a way to all get together and get on the same page and work together. And this is the best Turkish team we've ever seen. It's very cool, and they're peaking at a very good moment at this point, right at the RMRs and leading into the major. We're going to get a little tech delay, tech timeout.
A tech issue, hopefully that one gets resolved as quickly as possible.
Another long-sleeved gamer.
Yeah, Zorte loves that. He always plays with long sleeves under the jersey. Couldn't do it myself, but Zorte, a rare breed. Zorte was incredible last RMR when trying to qualify FaZe in for Paris. He had some real statement performances. So we know he can step up in side of teams to get them all the way, but it doesn't look like it's been enough here inside of BetBoom. I don't think we've seen Zorte kind of get to the level everybody was hoping for. I think back in Paris, when we were seeing some of the performances from the lead up from RMR into Paris, we were really thinking, okay, Zorte's probably going to get picked up by a really big team, especially with some of the rumors of FaZe kind of breaking apart at the time, Jerry going elsewhere. We were really hoping someone would pick Zorte up. But inside of this BetBoom roster, I was expecting him to be clearly the standout player and really getting big performances in across the board, but hasn't really been that story. I mean, he's been good, but he hasn't been exceptional.
Yeah, it's really hard to be a carry player in today's Counter-Strike.
In CS2, especially with the AWP.
Yeah. But yeah, he's still a strong player, but maybe not escalating to that superstar status just yet. Xanter's peering through the gap, and again, he attacks this position on the T side as well, and he's just a master at it.
Yeah, he knows every little angle, every detail. Not only is he in this position, but he's got plenty of help from his teammates too to draw a distraction, but Xantares this time is overwhelmed by Nafany. So that'll be the first kill for BetBoom.
A little awkward after we just called him a master of it. He let Nafany creep up on him and didn't realize how close Nafany was. So an opening provided by the in-game leader, but he gets spammed down for free. Wakadia able to find the equalizing kill pretty quickly afterwards. And still BetBoom haven't made any progress up the ramp.
Just stalling out after the even trading going on. Oh no, Wakati nearly gets a second player in the exact same spam. This time would have been a little bit more ridiculous. Unprompted through a smoke and through the wall, so Chiron will have to stomach half of his health being removed.
And I think we're going to see now this shift. That Molotov towards sandbags is usually the indicator that an A play is coming in, that BetBoom is actually establishing control. There's not a whole lot of time left on the clock to rotate back elsewhere. So they're going to allow the mid player to cheat over towards the A bomb site. The B player is going to shift over towards middle in a second, and here comes the execute.
25 seconds, Wakadia inside of the smoke. They run past him. He's going to hear those steps, and he has to make up for it because his teammates are dying. But the limited time, he could deny the bomb plant. He could get a double, and that's exactly what he'll get. Woxic denies any sort of chance of picking that bomb up once again. And Siren is in a 1v3. They know with the limited time, all they have to do is keep it uncomfortable, keep him away, and now stay alive because there's not enough time to recover that bomb. And the round is done. Eternal Fire can thank Wakadia for stepping up. Xantares died early on ramp, and Wakadia makes up for everything.
He designed that play too. I mean, that was always his intention. He was really baiting his teammates, and the only way you get away with that is if you secure the round with the double kill as he did. But he's basically just saying, you know what? I'm going to hide in this smoke. They're coming past this. They're executing. Good luck, everybody in the bomb site. I'm going to wait and choose my moment. And it works out just perfectly. There's the opening kill. This is the response. I mean, he puts together a very good round from start to finish. Even the spam damage on a Chiron that he has to clean up later on in the round. But 4-0 for Eternal Fire.
And this puts BetBoom in an uncomfortable position with their money. So Siren's gone for a Hero AK-47. The rest, well, there's Khalil, I suppose. A couple of pistols around it. And they're about to walk into the XM1014. The Alligator's ready.
I love it. Up top as well.
Chomp, chomp.
Fall away after a kill.
Woxic does fall away, throws down utility, realizes they probably got a swing, and the AK goes down. Calyx comes over, and destruction in middle thanks to the shotgun and the rifle support. So BetBoom don't get through despite a couple of rifles in their hands. Nafany and Danis are now left in a 2v4, and they're separated from one another. Nafany does pick up that AK-47 off the cold dead body of his teammate.
He saw Major. He knows he's there.
Okay, so he's going to track him. He's going to get closer. but he's now detected from construction. So Major had that one covered.
That's the only risk he really had to take. That was the only play he really had in his book, because you have to make a play to try and open something up on the map, and that was just a fair play. Nice attempt, low percentage chance, and it's just Nafany left in a 1v4. Now, they did get 4 kills in the last round. There's plenty of money built back up for Eternal Fire already, but kills mean everything at this point.
They really do.
Just forcing Eternal Fire to spend money in the next round.
Forcing them to feel uncomfortable at any point.
And I imagine we're going to have to start seeing BetBoom maybe look elsewhere other than A ramp. When you consider you have Locadia, ooh, that's a good find. Calyx swings with low HP.
Major hasn't left.
Yeah, he might not expect that whatsoever. He was spotted earlier. There's the swing. Nafany, not much to do. I imagine BetBoom is going to have to start attacking like middle, B stairs, something different at the start of this round, because Xantars and Wakadia is a very strong and powerful duo at that A ramp. And if you continuously get shut down the way they have been, the A executes haven't exactly been going great. I think you almost have to start looking elsewhere on the map to see what you can find.
Yeah, missing out on the first map here for BetBoom makes things very uncomfortable, because no team really wants to go up against Eternal Fire on Vertigo. And you can see why. They're off to a hot start. And you got to put out this fire if you're BetBoom. Peek from Wakadia. Not going to be detected. Doesn't see much himself. Zorte's shot rings out, so confirms the AWP is purchased into this round, and it's positioned towards bottom ramp early. Because of that deep ramp smoke, you can't really do too much with the rifles. You're just hoping Zorte can punish a mistake, but none coming away from Eternal Fire.
All right, let's see if this AWP can change things. Well, they haven't had a whole lot of success at the A bomb site. Nafany has gotten an opening kill once or twice.
Yeah, he's really got close up towards the top of the ramp here, hasn't he? Xantares has to consider this now, and he will. He'll go back to the angle, and Nafany can't win the 1v1 fight. Difficult duel to undertake going up against Xantares.
And how cool would it have been if Chiron was with him to trade that? How cool would it have been if he just followed him up and just played at his hip and just said, you know what, we're going to go 1-for-1. No matter what we see on the other side of this, we're both going to fight at the same time.
So now that you haven't done that, you've allowed the rotation of Woxic, and all the sort of openings that you had, all the space that you had taken has shrunk once again, and you're back to square one, but with less players. It's tough to see BetBoom getting out of this one at now 40 seconds. Their final pieces of utility will be tossed up. And Wakadia goes back into his favorite position inside of the short smoke. This time he's not alone. This time he has Xantares, and look at Danist making his way through B. Major detects it early enough so it doesn't unravel. 20 seconds left here for BetBoom to make their final maneuver towards this A bomb site or sprint that bomb back to B. And that's exactly what has happened. Chiron's got it on his back, sprinting up into the B bomb site. He has to start planting it real soon. 10 seconds on that clock. Eyes on the B play. Chiron locks it in, and Danist is pushed up through the CT smoke.
3 players are occupied at the A bomb site, though. Siren pulled so many over, and look at the advanced position from Danist. This could shut it all down. Great headshot. Trying to fall back, and Major's just off the mark to spam. He's going to get safely in. Siren adds on top of it, and this round's all BetBoom.
It's all Danist as well. He just makes that play through B, creates the space, but it looks like they're about to get stalled out at the A site and taken out. Danist decides to make a last-ditch effort through the B bomb site and realizes they've got so much space to play with.
Yeah, Major was even sticking around in middle. I mean, he actually was heads up. He was watching middle and watching the B bomb site. It was all down to timing of when he got the information. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too late when he was disadvantaged to take a fight. And that's a good round win from BetBoom.
It's a great sort of time to make the decision too, because perhaps the reason why Eternal Fire kept so many players over towards A is because they look at the clock and see 20 seconds. Maybe they have to stay committed.
I think they really wanted to get that kill before rotating, so they didn't have to worry about a lurk, they didn't have to worry about a flank, and they could put all their focus on the bomb site, and it just took too long. All those smokes were still up. They couldn't get a clean glimpse at them. It's really well done. And remember too, that's a 4v5 conversion for BetBoom. Nafany went down solo on his initial play to Xantares, so BetBoom recover in the round to get there first on the board.
And money still there for Eternal Fire. So they're going to have the AWP still in the hands of Woxic, and M4s across the rest. Zorte has been searching for the opening on Xantares round after round. Not able to get it this time. Nafany creeps up under that short smoke. Wakadia on the other side of things sees the feet of Nafany. Because Nafany was behind that smoke, he didn't even have the chance to have a fair fight. Now the B pounce, the B play. It's Chiron who senses damage, sees the player on default, and now sprinting forward. Major's confused, discombobulated, and now dead. Natus dies to a piece of utility, or did he fall off the map? I didn't quite notice.
I think he fell off the map. I didn't see it either, though. I'm kind of wondering how it exactly had happened. But still, BetBoom providing a lot of pressure. It's Calyx to push forward, but he's alone. Him against the world against two, and Siren eventually puts him down.
Yeah, Zorte and Siren, they have a 2v3 ahead of them. It actually looks somewhat doable. Now, the problem is it's uncomfortable to plant. Yeah, and even if they immediately start tapping that, those grenades will be pulled. And Siren realizes you've got to go and draw those numbers back to an even odds. But those nades, remember, they're still alive on the last two players. They toss them in. Bang, bang, Siren's dead. And Zorte now in the clutch. He's got one bullet in the chamber, so as soon as he takes one, he'll have to reload behind the wall. And he spots the player crossing, doesn't take the shot. Has to be sparing with the rifle. Oh my God, Woxic, you can't do anything about that.
Eternal Fire staying so poised that round. Backing off, Wakadia gets caught a little bit. He's got to jiggle to make sure nobody's pushing all the way up, but the knowledge that you have two nades just allows you to be so patient in that scenario.
That looks like a fake smile. I don't think he's going to be too happy about that.
That was like the smile of like, yep, we're getting wrecked about,
it's like
about the same amount I thought we would.
It's the meme of the mask over the crying face. That's what that is. Good idea from Siren to get aggressive towards the end here. This kill almost pulls it back. If they didn't have these grenades, you pointed out, Jason, you know, there's a world in which that 2v2 plays out.
Sure. That's just a great shot from Woxic, man. Yeah, he's a little frustrated. Wanted to be able to at least get that shot off. So another good lead for Eternal Fire. Looking really good in this series and looking real sharp on Vertigo.
The buy is still back for BetBoom, thanks to the bomb plant. And the loss bonus. And Woxic, ooh, quick shot, straight to Nafany. He'll get away. No trade in for BetBoom, so they have to play the rest of this round 4v5, make it 3v5 because Wakadia, once again, gets away with a short play.
This is what I mean. I think Eternal Fire just love the fact that BetBoom really want to press the issue over at the A ramp to start these rounds. They're loving it. Even though BetBoom, I think Nafany's gotten a couple openings at this A ramp, I think Eternal Fire's like, please keep coming back here. We're fine with it. Like, you're not going to get that every single time. And obviously, they've shut down Nafany just as much as he's had success. 2-8 for Nafany. And he's been the prime instigator for BetBoom.
Yeah, Woxic. He's got such a tight angle. If Danis just slightly overexposes, Woxic will be able to lock him out of the round. He drops down, he avoids the sniper. At least for the time being, as we now head under 1 minute in the clock. Calyx is on that flank. This is starting to shrink the space that BetBoom have to play with. They've got no other option to fall back. It's about to be a fight. Zorte versus Woxic.
Calyx is 2-3. I think he's just bored. He's like, I want to have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, let me get involved in this. And well, he finally is involved. It's instant death on two players. They couldn't quite figure out where that shot was coming from. So Danis was still committing to utility. And Calyx walks away with two. And that's the round done. As Siren on the ramps gets the opportunity to have the 1v1 fight against Calyx. He hasn't got the bomb in his back. Has no time. The best chance for him in this round is to slip behind the smoke he's just thrown out and try and save the AK. 7-1 now for Eternal Fire. Starting to sprint towards the major.
And it's starting to feel more convincing for them as time goes on. There's been a couple sketchy rounds mixed in there, some 2-on-2 at the B-bomb site.
It feels like it's getting better.
But I mean, especially at this A-bomb site, it's like, you know, BetBoom might have been knocking on the door at one point in this half, but certainly not in the last few times they tried to go there. It's just getting shut down completely. And still, we haven't seen mid challenged a whole lot. We haven't seen B challenged a whole lot outside of a couple lurks. It feels like BetBoom at the moment is just like, all of our playbook depends on us being able to get a ramp control, so we have to start with that no matter what we do. And if we can never establish that a ramp control, we just kind of lose. And that's what's happening.
That is
they are losing.
What's happening. They are losing very badly. And now it is Pistols once again.
Here we go.
We'll change up. Major. I wonder if he's even had time to wake up. You know, he might just fall asleep at the wheel at this point. Not seeing too much towards the B-bomb site all that often at the start of the rounds.
They put the boomers at B and they haven't really had to do anything.
Yeah, just chilling out. The B-boomer setup. Major at the back, a quad.
They have a molly for it.
He's here all the time. He's got a smoke. He'll probably just buy himself time. And him staying alive behind quad pulls enough distraction and time for the rotation to come in. Nice shot from Calix. Major and Wokadia chiming in together. And now it's just Chiron and Zorte. BetBoom unable to capitalize on any chances, unable to fight against Eternal Fire's might.
Yeah, stick a fork in it, baby. This one's done.
BetBoom. Have another buy. I'm finding the positive, Jason. That's it. They've got money. They've got to buy.
Yeah, let's see what they can carve out. I mean, on Mirage, they were only able to get 2 rounds at the end. They just grabbed their last round is in the final round of the first half. But this just looks like Eternal Fire is just way, way too strong.
Yeah, Vertigo is always going to be an uphill battle for BetBoom. Their chances in this series were on Mirage. And they got wrecked by Xantares. Flash up, Major getting aggressive over the top of the stairway. Danist is underneath and he's suffering a bombardment of utility. He's down to 33 health.
There's only 1 opening kill going the way of BetBoom in this entire half.
Yeah, that's not good,
It was from Nafany onto Xantares, and I think that was like round 3 or 4. It's been so long ago. There's number 2.
Yeah, number 2. Let's see if they can make something of it. They weren't able to convert that round because Wokadia actually stepped up from short and got a 3K, maybe even 4 at that point.
Considering how much BetBoom has gone back and fought for this kind of an advantage from a ramp with an opening kill, let's see what they do with it. Like, let's see if they can actually capitalize on it, because it's taken them like so long to actually get another advantage provided by their A ramp take and presence.
So let's see. We know what their opener is.
Well, they've left
what is the closer?
Left Nafany to lurk, going back to the B bomb site, and they're probably assuming that Eternal Fire is going to have a pretty big lean towards A, considering how many times they've attacked there, and they would be correct.
Interesting, smoke is not deployed towards the stairs, actually deployed towards the double stack, and it's great because it gives Major some cover to jump up on the double boxes. Now, if I see that smoke drop, surely on BetBoom you're thinking that that kind of play is going to come in, and Major's just got all the info that there's no one on the ramp. They're going back into the A play, so Woxic is on high alert. He takes that kill on Nafany, and Woxic's moving forward towards short side now. Has to get his gun out, has to be looking in the right direction at the right time, and he is. Sorte's gone, Siren trades, and now BetBoom have a last-ditch effort to get in towards the site. 2v3 established off the back of those skirmishes, and a little bit of time left, 15 seconds. Danist spotting out the head of Major, jumping up, and that's a fake plant to draw final pieces of utility. Now Siren goes for the plant, can't stick it, shots come in, Major and Calix collapse upon BetBoom, and they are collapsing here with the RMRs.
Fine work with the op from Woxic at that A bomb site, holding down the fort as BetBoom comes rotating back in. Completely stalled out at the B bomb site. That hit went nowhere. They wanted to execute there. When Chiron goes down, they're like, nah, we don't want to mess with this anymore. Major just jumps up on that box and shuts down the whole idea. And again, BetBoom just can't find comfort at either bomb site, scrambling back and forth between the two to their death.
Five v 5. Danist, he's going to fall to Woxic, a change-up. They've seen the BetBoom have been put a little bit more pressure towards B, so Woxic decides to take a spawn over towards the B stairs, and it's paid off. So it's a 5v4 favoring Eternal Fire right now. We'll get that HUD back online for you in just a moment, but that kill from Chiron, that establishes a 4v4. And these pistols, they need every chance they can get. And Xantares is very committed behind these sandbags. He can be overwhelmed.
Yeah, but he should know he's safe. He's going up against pistols and deagles. He's very low HP, but he knows they don't have nades or Mauler. He's making the assumption, and he's correct. So, I mean, he can just be a difficult target. He's distracting him the whole way. And look at how much attention is on Xantares. Meanwhile, Calix is just swinging wide and cleaning things up.
Danist has made his way in towards B once again. Yeah. And that bomb is going to come back. Now, he's got very deep. Now, he has to step up. He can't afford to die. If he goes down here, there's no bomb plant, there's no chance. But if he wins the fight versus Major, he doesn't die instantly on the trade, maybe it was a shot for the round, but now that is not a reality we're going to be living with. Shot from Siren is good at the end, at least pads the stats, but Eternal Fire once again comfortable.
Very comfortable. No issues, no dramas. And this is two just dominant opening halves on the CT side. Remember, BetBoom chose to start on the T side here on this map to attack into them. This being Eternal Fire's pick.
Xantares has attended 5 majors, looking to go for the 6th major this time around. First was in Boston. That was with Turkish squad. Many of the players on this team right now.
God damn, Boston was a good major.
Yeah, that was the miracle of Massachusetts, Jason.
There we go. You got it. Take 2.
Major Major was there, Calix was with him. But a new breed of Turkish Counter-Strike players is coming through, and Chiron takes out Xantares. Second kill in from Calix and Wakadia though. So BetBoom get the opening kill, but it's not long-lived. Nafny has to keep going forward. The war of attrition on the A bomb site. There's not a lot of space given here to Eternal Fire. And I understand it's a little confusing at the moment, but we'll try and keep track of that. It's 3 players from Eternal Fire still alive, and they're all coming in that retake through CT. So Magic goes to try and deny the bomb plant, or at least soften up the planter. I imagine damage was done to the planter around half health.
Yeah, that nade was pretty solid. However, this position with the AWP can be so strong from Zorzi. Flashbangs go in deep just to stall out this retake as long as possible. BetBoom desperate for this last round of the first half. Flashbang doesn't affect Zorzi's AWP. He stays poised, flicks up, and narrowly misses.
Yeah, goes for that flick, doesn't connect it. And again, 3 players alive for Eternal Fire, all moving in now. And that's an elevator stand from Nafny. He could be an absolute menace if he comes around the backside here. Needs to step up. The defuse is coming through. Calix sticking it all the way. Nafny doesn't get there. Oh, and a horrible round to close the half. It looks so good. Nafny gets the start he wants, but not the finish. Eternal Fire, well, they withstand again.
They've had no problems today. They came in so sharp, so calm, so ready for this. These guys missed, what, they missed the Paris Major? They missed the Rio Major,
Paris Major.
Most of them, the last major they attended for Calix, for Woxic, for Xantares was Antwerp. Major was London Major. Wakadia yet to be at one, but it's looking like he'll be booking tickets to Copenhagen.
Wakadia will get his sticker. He will be immortalized in the game once he picks up Vertigo here. He's got to feel good playing alongside some legends here. And I don't think people realize outside of Turkey how big these guys are. I mean, I was in a taxi one time going in a random town, nowhere near a Counter-Strike event. And we got talking about what we do. And the taxi driver doesn't follow Counter-Strike, but he knew who Xantares was.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of impact you can have on your nation. People know who you are. You're a cultural figure. And if you get to a world championship,
cultural impact, some would say. Is that where you're going? You're circling the drain here, Dinko.
Cultural impact is the word.
Shout out to Maui one time.
That is the word that you would want to go with. And obviously,
it's a cool environment over there. I was at the Istanbul event a few years back, and they are crazy Counter-Strike fans in Turkey.
Yeah, it'd be great to see an event there someday. Perhaps a dream major run from Eternal Fire could open up that reality someday. For BetBoom, you've seen a couple of these players knock around a major before. Siren with Spirit, semifinals.
And remember, this isn't elimination. There's the last chance qualifier.
Of course.
So I mean, there is still an opportunity for BetBoom. Obviously, they've got plenty to fix.
I think that's a great point, because I think a lot of people, casual fans who can't really follow the format as in depth as many at home, they're going to come in and be a little confused as to what is happening here. But there is a last chance qualifier event, and any team that loses today will go to that last chance qualifier. Now, the problem is, the reason we've seen some teams be very upset earlier today about losing is because they realize they've missed their best chance to get in the major.
Yeah, that last chance qualifier is going to take the best teams from the RMR Group A and the RMR Group B that's coming up.
RMR Group B stands for badass.
Group B is a very stacked group in the RMR.
I'm so scared about that.
It is a very scary.
Let me just talk you through the opening matches there, man. It's like Vitality are there. We've got Spirit versus Ents as an opening game. Astralis, Cloud9. It's just going to be the world's best next week.
It'll be a bloodbath, but we got to get through this one first. Eternal Fire. Mirage got extended due to the loss of a pistol round. Let's see if Eternal Fire can just close things out nice and clean. However, they are running into an aggressive setup. Dooley's on the stairs. Danist to bait them in towards Siren.
Yeah, but Eternal Fire are very veteran Vertigo team, so they should be aware of this possibility. And actually, because Danis has moved into position, he's actually alerted them to Siren instantly. So 1-for-1 trade, the dual Berettas stay alive, and Siren's trying to get away, and he will.
Yeah, because of that push too, they didn't have to fully commit. You could see Siren had to swing out with those dualies to be able to help out and find a kill, and the rest of Eternal Fire just backs away. They realize that we don't want to mess with any kind of aggressive B defense. It's brought Calix very low, so he'll chuck out utility for the squad.
Nafny with the headshot ready to go, but Woxic's tucked in the corner. Oh, he's going to take this headshot. No problem. Now moves into middle. Eternal Fire have every advantage they want, and damage done on Siren. Sorte has to step up. It's quick on the Julies. His teammate at Chiron cannot make up for it either, and it's Vicaria that comes back in, cutting through those remaining members of BetBoom. Sorte got them a player advantage, and it was short-lived. And now Siren, who's been damaged up down to 8 health, is removed. It's 1 round away now for Eternal Fire, making their way to Copenhagen. And I don't think there's any secret that this is going to happen quickly.
No, not at all. A desperate second round buy is going to come out for BetBoom, but it's not going to be pretty. Maybe an SMG if you're lucky. Mostly pistols and armor. Good trade, important trade here from BetBoom. It actually looked like they worked themselves into a pretty decent situation. This flank obviously going the wrong direction, but Wakadia with the rebuttal. This second kill is special onto Chiron. He's got to be frustrated.
Today we did get exactly what we asked for. We got the Zantaras we wanted. We got the Wakadia that we've seen just last week in Katowice.
The bounce back from the early stages of the RMR to just now for guys like Zantaras and Wakadia is everything. And when it mattered the most, they showed up to play. And I think the big story for Eternal Fire is this is the best Turkish team that they have finally put together, finally playing well. This is the best Turkish team we have ever seen, and they are proving themselves to be a threat, not just to the Tier 2, not just in the best of ones, but to the best teams in the world in series play. This is a dangerous squad heading to Copenhagen.
Yeah, Turkey can fight at the top, but they need this round. They need to get ahead, and that push of Zantaras is being punished. So BetBoom keep it a 4v4, but the superiority in weapons for Eternal Fire still evident. But we know what SMGs can do. Swinging around the corner, Major shows us what that MAC-10 can do. Kills coming through. Nafany and Danist set up in a 2v2 as Wakadia is spamming towards the back of the bomb site. They're just searching for these final 2 kills to confirm their spot in Copenhagen, and BetBoom aren't making it easy for them. They're not just lying over, they're not going down without a fight, and Wakadia is still inside of the site smoke. No one from BetBoom overextending.
They could be so patient, though. Ooh, Wakadia taps the bomb, looking to lure him out into the open. Nade comes in, and still just waiting for an ill-advised peek from the BetBoom players.
Walksick flicks up, now just 1 kill between them and Copenhagen. And Nafany knows, he's got to know, it's not his day. They'll be down to the last chance qualifier, but Eternal Fire moved through to the Major. Major, he is so happy he'll let out a sound of celebration. And for Turkey, they have a team to be proud of. They have a team that can fight with the Titans, and they are going to do it in Copenhagen.
Indeed, Dinko, the Eternal Fire burns bright. It burns hot, everybody at home, razing to the ground. Vertigo and Mirage leaving BetBoom burning in its wake. Turkey and Eternal Fire have made it to the PGL CS2 Major. Copenhagen. Blair Maniac, what a performance.
This feels good, man. Not every promise delivers when it comes to Counter-Strike. Not every team that is supposed to play good Counter-Strike does, but today we got exactly what we wanted. We got an Eternal Fire giving us an A+ performance when it comes to CS, not letting the past losses here in Bucharest affect them in any way. They outclass BB, make them look like a bunch of schoolboys, and are very deservedly on their way to Copenhagen.
I had my small little doubts, you know. I prefaced this game saying maybe the worst enemy of Eternal Fire might be themselves, the expectations on their shoulders. I got shut up right there. This is, I think Jason said it best, this is the best Turkish Counter-Strike team we have ever seen. They're playing at such a high level right now, and they just, you know, they booked a place in a major in such an emphatic fashion. Great job from the Turks.
Let us not forget the journey that Eternal Fire have gone through here at the RMR. Blair and Maniac, it has not been easy, but they've managed to come out on top.
Yeah, you're right, and they're in this very complex situation now where obviously their main goal is to punch upwards, right? Is to try and take bigger names. They're fighting against the likes of G2, they're fighting against FaZe, and they come very close. There are maps over times. They can feel like it's right there. But when you're in that position, you're in sort of the purgatory, you cannot forget about the teams that are behind you and are trying to get you. And I think we've seen many teams in the history of Counter-Strike who let themselves go a little bit when they play a lesser opponents. They don't really give that 100% because unconsciously they're already thinking about, oh my god, next time we play at the time Astralis, next time we play at the time SK, next time we play FaZe. This is not what we saw here. This was an Eternal Fire that took this game extremely seriously. Major, his expression, his facial expression at the end of that game, that's determination. And that's in a game that they won easily, but he was not going to let that one go. He was absolutely dialed in.
I think the one guy that exemplifies that would be Woxic. He was going Super Saiyan 3 across both the maps, and I'm just like, if you look at his face, and this is a kid I've been watching play Counter-Strike for years right now, and I remember how volatile he could be, you know, in person when he gets a kill, a 4K, a 3K, he's screaming, he's shouting. I was looking at his face. He's like what, 14-3 up at some point, and he just stone cold killer face on his face, and that is the sort of mentality they seem to have. And even after the win, they just knew they got the job done. Congratulations, that was as clean, as efficient as you could ever make it.
Clinical and clean, absolutely correct, Blair. Scoreboard up on screen now, 13-1 in favor of Eternal Fire.
Internal Fire,
and have Internal Fire as well.
Yeah, the Internal Fire is burning bright. Guys, but there were standout fraggers, but what I find most impressive is the way Eternal Fire are playing Counter-Strike together. At any one point, there could be any of the players carrying the weight.
That's a fair assumption. I mean, the CT side literally had no flaw. It had no weakness, as simple as it is. We single out Woxic, and that's very deservedly. He had a great game once again, continuing from Mirage. But you can scan through the whole lineup and find moments, determining moments. You talk about Wakadia and how he played that short position, finding first kills.
We're definitely going to highlight that.
4 rounds in a row, almost gun rounds, finding opening kills. You talk about Major and Calix, the defense on the B side, being tested late rounds with lurks or executes, being able to thwart off all of these offense. You talk about Woxic, finding opening kills with the AWP. If Zentaris is your lower fragger, you're good. You're set. Like, there's no problem.
In a 13-1, and Zentaris is the lowest fragger.
You're good.
That is just insane, and I 100% agree with you. I think we've seen quite a few verticals being played here at the RMRs, and we've seen a lot of messy verticals as well, right? A lot of messy fights towards A, towards the ram smoke, you know, just battling out through the smoke, hoping you were able to land a spam shot. We didn't see that from Eternal Fire. This was clinical. They knew they had protocols for seemingly for everything. You're a man up, there's multiple protocols for that. You're like 4v4, multiple protocols. When they work together, they work together. Wakadia, sometimes we complain about him, you know, maybe overpeaking a little bit towards short. This time, he's doing that. But guess what? Zentaris is pushing at the same time with him. Just great stuff.
And it was always going to be the win condition. We knew BB were going to come and play a disruptive CS. Like, it's not the most tidied up. It's not the cleanest. There are mistakes being made. There are individual timings. They force the occasion a couple times. And if you're Eternal Fire, your one job was to win skill-wise. It was just to put them in their places. Like, bro, you want to duel me? You want to cross that smoke? I'm going to slap the hell out of you. And you're never going to come back. And BetBoom don't currently have this sort of tactical backbone they can fall back on and say, okay, listen, we're going to slow down the pace. Let's use a couple of protocols. That's going to give us a free kill. We navigate. No, it's just about Nafany saying, well, I'm about to cross this smoke. I'm going to do it. And Wakadia is just waiting behind, and that's a free kill. Obviously, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that's the story of the first half.
Talking about Wakadia, we have himself and Major down on the floor with James Banks for a post-match interview.
And I've got a very happy Eternal Fire with me here. Smiles on their faces. And Wakadia, I want to start with you. Not many players go to their first RMR and then make it to the first major. But did you always believe you could do it?
Yeah, I always believe in my team, and we work hard to get in here. We work a lot. We practice a lot. So I was believing in ourselves from the beginning, and I'm very proud of ourselves.
You should be proud for sure. And Major, for you, 6 years ago, you made it to the major. It was FaZe Major back then, mate, a long, long time ago. Now you've done it again with very different style, very different team, very different scene you're in. What do you think about making it this time around?
It's feeling, first of all, it's feeling very great. It's been 6 years that I didn't play in major, but I think like a lot of tryharding, a lot of works pay off today. Since some 6 months, we're working really, really hard. Like I'm giving a lot of times in these teams. So I'm really proud of these young kids, first of all, and of all my teammates, of my team, of my staff, of my coach, of my manager. I want to thank them all. And like you say, yeah, I'm very happy.
For you though, Wakadia, I want to touch on the fact that we talk about you being the rising star, the potential superstar for the future, right? But I saw Katowice, we saw how great you could be and how it looked. Did you feel more pressure here though? Because we didn't at the beginning see the same level from you.
Yeah, I didn't play like very good in this tournament, but I don't have pressure. Good. But my team got my back, so I'm happy.
They did come to back you up for sure. Now, looking at this though, going through to the major, you guys had a very hard run, you know? The G2 game, you could have had it, it was a chance in there. Then you meet FaZe as well. Did it feel like, okay, this could slip away from you at any point?
No, because like I told every time, like I really believe that we play good CS, and I'm very happy that tonight we show that we were able to play good CS, and we show good CS. We have our standards, and if we play our standards every time like this, we have a big chance. Now we need to fix the mistakes. That's how we can't finish against teams like FaZe and G2, because these games also it was on the end. We can win it, but in the end, every time we lose it. So we need to fix that. And yes, that's all.
You say you got to fix it. Do you have an idea of what it is or why at the moment you guys struggle in these situations? Because you push them to overtime, you push them real close.
Yeah, of course, I have an idea why, but we're going to talk it, and it's need much more theory, but like I said, I'm proud of my teammate, and we're going to do our best in the major. Thank you for the support, guys. We really believe that we sound a lot of message from Turkey and everywhere. Yeah. Thank you, guys, and I hope you enjoy the game.
Okay, lastly with you, I want you to say anything you want to say to the Turkish fans out there as well, but also for the young players that want to be in your position one time, because 18 years old and making the major is a true dream.
I think I told it to you before, and they should grind a lot. Just grind.
Grind the whole way. Do you want to say anything in Turkish to the Turkish fans?
Yeah, ne diyeyim abi ya.
Teşekkür ederim
Destekler için teşekkürler. Hepinizi seviyorum. Anne seni de seviyorum.
Aferin. Ben de bir şey söyleyeyim. Today is my wife's birthday. Oh. So it's a good present for her. And in Turkish, Ceren'im iyi ki doğdun. Bu hediye senin için. Sağ ol. Beyler, sözümüzü tutarız. Gri saçlar belki.
Happy birthday back there. Congratulations, guys. You've made it to Copenhagen. We will see you at the major. Parla, one last time today. Back to you.
Thank you, James. Wycadia humble in victory, and a big happy birthday to Major's wife. We love that.
I wonder what he said towards the very end. It feels like he caught himself saying something. Any translator out there in Twitter can hit me up?
Yeah, just
let me know the end of the interview.
I just have smiles all over my face. That was such a heartwarming interview, man.
And also such almost like a fatherly vibe between Major and Wycadia. Like you have to think about it, the way he's like just like stroking his top back.
15 years difference.
I know, and it's great to see that, honestly.
I mean, we were talking about some of the older players on Saw who qualified. Major's 33.
It's great to have those two together in the interview, right? It's like the old guard of Turkey, a real veteran of CS and Major, and then we've got Wycadia, the newest generation from Turkey coming through. And I'm so impressed that Wycadia said that nowhere during this RMR where they were in the tougher matches and losing did his confidence shake. The whole time he remained confident in himself and the team. That's great for a young player.
Yeah, if you can already have this inner feeling that your team's got your back, that is such a large benefit, because then you allow yourself to take a bit more risks. You're not afraid of making mistakes. And on Major talking about how we can close these games against greater teams, I'm sure he has an idea. This guy has an incredible amount of experience. And by the way, we should give him props for the work he's been put in Eternal Fire and building this playbook that they now have, which we keep on praising. But there's going to be a factor of experience for them. Like now they're grinding all of these games. You're talking about Katowice, here against at the RMR. You're having these face-to-face with the FaZe Clan, the G2s of the world. Now it's up to them to show us, maybe at the major, that the lessons have been learned and that the same mistakes won't be repeated. And then maybe, just maybe, we can dream in Turkish.
And on the other side of this, we have Major. 6 years since his last major, the Face It Major. It must mean so much to him, and you could see it on him there. He was emotional. This is massive, not just for the new generation, but the old guard like him too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I just want to add one more thing to the praises that we're heaping on Major right now, right? Not just building the team and having the playbook and everything, but even individually as well. When we had, someone like Xantares and we had someone like Wycadia struggling a little bit here and there during the group stage, he was there amidst the action. He was the one out-fragging the stars on his team and just carrying them if he had to, right? So he's just proving, as I think was Roman said earlier, age is just a number, Age doesn't matter.
Those two tied together perfectly.
That's the grind.
What Roman said, and Major's victory at the end of day 4 here. And why don't we take a look at what has transpired over the course of today. We started things off with 9 Pandas versus AMKAL. 9 Pandas looked good at time, but then they crumbled, and AMKAL bought themselves a ticket to the Major. In the middle of the day, we saw Saw overcome Fnatic, and of course, just now, Eternal Fire over BetBoom.
Yeah, just very dominant second and third games we saw here today. Saw just completely destroyed Fnatic there, and again, they had to go through the 0-2 gauntlet, so to speak, making it very emphatic, and then of course Eternal Fire. We all kind of felt it coming, and they just proved it.
And so many profiles today making it to the Major who I was playing against in 2014, 2015, and I'm still here. It's crazy. I have so much respect for the grind and the resilience, keep on going at the game, and then today's a day that we'll definitely not forget. We have our standings, of course.
Standings, yes, Maniac, up on screen now. Every team with 3 wins is guaranteed a spot at the PGL CS2 Major Copenhagen. Virtus, G2, Na'Vi, FaZe, Movistar Koi, Atelfire, Saw, and AMKAL. And then you'll see Fnatic, 9 Pandas, and BetBoom highlighted 2 to 3. They are going through to the last chance qualifier at the end of next week. Of course, Enterprise, Falcons, 3D Max, NIP, and ITB, they're out.
That is the end of the road. And honestly, the last chance qualifier, when we know the quality of the RMRB, like the midfield of the RMRB, sure, it's great to have another chance. You get to stay here. I believe accommodations are provided for this whole week. They can practice at the highest level, but it's going to be hard. Like, you have 1 spot out of...
Just remember what happened last time.
But that was FaZe Cloud9, right?
FaZe and Cloud9 in the last chance qualifier. Anything can happen, Paula.
Absolutely anything can happen. What an amazing 4 days it has been so far, and I can't wait to see what happens over the course of next week.
That's the RMRB, let's go.
Yes, you can see on screen now, second half of this EU RMR, which will take place from Monday, and you can see the teams. Yep, up on screen now.
Just look at his names, right? You're looking at Cloud9, you're looking at this new Astralis, you're looking at Ents, who had that run in Katowice, you're looking at Vitality right there, Maniac. Spirit, some little kid called Donk, we have Monty, we have Mouse, you have so many names. And even some of the unknown names, they can definitely surprise Prezi. You have someone called Dupree. Some of you might have heard of him, for example.
He's been here for a while.
I think I've heard that name
He's won a few majors here and there.
Yeah,
that is
he's a pretty winning player.
And of course, there is the classic Guild Eagles, the major specialist.
Yeah,
right
this field is so competitive, arguably even more competitive than this first half of the RMR Group A. What do you think, Maniac?
I think you're right. I think the midfield is of a higher caliber.
Binko and
Quality, caliber,
Qualiber. They coined it. Beautiful.
It's called a qualiber. In fact, just look online. It will prove you're right.
Urban Dictionary right there.
Binko and Moses were coming up with words that we could attach to the B. We had Bloodbath, we had Badass. Yeah, that second half of this RMR is going to be spicy. It's going to be very hard fought, Blair.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing. That's what Maniac was just mentioning right there. You know, you're heading to the last chance qualifiers, and then you look at some of the teams who might make it over there. You might see a Cloud9 again,
I mean,
maybe.
If you're in the last chance qualifier, you're just hoping that the big titans make it through. Like, nobody mess up. Nobody mess up.
But they're limited spots. So even the 9th, 10th best team in that group could be quite a obstacle to overcome. But yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to it, man. Just a couple of days away.
Guys, anything else that you'd like to say before I send us off for our one-day break?
I'm good. I've talked plenty.
Yeah, it's been...
And very well, might I add.
Look at you. Just get a room, you two.
And you two. And you two.
Oh, thank you, Paula. Thank you,
Having a great time here. Yeah, anything, Blair, that you'd like to add?
Nothing. I think it's been a very exciting RMR Group A, and I feel like it's going to be the perfect aperitif for what is coming in Group B just a day late, just a couple of days after.
Gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for your thoughts. Everybody at home, we are now halfway through the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR. This week, it was Group A. Next week, it's Group B. And guess what? It's going to be a bloodbath. We'll be back on Monday.
bitch.